What is up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, day traders and closet swing traders? Hope you guys are doing absolutely incredible. All my peeps here in the live chat during free week, all my peeps in YouTube land. By the way, anybody in YouTube land, just in case the connection gets disconnected or whatever case, you guys are more than welcome to head on over this week to Real Life Trading. Just in case you were not aware, just go to www. I don't even know if you need the www anymore, but maybe you do. I don't know. What do I know? But you could go there, and we do have free week going on all week. It is continuing. This is the third day of free week. Type a quick one in the chat pane if you guys are enjoying free week so far. And again, for anybody YouTube land, you're more than welcome. We do stream in our own private room from 9 a.m. Eastern, which is right now, till 6 p.m. at night. Full coverage, lots of different classes, lots of different education, lots of ones coming in that chat. I love it. And I hope you guys are doing absolutely terrific. Hope you guys are doing better than the SPY. Hope you guys are doing better than Microsoft. Hope you guys are doing better than Bill Gates today. But we will get to what this all means for the market, and we'll cover some of the Microsoft earnings a little bit. Some Boeing reported today, I believe. I saw Shop moving. I believe they reported, but we'll look at that too, and we'll just see what's kind of making its way around the markets, and also how to take advantage of it. Let's see if we can take some plays, make some R's off of some of these moves. Obviously, gap down, right? Gap down right now. After hours, we did shoot up a little bit. The market was kind of moving with Microsoft. Microsoft, with their earnings, was a very confusing move. They came, in some aspects of the report, came pretty much kind of in line. And then other parts of the earnings, they just purely missed. Yet the stock decided it wanted to pop up. Let's go to Microsoft since we're talking about it, and then we'll get back to the SPY. We ran up to about, I don't even know, it was like 252, something crazy on mediocre, if not terrific earnings, right? It was very confusing after hours. You're like, really? Because the only question at that point is, I mean, did we overshoot the sell-off on a lot of these things, and now the earnings don't matter as much? I mean, I don't know. But then we come up with forecast, and forecast comes out, and they're saying, yeah, it's going to be a little tough waters to tread. So we did get the sell-off, and not only did we probably trap some of the, I'm guessing, newbies just trying to hop in if they didn't sell out after market, and they're not feeling the same way they were about 12 hours ago. So Jason P. King says, forecasting pain ahead. Yeah. I think that's going to be the story for a little bit, honestly. We got also a big day today. We got Tesla coming out after hours. So does that have the ability to maybe save the markets? Is that oversold? I don't know. Time will tell. Obviously, Tesla's had its very public road of distractions away from the business and Shanghai being shut down and all that stuff. The one thing I will say before we even get to the SPY, we do have the China reopening play. The overall SPY itself is roughly only about 4 to 5%. I think it's actually closer to 4% exposure to China. And while we might have a little bit of worries in the US, I mean, the Asian markets have been in total shutdown. So certain companies, if you're looking for individual stock picks and things like that, honestly, there's companies that have a lot more Taiwan semiconductors. They all have a massive international exposure. I think Tesla's about 45% exposure to the Chinese markets, Asian markets. So there's individual companies that might have potentially a little bit of a different story than some other companies that don't have really a lot of exposure. So that's why I'm very curious. Regardless, I'm expecting the earnings not to be great on Tesla today, but they have they at least have an avenue that could say, listen, obviously it's a rough quarter. Factories were shut down. We're not really producing. We were doing what we could. We had to lower prices, stay competitive, sell more cars. But if they spin it where they go, but even though the U.S. might be in trouble for the next 6 months, yada, yada, outlooks are not good, we feel comfortable because we do have that exposure. We do have the Chinese market. So I'm watching, and again, if forecasts or if companies are going to be putting out forecasts, that's going to be heavily watched because there's definitely a lot of fear in the market, and I think rightfully so. So just a quick little take of what I'm looking for after hours on that. I don't think the earnings are going to be great, but the same thing we just saw on Microsoft with that little turnaround. Is that going to be the case, but the opposite direction on Tesla? Maybe. I don't know. Right? So we'll find out very soon after the bell today. Otherwise, we got SPY. This is definitely a gap and go. Decent volume came in 2 days ago. Not a lot of volume yesterday, and maybe that has something to do with that little glitch in the morning where everything got halted. We'll see. Otherwise, as much as I want to say this is bearish, it is. We do have the 10 EMA slowly approaching. We have this dotted line, which if we're going back, this is just VPOC related, but just a slightly longer time frame where that is the highest volume. And I don't know if I'd want to go so bearish yet, at least without maybe a little retest. I think there could be some little traps. 395 is definitely a zone I'm watching on the SPY. If we start to break 395, I think that's the bull's last stand. So I don't really want to see that break if we are going to go bullish, but we are a gap and go into a little bit of support. So I'm not exactly on the full bear camp yet, although some individual names might be a little bit more beat up. So we'll take a look at those. SPY also has the 200 SMA at 395.50. Yeah, we have a little bit of support coming in. Definitely a gap and go, which again, that would be, if this thing is going to go, we should get some early signs and then be able to adjust the plan accordingly. Otherwise, kind of almost want to play the fade, oddly enough, or at least let it fade and then we go short. That would make a ton of sense too. But we do have that little bit of support that we're kind of clinging to, kind of holding on to. And if we can hold it, all right. And I'm not expecting a big explosive bullish day either, but doesn't mean full on bear mode yet. I don't think. We will see though. Qs look a little bit better. Yeah, well, that's going to be off the backs of Microsoft for sure. Right. So I think anything in tech related would probably be a little bit weaker and will move. Actually, a better indicator of where the tech is going is probably they're all going to trend a little bit more so like Microsoft. Amazon's going to be one to watch today too. We'll go through that in a second. But Amazon, I think, is going to be a little bit of a sympathy play for Microsoft. Yeah, so on Qs, we are gapping down. Again, we're still holding a little bit of support. It's not as major. This is not as major support. I would say we probably have to be almost looking for 281.73, something in that zone. That would also push us into tests, at least the 10 EMA on a daily. So we'll see. Adobe could definitely be a sympathy play as well. I think Amazon, let's pull up Amazon real quick, but I think Amazon might relate a little bit better to it, only because the one bright side of the and this looks like a disaster gap on Amazon. So before I go and hype it up, we'll go through the technicals and again, Microsoft's not looking good at open too, so that could also play out. But the one bright spot I would say in the Microsoft earnings is the fact that their cloud revenue was up about 22%. And we know Amazon with AWS has a big portion of that market share. So that could be actually a decent sign for Amazon. Looking at the chart, no, this looks pretty bearish, right? So we are a little bit of support if I'm just looking at a technical basis. And again, Amazon, I think, will be a sympathy play. So then let's see what it's going to be having some sympathy with, which is Microsoft, and Microsoft doesn't look great either, right? So Microsoft doesn't hold. I think Amazon will go through it. At Amazon chart does look a little disastrous. We do again have a little bit of support on Amazon. It's slightly lower. Microsoft, my first target on this one. I would love to see a green candle out of the gate. So this is going to be high on the watch list. I'm going to be watching it very, very closely. But I'd be watching for, I would love to see some kind of a green bullish candle. Maybe somebody was short taking profits, and then something that we could get underneath and then play that one down to the bear side. The first stop for me, though, is 230, 257. Maybe we could run into maybe on a bullish candle or a couple bullish candles, something like that. If we get it short in somewhere around 236, 33, that gives us a little bit more room. And does this mean I have to take all at this 230, 257? No, I could probably shave a couple shares and see if we could drop below it. If we drop below that, the next target is a little bit wider, 228.71, and then we got 225.13 would be last spot. I don't know that we get all the way down there, though. We're still down a lot. I think we're, what, 7%, 6%, something like that. Lucian's thinking fade on Amazon. I like it because of the exposure to the cloud that Amazon has, and I know at least one shiny spot in that was the cloud revenue. But that's on a fundamental basis, and I think this market freaks out a little bit. Honestly, Lucian. So here's the fact that we're below this candle, the fact that here's our little pivot, now we're back below the 10. Also, if we're looking at it just on a technical basis of things, the bulls tried. Okay, we'll call this profit taking. But if that's profit taking, I would have liked to see this little pivot not just be a good retest spot to drop lower, but for the bulls to have that momentum to bring it up to create at least one new higher high, something like that. That does not seem like the case to me. And again, we have what's going to make Amazon a little bit sticky is this zone, right? So we do have a lot of VPOCs, a lot of spots where it could bounce, but that's not a great open. So I don't know if I would look for a fade on this one. Otherwise, if none of this matters, right? It was a while ago. We retested, we blew through all of them. If sentiment does get bearish, I'd probably be looking more for a target as of this one, which would be about $89.80. And to me, that would be a decent looking target. And I think we can make some money to the downside. So I don't know how excited I would be for a fade higher on it. It is technically a retest gap though, right? Retest, but where this thing is opening, I'm not a huge fan. Again, this would be another great one for me to short if we could get back into this zone, right? So maybe we could get a bullish candle out of the gate, just some profit taking, and then my plan would be to take a breakdown. So somewhere around 93.82, get myself a little bit better risk reward just in case this does pose as some kind of a problem for us, and then look for that. But yeah, I don't like the breakdown of that candle specifically. And here's our higher volume candles right here. We're smack in the middle of that. So I could see, yeah, I can see what you're looking at. Let's see if we got Riot and Bitcoin. Yep, RIOT. Riot is going to primarily move on Bitcoin, right? So they're just mining pretty much Bitcoin. They're still holding. It actually kind of in a weird way looks a little like Amazon, where you have that nice push. Bulls tried it again, not quite as successful. This one, I don't expect too much. You do have support coming in from the 10 EMA. This is also a retest gap. And again, they were pretty unsuccessful here, getting that new higher high. And I would expect more of a try to short as close as possible into that retest. But I would expect a little bit of a more full-on retest, and then we look for some kind of fade or rollover. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. BTC. The biddy massive move, kind of just building some consolidation, still pretty far away from that 10 EMA. Here's our last higher volume candle, which is also a decent reversal candle. We're still hanging in. We got a couple bear traps for people maybe looking to fade this one down. Just inside, I don't see anything until we start breaking out of this range. Honestly, we could even be looking at it as going, all right, this is just some kind of a bull flag, and we push a little bit higher. I don't know if that's the case. It's up massive. But this is on CryptoCap. Let's switch this over to the actual one. Hold on a second. BTC USD. All right, there we go. Yep. I was gonna say it should be similar, but the pricing is gonna be way different than 4,000. Same type of thing. So there's your flag, still a little bit far away. There's your candle. Decent volume on that reversal. Not as crazy as the other one, but still very, very similar. So this could either be a flag, but I don't think I think we're gonna need some kind of catalyst or something to break out. So watch the breakout. Otherwise, it's probably gonna be a little choppy today. Let me see. Attorney Dan says, how long would you wait before you place a short trade? I don't have to wait long. No, if the first, so I'm going to be having it when we switch over to TOS. I'm going to be looking for some kind of a green candle. This is what I would plan on. If I get that green candle, my entry is going right here. So it could be 4 minutes before I at least set the order. And if it comes in like a green highway, ooh, even better. Even better. All right. Let's see what else you guys are looking at. Bearish retest on Roku. Yeah, that would look like a pretty good spot to attempt it. Yep. So you have a bearish retest gap. You are right at that 10 EMA. This would probably be a decent one for looking for some kind of support right at a previous VWAP. If this thing does dip down, look for a bounce somewhere around 40, 49, 33. I would even say you could probably throw a stop under there somewhere. And you do have about $2 and about $2.10 to the high side. So putting some kind of like 80-cent stop, 90-cent stop, just coming into retesting that candle could be a decent 2-hour trade as well. Let's throw this a little bit higher on the list, see if we can get that little bullish buy. And again, maybe Microsoft has changed sentiment of the market. I don't know if that's the case. It is what it is. But before, I mean, I can't say before today because it didn't happen yet. But recently, last week and a half, 2 weeks, all dips have been bought up. Do I think this dip is exactly the same as the other one? No, I think this one is a little bit different. But if we open and there is that sentiment for, oh, great, I missed all of this. I missed this big move prior. I'm getting a little bit, and I think Microsoft is just way overvalued still. So in a long-term basis, I'm not buying for the long term. But any chance you looking at UK shares RR? Let me just see if I could even pull that up. Is that traded? Is it this one? Recharge resources. Rolls Royce. Got you. Okay. This, I believe this one. I remember looking at this one a long time ago. I feel like it gaps a lot, but and I don't know how volume is on this thing either. So right now, at least, we don't have any real, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, we don't have any real gaps or anything like that. So this thing has been running kind of decent. Let me see. Where were we before in this thing? I will say we are at some kind of a much bigger support resistance. Longevity of this thing, it's just been very, very choppy. So here's our downtrend break on this one. For day trade wise, I don't really see anything great. Depends on how we're kind of opening. So I don't see anything I love on a day trade wise, but there's our downtrend break. We didn't really come down. I guess that was probably a wave 1, 2. This is probably a wave 3. We did run into decent what should have been resistance. So far looks like we broke through it. That being said, Again, nothing on a day trade basis. It's a little too high for me to buy now. What I would love to see is some kind of, if I was trying to swing trade this thing, wait for a pullback, maybe about a 50% retrace. So something in the 101.40 zone would be a much better entry. So hopefully we get rejected from there, and then you get that wave 5 that comes up. Rivian, RIVN. There's a company that burns money, is Rivian. I think I saw a commercial for Rivian the other day. It's crazy. Yeah, it was just a Rivian driving down the highway with the windows open, and just money was flying out the windows on the I-95. It was crazy. I was like, I want one. It's just Rivian, decent little candle, some good bullish volume. That candle did get us above the 10 EMA. Probably support. So let's see if we get, again, this is a gap and go. So I would not be looking to go bullish. I don't know if I could also go bearish. You're looking at, if you do go bearish, probably be shaving some shares at least 1723 just in case, but I would expect 1723 to be the bounce spot. If you do want to go long, that would also be the spot to maybe see if we get some kind of candles down in that zone. But yeah, Rivian, as a day trade, we can make some money on day trades on it. As a company in general, for a longer term investment, probably never for me. But yeah, you're smacking that right in the range of that big candle. You do have that 10 coming in above you. Probably it's going to cause a little hiccup in a bearish play. You're watching Netflix, so Netflix is supposedly supposed to be opening 360.70. We'll see where this thing opens. Obviously, massive run. This, on a wave count basis, this might be a time to start selling some cover calls if you got some shares. So here's our uptrends. We did manage to get right back into it, which is nice. Otherwise, 1, 2, this could have been a 3, 4, 5 potentially. It is definitely run up. So this candle right here is the earnings, and it is a nice gap and go. So probably does have some good bullish momentum, but this is now 1, 2, 3 candles in a row that are just all green. I would be looking for some kind of a dip, maybe even do a Fibonacci. That will take you to about 50% retest, somewhere around the 345 zone, roughly. So if you're looking to fade this thing, yeah, that could be decent. I would be looking to take partials on this one at 357.65. I mean, based on the recent chart, it's very, very difficult to short Netflix. Typically, will short you. So be careful. It's got, out of all the stocks out there, it's got some momentum in a bullish direction. That being said, though, it has three strong days in a row. Probably would expect some kind of pullback. It's still just an inside day, though. Shop is up pre-market. SHOP, as at least as an early morning play. So like Netflix, we might be able to get some kind of opportunity a little bit later in the day, but as the bell rings, I really kind of want to focus on what are people freaking out about, because then we could kind of capitalize on that. Shopify. Yeah, so this one's gapping up, but at $44, I think personally valuation's out of control. Nice little head and shoulders. This to me looks like some kind of, and again, technically this was a previous gap up that the bears sold. Right? So we had that, and it's not so much the bears sold. I think that is profit taking from a quite hefty move. But the bears or the bulls were not able to bring it back. This again is a nice little gap up, still inside day candle from yesterday. Not quite sure how it's going to go, but just looking at the head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders, that's probably our neckline. This red candle was the retest into it. So possibly a good buy the dip if it comes in. And again, that's probably how I'd look to play it. So if we get some kind of fade, maybe we get some momentum up higher. We're definitely above the 10 EMA. That looks good. And again, there's that neckline I'm watching. So we already came in, retested it, but it is an inside candle. It doesn't mean I won't trade it for the day, but probably out of the gate might be a little tough. Oh, yeah. Is that the glitch candle? Oh, I forgot. Now that's going to be annoying. I mean, it still came down. It's weird how like glitches happen and then the charts are still like, well, that would be the spot to bounce. Ay, ay, ay. The problem that's going to drive me crazy with those glitches. All those candles are still printed in history. T is gapping up. T is going to be a horrible. uh, T is going to be tough to day trade. T doesn't do anything ever. Usually T is going to be a long-term investment, if you want to call it that. It just does nothing ever. It is a decent little gap up. Let me see. It's clearing some kind of pivots. You do have this open gap. Probably targets on this one would be to about $20.54. So that would give you about 65 cents if you could get all the way up there. 4 minutes till market open. All right. Good for dividends on T. For right now, they just keep in mind they just split with Warner Brothers too. So the company itself is in bad shape. They do have the decent dividend. However, right now, since a lot of stocks have been raising their dividends, and then you had this rough year of market selling off, it's an only okay attractive dividend right now. There's other companies out there personally that I like that have the chance of not only paying good dividends that are sitting there, but there are also some companies that are in a longer term will actually grow, as opposed to T, which for the most part just does that, just trades sideways. So, and then they honestly, AT&T should probably not pay a dividend. They should probably reinvest in themselves, get out of some of the debt that they have. But they know if we sell this, if we get rid of the dividend or start decreasing dividends, the only reason people are holding us is because we give out dividends. So they're kind of in a rock and a hard place. I'll take a look at Ford. And then I think we should probably see if we can take a look at Tesla as well. Although Tesla could be a tough one because we got earnings tonight too. So you might get some odd, strange movements. Looks like it's popping a little bit on my other screen. Yep. So technically this is a gap and go, but you're still inside this candle. Again, so and gap and goes are created differently, right? I like the gap and goes that make people it forces the hand for people to react. So if I was bullish here, okay, great, I'm still profitable. If I was bullish here, I'm still profitable. Even if I was bearish, I'm not even down that much. I'm like, okay, it's still hanging out. This is the candle we have to break. This is just an inside candle. So we are gapping down, but not really from the last candle that actually made somebody react. All right. We've got one more minute. Let's see if we can get PM. Philip Morris. I wonder if MO is also moving then. This one's not on earnings, anything like that. That's a decent one. It's not technically a gap and go because it was a green candle yesterday, even though it's a high wave. I like that location a lot though. Targets on this one will probably take you to about 103.67. All right, let me get switch the screen over to TOS. We'll get some of the stocks up real quick. Again, I'm watching that first 3-minute candle heavily on some of these stocks that have a little momentum behind them, and then we're going to try to ride some of that if at all possible. I'm not honestly, even though it does look like a pretty bearish day, I'm not overly bearish. What was it? Microsoft. We'll change Apple. Going. See if we get anything there. Already got Tesla. Chips are doing decent. HBI will take off, so we'll do what's the other one? Shop. We'll do Shop. I just sort the Q's gap. Yeah. It's not exactly the most bullish day out there, but also we are to some extent at least, having a little bit of support that we're gapping down into. So I'm going to try to be a little patient, kind of. So this is okay. So we're only down 3% on Microsoft. We are getting that little high wave candle. Let's get to the lab and work. Let's see if we can get some numbers. I really want that to be a red candle. I mean, a green candle on Microsoft. That would be a beautiful high wave. That's not going to happen, is it? Shopify. Again, out of everything in the market, that's the only one kind of running bullish. For the most part. Don't bull my bear party. You can have your bear party. Let me just see Microsoft real quick again. If it is, I don't think it was at any type of support, but if it is, and this candle wants to be red, technically it was a retest yesterday, and we might be able to play that one bullish. It's just, yeah, it's down a lot. I'd rather go bearish on this thing. Let's go 233.72. 233.72. I can see if it goes up. I mean, that would make sense. But I prefer to be riding this thing bearish. 235.07. 07. So this is how this trade would look. My personal day trade MSFT 233.72 by 235.07. Obviously hold on that one. We're getting big red candles. It's already blowing through our entry. You see that in the chat now, right, Dan? You just ahead of the game. I'm not chat AI. I can only go so quick. I was doing that chat, what is it, chat GPT thing. I must say I was pretty impressed. DJ AI. All right, shop kind of coming down again. Market is selling. Let's see if we can break through some of those supports. I think we had it at 395. So right around this 395 is a spot that I would assume would kind of have to bounce. Tesla might be interesting too around here. I don't like how big the stop is, but it's okay. 140.35. 35. This is, come on, notification. Stop on this one would be 142.05. 142.05. So we get about $2. It could be interesting. Just need that candle to close green. That's it. My personal day trade 233.72 by 235.07. Tesla. This is how it would look. I have to wait for this candle to close, so I'm not putting in this one yet, but I'm getting ready just in case. Just FYI. No, Tesla. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm out of my mind. Yeah, hold on. I was reading the wrong line from my sheet. We'd be waiting all day for this one. We'd be waiting all day. 140.35 by 142.05. All right. That's how that one will look. Good call. Replace the twos. Well, no. Just ignore those numbers altogether. I have my spreadsheet's got 5 lines on it, so if I have to do quick updates and stuff, I could. But this would be a bearish play. I'm waiting like 10 more seconds to get this one out there, and then I'll draw the lines on the charts and then share that with Slack as well. But the danger zone here, right? The danger zone for us is we know 395 we think is going to be some type of maybe bounce spot, which means I'll probably have to move my stops very quickly if we're not able to break through that. The only difference with this one is obviously that now this should be a double bottom, and if we could break lower than that, I would expect a little bit of a flush. Whether it happens or not is two different things. The real OG. So your entry price, so it's a bearish play. So the first number is always your entry. The second number is always your stop. So your entry on this one is to go bearish, to go short is 140.35. And then my stop is going to be 142.05. Yep. Okay. That's good enough for me. I'm going to take it. I'll throw it out there. Whether we get the bounce here or not, I'm kind of expecting the bounce, but just in case, worst case, maybe I get to cancel it. Let me get this up on the chart. Tessie. All right. NVIDIA's running like crazy. By the way, NVIDIA's got some crazy exposure to AI. So in a weird way, if you guys want to look at something that, if you think AI is the next big thing, NVIDIA, which already makes money, is established. Otherwise, you'll hear like a bunch of people like, "What's the next Amazon?" Like, nah, just buy the Amazon then. What? Right now, but the profit I would be looking for is 2 Rs, which would be 136.95. But this is going to be a cancel very shortly. Just waiting for this candle to close. That's all. It's very, very likely this one does get canceled. And again, we're still at that support spot. So this is why, like, yeah, I mean, the market looks bearish, but it's got some good support. It's got some cray. We'll see. Shop. Is Shop going to move? That might be an interesting one, too. Let's see. Let's go bullish, I guess. 145.57. I mean, 145. Sheesh, my numbers are crazy today. 45.56. We're going to throw a stop somewhere at 44.40. I'll just use Shop on the other screen. Such an interesting location. I'm worried about the trap that could come in on this one, but I think still it's decent. If we were to get in that trade, we would have to break. If we would need 46.18 to break. Where's our target? 47.88. That's a very, very doable target. Let's give that one another couple minutes. Let's see if we could avoid maybe a trap on this one. Otherwise, I kind of do like it in the bullish direction. It's going to have one key spot that we really have to break. If it does, I mean, it's a massively nice trade. Tesla's going to be canceled, so let's cancel that one. I'm going to take that one off the book. Cancel Tesla. So again, we said that should be potentially the bounce spot. And again, the play was if it's not, and the market does start to want to break down. We have a 10 EMA coming in on Microsoft. RSI is a little bit low, or I'm sorry, the MACD is a little bit low. Almost kind of want to wait for a retest on that one. Again, this is also like down a decent amount on Microsoft. 3.7 at some kind of support. Boeing trying to fight back for Boeing. Got a little bit of a 10 EMA bullish, kind of, at least for extended hours. Microsoft is the 10 EMA. Yep. So that's up there. If you did want to take it, I think that's kind of a little bit of a potential bounce spot. So if I was to short Microsoft, I kind of want to do it higher. Amazon's getting a little bit of a bounce. $95 is going to be a struggle bus with that one. Otherwise, that's a 10 EMA in the sense of extended hours, probably not with non-extended. Jordan Hooks hopping in on Philip Morris PM. Yep. Good move. Is MO having the same love today? Look at this chart because of the stupid one candle. Yep, nothing with MO. MO could actually be decent. I don't really day trade MO. I really don't. Let me see MO real quick. It would just be the only reason I would take it is a sympathy for. It's gonna be tough. I like that pattern a lot. I like that little pyramid. We got RSI slightly oversold. We'd have to get really. I'd like to play this candle 144, but we'd have to come in better on pricing 44.79. Again, it would just be a sympathy. SPY's bouncing a little bit. That could help. Ugh. 44.79. It's just that it's gonna be boring. We're gonna be watching paint dry probably. It's not that great to day trade. Attorney Dan says, help with Microsoft, please. Let's see. Are you in Microsoft yet, or are you just kind of thinking about it? Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Dan shorted it. Okay. Just have your stops in place. Yep. Right now, at least, this is still retest zone for Microsoft. So I'm not exactly convinced yet, but be very careful on this one because Microsoft is down a decent amount. Otherwise, you're really looking for this S curve. So like this is a spot on this S curve where I was like, if we want to short, I really don't know if I want to take that breakdown. I want to wait for that retest. That would also be right here. So this is the spot I think to attempt short, but have those stops in place. Only risk the R unit. I see what you're going for. I mean, it's obviously weaker, but we could get that weird little bounce today as opposed to just pure gap and go runnage. That's what I'm afraid of. But you're going to need this one to kind of break down a little bit. This candle right here. We got to get under that. This has got to be the spot that holds if you're going to go short. Isn't Microsoft a retest gap? Yeah, it is a retest gap, 100%. The problem with it is it's retesting. It's a retest gap, but it's below this candle, so that's trapping just a lot more people. Can I speak in numbers? 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I don't know what numbers you want me to speak about. You're short. You just need to go down. Let's go with this way, Dan. What is your entry? What is your stop? And then I could have some numbers to kind of go off of. This zone right here, again, it's not like this to the penny. This is where it has to reverse, but I would be looking at this range. So essentially what this is an S curve right now, which is a bearish S curve, right? That's what you're anticipating for this to happen. So you come down, you sell off, you get a little bit of a retest. And if this is going to S curve bearish, this has got to be the spot. And again, it's not to the penny or anything, but we have some kind of pre-market support. If you're going to go bullish, that should not really get broken. But now the market's telling us, okay, let's break down. Right? Anybody that was wrong saying, well, I'm just going to buy it off that support and this thing's going to be a retest, this should be the spot where they go, I was wrong. Market's giving me a shot to get out for less of a loss. I'm getting out. This is where I think this thing should fade down to really help out that bearish position that you have. But if it doesn't, so again, it depends on where your stops are. So initially, my stops probably would have been the high of the day because that would definitely tell me I'm wrong. But your setup might be different. So I would say that should be my stop. And at this point, I'd probably lower it down to, just to give you a number, I'd probably try to lower it down to about 234.65. And then if you get that breakthrough and you drop to new lows of the day, then I'd be dragging that stop down to 234.12. Right? Otherwise, your biggest concern here is that this does turn into a double bottom and we come up for a little bit of a bigger retest on this. AMD has a long way to drop if it goes bear. Let me see. AMD. Oh, by the way, I got some things to announce today too. Don't let me forget. Kind of pumped. Kind of pumped. We got some crazy news. Crazy. All right, AMD. You're saying if it's got a long way to drop. Let me see on the other screen just where the VPOCs are. AMD. There we go. You made 65 shorting Microsoft. Great job. Nice. Yeah, on AMD, I'd be looking for if this thing does. We're still the second day inside that big green candle on AMD. I think AMD is going to be a little bit chop fest. And it does have some kind of support from today's VPOC sitting around 73.19. So if we get a pullback, what I would imagine happens on this one is we get pullback into about that 17.20, 17.19, 73.19 zone, and then maybe look for that S curve there. But all of this is in a much bigger candle still, and it might be a little chop fest. Roku, 10 EMA, ROKU. Tesla's looking a little choppy as well. Haven't really done anything on the SPY yet, so I'm not in a trade yet, obviously, but I'm kind of glad that I'm not. You do have that 10 EMA. You got 1, 2, 3 candles. Let me just see what this little longer term chart is telling me. A longer term on a daily, we're right into that 89. Also going to be tough barrier to break. 15-minute, just a big old high wave. You probably got some time to sit on this one before we make a move. Usually, once you have those high waves, the next couple candles is nothing crazy. So just be careful getting into this one. It could get a little trappy. But the Amazon one doesn't look horrible. Let me see on the Zon. This is, we said 89.80, I think. So 92.58. 92.58. And this is a 10 EMA play, so 93.45. 93, we'll go 46. Target long. Yeah, we can make this work. If we get rejected and we fail here, my personal day trade, AMZN, 92.58 by 93.48. That's how this would look. I'm going to start to type the numbers out in the broker. And I'd also be checking one more thing on the chart, just make sure there's no other resistance or anything else I missed. No, I like this one a lot. We have to avoid a double bottom. That's it. Let me get this out to Slack world. Okay. And let me get this on the charts. As a 10 EMA, I'm going to go for a 1.2 on this one. I'm not looking to hit the home run on this. So target $91.54. 52 cents, sorry. And I'll try to map it out. The one concern, biggest concern, is that this is double bottom. If this thing turns into double bottom, we get hosed. This is short. Yep. First number is the entry. Second number is stop. So if that second number is higher, it's going to be a short. And we could definitely get hosed on this one if this turns into a double bottom. We will see. So let me get the stop. So stop on this one, J. All right, this is 93.46. All right, let's go entry 92.58. This is bearish entry. And then the target on this one would be 91.52. 5.2. This is target. Okay. All right. Let's get that break low of the day. If we could do that, smooth sailing. If not, we're going to have to try to just lose less than an hour on the trade, just in case. But I'm anticipating that daily breakdown was a little tremendous. Tesla starting to go too. Maybe SPY's running with it. We'll see. Chuck's in the house. I'll put the link to TradingView into the chat pane so if you guys want to see just kind of how that's mapped out. And again, all we're trying to do is just avoid that double bottom. And if the market could kind of collapse a little bit, that would be tremendous. We'll see. We are below today's VPOC, which is great. Let me throw this same chart into Slack as well. So anybody in the RLT community that wants to take a look at it could do that as well. BEA, beautiful. Tesla puts are printing. Yeah, nice little bounce and fade on that one. And again, the SPY really hasn't done much, which is a cause to concern. What kind of like, is the SPY fading as well? I don't know. Tesla's definitely a nice little dumpage. Those puts will definitely be sitting pretty at this point. Didn't really give us much of a setup to take though for trade purpose, except it was just buy some puts high and hopefully get that crumbled down. All right, let's get some more pressure out there in the market. Bring it down. Energy's breaking down. Okay. We got that one. I'm seeing if there's anything else that we'd like to. So we have Amazon bearish. Again, two issues obviously with this one is obviously it's down 3.5%. We're only shooting for a 1.2 on it, so it's not crazy. I do like the daily open. The fact again that we're just kind of trading underneath all that volume. It came back, it retested. This should be, I think, a breakdown. We have one last hurdle, which is this. Maybe Tesla can give us that little extra boost, and now the SPY is coming down with it, which is perfect. So hopefully that low tide could bring the boats down even further. And we will see. We got Roku. And then my question is, can we get more than a 1.2 on this one? Let's see if we can move stops before we do that. Let me go to hourly charts. This looks like a fantastic. I'm going to take that 1.2. I'm going to just lock it there. Target for Tesla. So if you guys are in Tesla short, I'd be looking for where's I lost it on my other screen. TSLA. There's definitely going to be some fear out there on the Tessie. Honestly, probably about here. I would shave a couple shares. Right around here, I would take some, and then I'd be looking to let this thing ride all the way down to 134.42. That's where I would either be completely out or take some more shares. And then if things get crazy in the market, the final target for me would be 130.84. So those are the three spots I'd be watching very, very heavily. Texas says great Tesla Titan trade, all out, beautiful. BEA, beautiful. So some of the guys in the Tesla Titan group, they did hammer that short, just fantastic. Boeing looks like it's S curving a little bit. I do like that close on the SPY. So again, I do keep my SPY on the 5 minute because I want to see a little bit longer overview of what's actually happening. That was a very, very good close at the low of the day. So I think momentum is definitely to the bearish side of things, but let's see again if Amazon wants to cooperate or not. We are at that crucial level. So if we can get this, if we can get a nice close below it, well, then probably I wouldn't say the double bottom still off the table. It could be one new lower low. Otherwise, on the daily, this thing looks horrendous. And if I had to pick a direction, that would be the one. Bearish. And we could get room all the way down to this 89, 87. It's possible, but we're already down 4% already. Let's see. Which is if Tesla breaks. Hello, Irene. Let me just check Woody's chart out. Yeah, that it could get ugly. I don't know how far it comes today though, because again, after hours we do have earnings, but I don't think people are having like, a little pep in their step and excited for those earnings. I'm more excited for the forecast than I am the earnings, quite honestly. All right, let's see if we get a little more on the Zon. Let's see if we can move stops at all as well. I think we should be able to. Let's get stops down. Question as to where. Let's go 93.15. No, let's go a little higher than that. Let's take this one to 93.22. So just a little bit. 93.22 is the new stop for AMZN. I'll go why I didn't pick the 93.09 soon. 1 second. And by all means, I'm taking my trades. I'm playing it how I would. Everyone's got different risk tolerance. Everyone's got different plans. Everyone's got different amount of R's for the month that they're either up or down, trying to come back, try to keep gains, all that stuff. Let me share one more screen with you guys. And then we'll share the news, I think. And I think we can share that. So we have a nice wave count on this thing, right? I think to some extent, this is probably some kind of a 1, 2. We're probably in wave 3. I'm expecting, and I would love to see us hit targets just on a pure drop, get us out. It is what it is. And then Amazon can do whatever it wants for the rest of the day. That's what I would love in my fantasy unicorn world that I live in. But you do right now have 1, 2, 3. This is candle 4 after a relatively decent breakdown on the Zon. So for me, I'm expecting, whether it happens or not, I'm expecting a retest. So all of this profit that we're seeing in the account right now, that could get wiped. It's very possible. We could still be back down on this position, and I'm okay with that. I do have VPOC here, right? So that should be my next kind of support if we get, but I don't know where this retest comes to. So I do want to keep my stops a little bit higher. Expect that roll down, and then we get that one last wave, and it's either we'll do some kind of market exit if it looks like it's kind of stolen out a little bit, or get stops down further. This way we can't lose. So I just don't want to go too overly aggressive, knowing that. And again, I'm using 4 candles, like the last 4, but really this breakdown started happening here. So we have a pretty crazy breakdown already. That's a big move within the matter of whatever it is, 15 minutes. Let's see if I could just update my chart with the new stop. Did I put that into Slack? 93.22. But again, that's how my plan is. That's how I'm looking to trade it. Does not mean that everybody has to do the same. All right, let's get this chart over here. SPY is breaking at 395. Uh-oh. Waterfall. Let's go. Let's go. Shave the third. Oh yeah, Google puts. There you go. Lock some profit where you can. All right, what do we need on this one? 91.52. So we need about 36 more cents, 37 more cents. It's doable, but again, this is a big move without any bounce whatsoever. that I'm not liking. But we're only going for that 1.2. So let's hold. Let's wait. Adobe broke down. Got 2 R's. Nice, beautiful. Lock and load, 2 R's. Oh yeah, so let me see. Let me see if it's up and running. Hold on. Emily says the news is ready. All right, cool. I just want to get to this page. Yeah, so I was talking to Jeremy last night. I mean, that should be news enough, honestly. But what I was kind of going over is I was like, it'd be different. So I've been doing obviously the mentor groups for like the mentor groups for 2 years, something like that. Usually all of my groups are like 8 p.m. nighttime and the markets are closed. So we were talking. I was like, all right, let's do something different. We have a lot of people in here that really want to learn the market, really want to enrich lives of themselves, of others. And I think a different take on it for me, so this is something I've never done, is actually host a mentor group during opening hours. So it's going to be, we're taking the first 8 people that hop in. So we got 8 slots available. It's 500 because we want to keep the price relatively low just to be able to take trades together. I mean, and I mean, 1 R could cover cost of it, but we're going to be going over, we're going to build out the trading plans. We're going to do live trading. We're going to learn how to scan for stocks, how to find those stocks that are really having momentum, learn the sentiment of it. We're going to learn how to play the gaps. Like I said before, all gaps are not created equally. So when to take those shorts, where not to. We're going to be using the VPOC to find levels in terms of where good targets are, how to even get the VPOCs on the chart, make sure everybody's chart is set up correctly. And then also look for reversals, which then we could probably use a little bit later in the day and things like that. So again, I'm super pumped. I've never done one during the market where we could actually not only learn about the market, but then take trades as well. And I was like, all right, essentially we have even if we have an R of $100, we could probably easily essentially be a free course for everybody. And I think that's a win-win for everybody. So that is live now. All you guys got to do, if you do want to do it, you go to reallifetrading.com. You click on the mentoring tab, which would be here. And then you scroll down to the different courses. Let's see if we have any other ones out there right now. Anybody else, just FYI too, and we do have different groups at different times. So it looks like Matt still has a group that he's putting out. I'm not sure if this is in this. So February 2nd to the 28th. This is going to go through some of the Momo strategies, some of the bot trading, all of that stuff as well. We do have the masterclass, by the way, too. So we just launched. This is the second one we've done of the 90-day course, but this one we do have. I believe they're going to be running it again. So this one is locked, I think, for the next. What are we in for this group? Probably this is the first week of it. I'm not sure. Second week of it. But that will be coming out. So that's 90 days of trading. That's all meet at night. But Franco's in that one. He says best course ever. Beautiful. So, Tana. Yeah. All right. So joining us. So now we're down to 7 slots. 7 slots on that one. I'm pumped. That's going to be fun. So yeah, I was thinking about this. I was like, if we're able to learn and then apply it and then like actually make ours in the group as well, that would be crazy. So I'm super pumped, but just wanted to put that out there. We are starting it again. It's 8 weeks. You do get Slack with it as well, so you'll be tied into the RLT community during the full 2 months. And we're gonna meet. And I put on the times. I put on the times 9:15 to 10:15, just so I could give a website. We're gonna probably adjust it a little bit, just not on the website. where we'll meet probably a little bit sooner, hang out a little bit later, just depending on what the market's doing. But I just want to have some kind of time frame, so it's not like, all right, hour, we're done. So we'll give as much time as we need to be able to do that, and that starts next Tuesday. So right around the corner. All right, let's check out our Amazon trade. Am I in this Amazon trade still, or did we just nail that to the penny? Okay. Well, somehow, some way, we nailed that to the penny. I'm looking at the candles. I'm like, really? Once 1.2, wrap it up. Yeah, I'm looking at the broker. They got it. Target hit on AMZN for 1.2. All right, throw that in Slack. BEA beautiful. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I was shocked we got that to the penny. I was like, this is nah. To the penny? Although Hector was here last week where we almost got stopped out of the trade and we got saved by a penny too. So I don't know. Maybe January is 1 penny month for DJ. 1 penny DJ. Oh yeah, you had the funded account, right? All right. Rock says I like it better when it doesn't retest. Let's just do that. Yeah. That was a out of all the scenarios, that is the unicorn one that I was talking about. Like, I would love just to run it right to targets and then do whatever it wants to do. But I was expecting a bounce prior. All right, they want to give me unicorn today. I'll take it. We'll go unicorn. Win says, do I do weddings? I don't do weddings, Win. I rock weddings. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. For 1 penny, I'm in. All right. Let's see if we can find something else. So we still got a full 52 minutes for Johnny. Perfect. Just trying to do a time check of, do I want to set up but we got lots of time to run it up again. Lots of time. I would not short here on Tesla. Not yet, Jose. And it's probably a short. Yeah. There's going to be a short on Tesla. This is the short. The question now is how much of a short? What I mean by that is, I don't know pre-market. If this is a 1, 2, this becomes our 3, 4, 5, right? And if we're using a bigger time frame with pre-market, okay, this would definitely be a short. We probably make new lower lows. There's money to be made. I get it. If I'm not using pre-market and I'm saying this is some type of a 1, 2, 3, 4, this is going to be a much shorter wave 5. And again, I mean, we did get a little bit of bounce, good consolidation. I do think this thing heads lower. Just how much at this point? So if you're gonna scalp it or look for something like that, I mean, if this is a green candle and you want to do a quick little tight setup, which is not even giving us that green candle right now. Same thing, by the way, on Amazon. I think Amazon does go lower, but we got tagged for that 1.2, so we'll take it. PM still looking good. Selling gap moving up. Yeah, with Shopify just came out and fizzled. That was, and again, it makes sense. It was still inside yesterday's range. PM did look good. I didn't think we were running this crazy though. That's a pretty nutty run. Probably starting to get a little overextended. I mean, 2.3% on a normal stock is like, yeah, okay. It had a day. 2.3% on Philip Morris, which is again just a good retirement stock. That's a little bit crazy. Hector says, by the way, make sure you all tune in Friday for the Real Life Real Estate Investing Program. Yeah, I will say this about the real estate program. If you guys are, the only reason to miss it is because of like emergency. That's it. Because if you guys have any interest whatsoever in real estate, definitely tune in, because both Hector and Luis give crazy solid, good information if you guys are looking to get into the real estate game. And I would also say, if you have zero interest in real estate, you should probably also tune in to the real estate portion with Hector and Luis, because I could almost guarantee you probably have a lot of interest after sitting through it. So yeah, so that's a good point too. Let's pull up the calendar. Let's do that. I'll show you guys how to get there, just so you guys know, since we're just waiting for markets to develop. Anyway, every single month we come out with our schedules, but you just go to reallifetrading.com and then you go to the live trading tab. Maybe I triple clicked on that one, but there we go. And then you'll scroll down here, and this is the calendar of every single thing that happens at Real Life Trading. Again, we typically plan it a month in advance, so it gives you enough time if you have to rearrange your schedules, something you really want to see, whatever the case. But that's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern on Friday. So make sure you guys check that one out. That's a very, very strong program for sure. And I think did we update and you could also, by the way, you could click on it and you can see who's hosting it. So I think we made a switch for RT3. I think I'm closing down the room this week, doing the afternoon swing with you guys, but I don't think that one's been updated yet. That switch just came in yesterday. Luis says we go live on the second and last Friday of each month. They keep it consistent. That's what I like to see. Those two guys, nothing else. If I say nothing else nice, it's just they're consistent. So there you go. Stephanie's comment, sweet trade. Matt says thank you. That's all you guys all hit the buttons. All right, so market again kind of fading up, but this is also this is a very strong potential retest spot for the SPY. So I'm not exactly dancing around with bells on that this thing is going to run bullish from here. We did get some candles to close above that 395. Yes, we are back above it. To me, this is showing me the direction is bearish from what the bears want to put in, and this is probably going to be a strong retest zone. Sorry, Dan, it's not to the exact penny that I could give you. But somewhere in the zone, if you're expecting bullish or want to go, if you're expecting bearish, you want to go bearish. This is roughly around the spot that you might want to take a look at some bearish potential plays. And then without, again, maybe this is the bottom and we end up retesting for the day. It's possible as well, but it gives you a good risk reward. So I'd have some kind of stop maybe, or at least be looking for now, can we get some candles to break or hold 396, roughly about 396.76. If we start getting candles above it, okay, maybe the bulls are starting to set up and they're back to fight. But for right now, that's a great retest spot and it looks to fade it. No, not Netflix, Maloney. Let's see. NFLX. NFLX. Yeah, that could get ugly. It's got a lot of room. That doesn't look like that's also into a good resistance on that one on the daily too. Malone's McGones, let me know your setup. Maybe I'll take it with you because it does look like havoc could wreak upon us. Netflix. Let's see the daily chart. I just want to see where some of these VWAPs are. QQ, which it says QQQs. Let's break here, and Irene will run like she stole something. By the way, you guys are like, who's this Irene? Because there's like 300 new people in here that's not been here prior. that have no clue what's going on when Woodshed talks. But to be fair, I've known now Woodshed for about 2 years, maybe longer, and I'm still always confused by what he says too sometimes. So don't feel like out of the loop exactly. But yeah, no, we just somehow we just started calling the massive drops in the market like Irene is coming. Just FYI. So if we're not talking about an actual person named Irene, just FYI. But I do agree. If Qs start to break a little bit more, and that's why I'm kind of looking at this Netflix too. It's looking a little attractive, but it does look like if the Qs, I would expect this first though, Woodshed. I don't know if this is the spot where we break, and it's also good support, but an attempted short for me would be somewhere up in this 283.08 zone. So again, look for that little retest come in, fail, and then Irene will start to run like she owes somebody child support. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get there. All right. Let's flip back to the charts, see what else we got. Tesla again is kind of putting that double bottom. This is what I was a little afraid of on the Tesla. I'm like, yeah, it could go short, but how much short is this thing gonna go? And it could be a lot more. This would actually be a decent 10 EMA to play, because if it does break that candle on Tesla, I do expect probably a little bit more of a bigger flush. Knowing that this was a spot on Tesla, we did reverse it. We look good there, kind of holding that double bottom. And again, I would expect now this one breaks, this chart could look a lot different by the end of the day. Google still looks strong. Let me check that out. I saw the comment and then I got caught up with Irene. Yeah, still looks strong. Watch out for that 5 wave count though. Again, we'll see how it plays out. But to me, we have wave 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5. If this turns into some kind of ABC, this could be eventually starting to get some reverse. So if you're in Google short, be careful. Maybe take a couple of shares off the table just in case. Or work those stops. Work that stop magic. Microsoft long. TMA, 10 EMA. MSFT. We're coming into a little bit of resistance now. I would not go long yet. So you're going 10 EMA. Yeah, that would have been your 10 EMA. It's a tough one to take, but that would have been your 10 EMA. At least for extended hours. I don't know where we're at on non-extended hours, but if they both matched, that would have been the 10 EMA. And the reason I say this is a very difficult one to take is because could we just fizzle out here? That should be some kind of stop. That should be some kind of stop, or a strong resistance in a worst case. And are we just kind of coming in for a double top and then we roll? That I'm not sure yet. But you would be profitable in this trade already. That first candle was your 10 EMA though. So this one I'd have to just still kind of wait this one out. I'm not like very antsy. Plus I'm up 1.2 for the day too. So I want something really, really good on that next trade. Because there's always going to be a risk in trading, right? So like, even if we wait for, we're noticing a really nice setup, a breakdown, Boeing looks like it's about to go short, whatever the setup is, it could look like a 10 out of 10 that we take all the time, and it doesn't have to work. But that's the power of the 1.2. Even if that happens, all right, I'm still up 0.2 for the day, right? So it's not like I went to work, I got paid. Fantastic. And building on that every single day is just crazy. But that being said, I don't really go into it. I don't want to take another random trade that's not really that 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, something that like looks really, really good where I can make maybe the 2Rs on. And I'd also probably go for a little bit more too. I don't really want to go on that second trade for a 1.2. So I want to have some kind of room where I'm like, all right, if this thing breaks, we have the possibility for 2Rs. And it looks like a spot where I could probably move stops, lose less than the R or something like that. Is Apple a short? Let's take a look. AAPL. By the way, who took that trade with me on Amazon? Type a quick one if you guys took the trade on Amazon. Out of curiosity. Paul was in, John was in, Erica was in. I mean, I can't even read the names are flying in. Awesome. Liam's in. B, Matt. Alex, Stephanie, Jay, Sam, Rich, Rock was in, Nick was in, Inga, Anna. Think about this mind-blowing thing. The amount of money we made as a collective team on that one trade, like if you think about it doesn't matter what your R is. As a collective team, the amount of money we just was able to dip our toes into the market and pull out a big old sea bass. I don't even know if sea basses are things. I don't go fishing. So just, I know some of you guys are gonna be like, I go fishing all the time. You cannot get sea bass from saltwater. I'm like, all right, just an example. But that's crazy. That's crazy. The amount of money we were just able to make as a collective team is crazy if you think about it. Sea basses and yeah, but that's like the Chilean. Or when I go to the restaurant, the Chilean. Can I get the Chilean sea bass? Like, get out. Get out of my restaurant. Tanya says, one, but profit exit didn't trigger, so still in. Oh, still in. Okay. Oh, this is your spot for that reversal if it should come in. Right. And again, I'm looking for support resistance a lot on trades. So this is the spot where we were expecting the retest. This is the initial, this is that initial support. We caved right through it. I would expect if this thing is going to run bearish, this is the push, especially after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles. I would be looking to what I would also do, Tanya, is lower that target a little slightly. Maybe go for a 1.4 instead of 1.2. All right. I went short on Tesla, out now in case of double bottoms. Let me just check that one. Yeah, it's kind of trading a little flat at this point, so it's building up to do something. The question is what? SPY, again, we got a perfect bounce right off that resistance. I think honestly we'll see if the bulls want to save it at that potentially create a double bottom. Same situation we were just kind of dealing with the Amazon, but the fact that we got rejected and we're still holding below that resistance is not great. I forgot I got YouTube land going too. I wonder if anybody YouTube land got that. Oh yeah, Ernesto got it. Nice. Beautiful. PFE. By the way, YouTube land, I'm not purposely ignoring you guys. FYI. It's just I got 3 screens that I use. So I keep charts on both. So I just had you guys cover it up with my trading view. But PFE, let me see what you guys are talking about there. PFE. Yeah, so it did sell off a little bit for Pfizer. Daily chart doesn't look great, but we've sold a lot already over the last few days. Decent little hammer. It's probably gonna get stuck in this little range. It's not bad though. If you are looking for some kind of breakdown, obviously we have pre-market decent looking bullish candle. They trapped everybody there, and I would be looking for some kind of retest. So I'll be looking to get in, maybe if I could get in somewhere around here, 44.85 ish, and my stop would go right above that candle. And I would expect this to be the retest, this to be the rollover, and then you get one more new down day. That daily candle though is a little terrifying because that is a good looking hammer. So, but yeah, I can see it, and you still have some kind of support on this thing too that could hold it. But shorting it up here somewhere, getting in there a little bit high, see if we get that breakthrough that would allow me to move my stops down, and I think I'd be a comfortable position. you did want to take that. T stayed strong. The one day people buy T. T. Yeah. Watch out for that wave count here. So we got pre-market 1, 2. That's a 3, 4, 5. 6.5%. People are getting really excited in that retirement account. Tyler says, I live in Charleston, South Carolina. We have sea bass in our waters. All right, I believe you. I believe they're probably a thing. But if you put a sea bass and a goldfish next to each other, I'll be like, God, they look like, I don't know, mermaids to me. I don't know. They all look the same. Tony says, yep, it's a VPOC VWAP using my stops. Thoughts on NVIDIA? Let's see if I can get a bigger time frame on NVIDIA. Nah, you don't know the Pennsylvania goldfish though, Thomas Wong. Thomas Wong says, pretty sure there's a big difference in size between goldfish and sea bass. But no, we grow them different out here though. It's different. We got a nuclear power plant like 15 miles from the house. So yeah, they're a different breed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm looking at daily. This is your probably ABC. The video looks like it's I mean, it's been bought up from the lows. This looks to me, if we could get into a short somewhere around, I would need this thing a little bit higher. So somewhere around 183, 188.33. If we could get a spot there, maybe it's a tad lower, 188.05, something like that. This way you could get your almost guaranteed fill, and then probably a stops high of the day. That would look good. This is the 100. I'm sorry, the 200 EMA. So we are getting a little bounce off there now, but even just going out to a longer term picture of this massive, just insanely crazy move. And I know you guys can't really see the candles from this point of view, but you just need the patterns. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's your ABC. This is our breakdown of that ABC. And that's why I'm saying catch it a little bit higher for that short. And what I would be expecting is this, and Irene comes out for Woodshed. That's what I would be expecting. So I do think short, probably not at the current moment. Let this thing bounce a little bit higher, and then I'd have a much better risk reward, I think. Bulls are trying to hold. Yeah, Win says bulls are holding. They're definitely trying. Chilean Swedish fish in PA. Which bought Irene some flowers, made her gentleman, pure gentleman. All right, I'm not seeing anything else that's really crazy right now. The video we could watch for if it gets up there. I might join in with that short. I was using the 15-minute chart for that 5 wave count. So it would be a trade where I'd probably expect to be in there a little bit longer. And again, I mean, if this market breaks, the NVIDIA is probably going to go with it. Shopify might be interesting for a potential breakdown here. There's your 10 EMA. If you guys want to take that one, that's possible. Is anybody else in PA? Anybody else living in Pennsylvania? No. Eric says yes. Well, Jeremy, I know you live in PA. Jay's in Pittsburgh. That's kind of counts, I guess. I'm guessing Jay's a Steelers fan. Sarah, where are you from, Sarah? Yeah, no. Carol used to live like 15 minutes from me, I think. And then you found out you live 15 minutes from me. You moved to a different state. That's crazy. She's like, I gotta sell. That's it. Coopersburg. I'm not sure where that is. Is that closer to Pittsburgh, probably? Eric says just south of you. So Erickson around the Pittsburgh. Man, everybody's Pittsburgh side. Okay. Oh, Sarah's Coopersburg is south of Allentown. Yeah, Allentown's probably hour and a half ish away from me, I think. I'm 45 minutes north of Philly, so I'm like King of Prussia area. I'm over there. Erica says Kansas. You're not even playing by the rules, Erica. Kansas is a different state, unless there's a Kansas PA, which there could be. And then sorry, I apologize. It's like you're in Kansas. I'm like, that's definitely not PA. It's like, no, Kansas, PA. And I'm like, oh, my bad. I live on Kansas Street. King of Prussia, I know that. Sarah was born in Philly. That's where I live. Cabo San Lucas. You guys are just throwing out places. you guys are like, there we go. Germany, Pennsylvania. There we go. That must be a place too. Chicago, PA. Okay. Do you say you live in Candy Crush? I live in the metaverse. It's where I spend most of my day, just in the meta. Speaking of meta, what's that one doing? Man, I lost control of the room. I lost control. Guys are just shouting things out. Starting to sound like heckling at this point. It's crazy. Oh, Las Vegas for you going to? Am I saying your name right, Ina? Did I say that correct? Are you going to the Las Vegas show? I don't know if you know. I don't even know if you know. Let's see. This is unfortunately not this year. Let's see. Do I have the info on the Vegas show? Let me take a look. Slideshow. I do got it. All right, new share. I got this right here. Yep, that's right. RLT got Vegas happening. If anybody's interested in options, you've got some of the best option traders I know teaching this course. You got Tony, which he graced us with his presence on Tuesday. So if some of you guys were there for that, I mean, you already know. But we have that. Jeremy's going to be there. I believe Matt's going to be there. I think John. We'll find out from Johnny if he's going to be there. He's coming in right after me. I think Johnny said he's going. But just an awesome time that should be in Vegas. I don't know. Yeah, February 26th to March 1st. I don't know. Maybe I have to check the calendar. I haven't booked anything yet for myself, just because I think I had something I'm supposed to be doing. But if anybody's out on the West Coast or anybody just needs a reason to go to Vegas, and then also just swell the brain up with awesome information for options, how to be profitable consistently trading them, I definitely don't want to probably miss that one. But yeah, that's the information. So Park MGM is where we're staying. I love it. So many cool things happen at RLT. And I mean, it's all possible because of the community. That's it. Like, I wish I could say something different, but it has nothing to do with RLT. It's has to do completely with you guys, honestly. Like, and then those events, because I've been to a bunch of the retreats and seminars just to go and actually meet you guys and hang out, and you guys learn different things from each other, from us, we learn from you. It's crazy. Just the community. Johnny might not be attending. I guess they don't let him out of Hawaii. It's okay. But what I could promise is we could Zoom Johnny from Vegas, and that could happen too. So kind of it's like he's there. Jenny says, come here and hang out then. To Australia. Yeah, we got Jenny in Australia. Yeah, I would, but That's like that's like a week commitment just for the flight. I'm pretty sure. Pretty positive. I would love to go to. First of all, you gotta tell me where in Australia, because that's like me saying, "Hey, I'm from Pennsylvania." You're like, Pittsburgh's 6 hours away, and apparently Germany, Pennsylvania is even further. So I'm not sure, but you were right in Sydney, huh? Yeah, if I was to go to Australia, that's the zone I would be in. So I'm gonna have to put that on the calendar. Eventually, I'm gonna come out and see you, Jenny. Oh, Sochi says there will be 3 real estate bonus sessions in Vegas. Nuh-uh. I can't handle so much stuff all at once. Wynn says, I thought she said Bonn, Germany. Yeah, she said that, but then I edited it to to just be in Pennsylvania. I just want everyone to be here with me. That's it. Melanie says, Dan, I will attempt this 10 EMA on Netflix. The net of the flicks. Let me see. NFLX. I mean, the SPY does look like it's about to dump. This is probably anything leaning to the short direction is probably where you want to sit. Yeah, that's a beautiful retest spot too. All right, let's see if we could play this one with Malone's. At least let me see what those numbers are. If we still got 23 minutes till Johnny G takes over. Jeff says waiting for NVIDIA pullback a little more than possible short. Yep, I agree with that, Jeff. Am I going to be too late on this Netflix now? Let me see. Right around here is where Malone's probably getting in now. 360.22. You going to throw your stop all the way up there though, Maloney? That would be a little tough for me. Maybe I go 362.06. 362.06. I don't know if this thing falls out of bed, but that would take us to 358.01. In a weird sense, it kind of looks a little like a bearish pennant pattern too, which is why I like this trade. But then we have to definitely make new lows. We got something like this. Chop. I mean, this sentiment is definitely bearish. My only problem is with 1.2 with the stop, which I'm throwing up here, and I'm throwing that stop up there just because if this is a little choppy, and again, this does not look bullish, this massive wick at all. But if for some reason this thing does get a little bit choppy, I'd want my stop up above that. I don't think that should break. And because my stop is up there, my target is 358.01. I'm gonna need a new low of the day. And it hasn't honestly done. We're pretty much at opening price, so and longer term, you do have some bullish momentum. But I have no problem just watching Maloney make tons of money. Tesla's way too flat from here at this point, Jose. It's just way too flat. We're right at VWAP right now, which is that purple line. We haven't really done too much. I still think sentiment probably a little bit to the negative side. You do have the SPY collapsing as well. If I was to take this trade, and I really need this thing to break down. Look, there was another little bear trap for anybody thinking the same thing. Let me see what these numbers would be. 139.25. Let's go 24. 139.24. 140.41. Even on a smaller move, 137.83. I don't need a lot to happen on that. SPY still dumping, definitely below that 395. You can even tell. I mean, we said pre-market 395. That was a key. We've hesitated around that zone for a while. Tesla's down what 3%. I got 20 minutes. Can we manage this trade in 20 minutes? I do expect probably a little bit of a flush. Let me just see on the other screen. Tesla. There's a gap and go. I'd want to be leaning toward the bear side. We still got the 10 EMA coming in roughly 133.82. So that gives us plenty of room for that setup. And then stronger support is 138.42. Essentially, that's pretty much actually where that bounce came in last time too. I'm gonna hold off on Tesla as well, but maybe even taking it would have to be a small setup. And your entire setup is based on the fact you are at VWAP right now. And your plan is that that has to hold. As soon as that doesn't hold, I would market exit. Maloney says I'm filled. And my stop is 362.50. 362.50. Okay, so yeah, you went higher. I kind of wanted this one a little bit smaller on my stop portion of it. Amazon is starting to break a little bullish. Interesting. I wonder if Microsoft is also putting in a bullish candle too. MSFT. MSFT. Kind of not really. That's a definitely interesting 10 EMA as well. Catalyst is all negative though. Q's breaking the W. Let me see the Q's. Breaking the weekly 200. Yeah, it's not a pleasant looking spot. And again, even all this, I mean, again, 3 minute. This is why it's important to look at the longer time frames of things. So if we flip it over to a 15-minute chart, where it would be a good bounce spot on this thing. Let's take the entire move and let's do a fib, right? Everybody, when they trade, everything goes either to the moon or to zero. $290.90. So the top is accurate. The bottom 273.89. The bottom is accurate too. If we get a pullback, so we did just break the 50% retracement. That's 282.39. And then really the next support comes in at 280.39, and that should be a decent, strong little bounce spot. Again, doesn't mean we're not going bearish next week, but somewhere around here, we're still just hovering that 50%. If we do break down, we probably got another dollar. What do we say? $1.30, something like that. And to me, there was a lot of pre-market support at this 282.39. So the fact that we did break that down and we look like we're holding, yeah, probably about 280.39 is the next spot in a slightly longer time frame that I think some bounce can come in on Qs. Tyler says, how do you set your fib levels? It's just automatic. Yeah, it just Tyler, do you use, because I'll show you on either one, but do you use Thinkorswim or do you use TradingView? And Timmy's got a good question too. How far back do you go to set up the fib lines? Okay, let's cover that. Let's do that. Use Thinkorswim. Yep. So in Thinkorswim, it's just this little percentage bar. All of those built in. So 0, 23, those are just the key levels of everything. And essentially what you're doing with the fibs, right? The move is this, right? This is our move. But we know the market just does not go straight up. There's going to be something like this in between, right? But to me, this is the beginning of that move, and that high point is the top of that move. right? So this is the high peak of this move. So essentially I'm measuring that straight line, right? And I'm looking for this because I'm looking for the bigger pullback since this dip is a little severe. That being said, it all depends on what you want to measure, and it depends on what you're looking for. So there, even with this, I mean, is this push up here in this wave one, is that not also a direction I could measure? So, and my bottom of it would be here, and then wherever that top comes in, right up here, right? So I don't have to just wait for, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Today's day 5. I don't have to wait for 5, 6 days to get into a trade. I can be like, look, we're breaking out. We got momentum. I want to now measure this line, right? And I'll go from the top bottom of that initial push to catch that pullback to about 50% or the 618. And now, great, I'm in, and I'm expecting this to push up higher, right? And then I know there's another wave coming and things like that. So you could measure whatever you want. It just depends on what you're really looking for, right? And I know it gets a little confusing. I'm trying not to be vague with it, but this move to me is where we started, right? So we had some bearishness, people selling, and then the bulls stepped in here. And we ran like that for a while until we hit that high point. Bulls probably taking some profit, getting some money off the table. Bears are like, man, this thing should have happened a while ago. So that's the high point. So to me, this is the spot that I want to measure for this, as opposed to looking for another wave. And I could also look at this too and go, well, why is that, right? Why am I measuring this instead of just doing this line, right? Why didn't I just measure that line? And some people did. That's them here, right? That's about a 50% retracement of this line from this wave. And now we broke through it, and we're probably looking at a bigger reversal. But this is where I use the wave count too. So I would be looking for, maybe this is some type of, I would probably say this is maybe a 1, 2, this is 3, 4, 5 would make sense. Some of these flat moves are all aftermarket, something like that. Did that help at all? Tyler says, is the first fib point the higher low? So you're measuring a pullback. All you're measuring is a pullback, right? So the move in this case is bullish, right? We just had a bullish move. So you don't really care how this is. You're measuring the pullback. So your 0 should be up here, and your numbers should increase on the way down, right? You want to measure, if this thing pulls back, how far can we pull back, right? And that's where you get the 23. That's where you get the coming with the 50. You come in 618. So these numbers should be, you should be pushing to higher numbers because you're measuring that further pullback. Got into Roblox on said EMA long, but concerned about the high wave candle. Let's check that one out. RBLX. I'm gonna take this thing off. Remove drawing. Good. This is a 15-minute high wave. We're still in. It's just choppy. It's just chop zone. The good case for you is you could probably move stops if you're in this thing bullish. You took a 10 EMA, so I'm not sure exactly where your stop is. If your stop was low of the day, you should definitely be at least under here. If not, I would probably actually put it under there. So that would give us some type of price target. Maybe stop should be like 34, 35. And again, we did make higher lows. The biggest concern is obviously, and with that high wave, my guess is it's a little bit of a longer, we come down. So now we made a lower high, we bounce again, we make a lower or higher low, and we just kind of fizzle until we finally get that break in either direction. So I think it's going to be a little choppy, but I hope it does break for you. Tyler says, boom, got it. Perfect. Wes says, Tesla still waiting, or no? Do it now. Get into the trade, monkey. Do it now, DJ. Yeah, it is gonna be that. This is gonna be that spot. At least if you're comfortable. Again, it all depends on risk. Your risk tolerance. This looks like to me. This is some decent attempt to go short if you're going to. I'd rather go short here than anywhere that we were sitting back there. Not the most comfortable trade to get into. I'm personally sitting it out. The market's not really flushing yet. Just kind of hanging out. But if somewhere in this zone, and again, this would be my attempt number one to look for candles, and then right up in here, which is roughly price wise, would be a much better short. 141.55, and at least worst case you're shorting this high, and if it wants to run bullish, it runs bullish, and unfortunately you're going to lose the R. But trying to short somewhere up here makes a ton more sense. I would also be slightly, so if we get into wave counts, we got 9 minutes, so Johnny comes, perfect. Obviously, bulls are being trapped. Right? This thing just sells off massively. With that amount of selling, I would imagine this thing has to retest a little bit. So here's the wave inside of a wave. Right? This is, I think, a 1, 2. We're sitting at 3. Even if we get one more little pullback, 4 or 5. So I need some kind of a double topish, and then double topish in this zone. If it does double top in that zone somewhere, so it comes up here, we end up selling, great. Make one new higher high, but we start to fade. This candle's volume, anything like that, we start to break down that wave. Then I'd be okay jumping in. But for right now, I don't want to be the first one to short. I want that one more little pullback, double top it, and then I think we're ready to roll with that. And again, SPY doesn't look not like the billboard of strength. Nice double bottom in Amazon. You're probably talking about this and this, right? With some higher lows. I do like that. But again, we're range bound. They're just chilling. What about Apple? Let me switch over to Apple. Boeing was a nice little breakdown. AAPL. I would be looking for a short, but not here. I would appreciate it if it could come up to like this 130, 139.61 zone. And then I'd have a stop probably at 140, probably about 140.50. I wouldn't want it to break that high. And that would allow me to bring my stops if I'm at all anywhere correct or worried about double bottoms. I'd be able to bring my stop down to 140.10. Get half R off the table. Someone hates Google today. Sue says, I did 34.56, 34.34 in Roblox 10 EMA, 3-minute time frame. Consideration is that it is at the 10 EMA support on the daily time frame. Target is at 35.13. Is the setup something you consider? Okay, let me know. Okay. The 10 EMA is a momentum play. Right? You need momentum to work. Can this trade work regardless of what I'm about to say, or not work regardless about what I'm about to say? Yes, definitely, right? There could be enough range. This candle right here is also, and is going to shade some of my judgment on it. This candle is also a little bit wild because it probably got halted yesterday in that big massive move back and forth. I think that's all very, very possible. But right now on Roblox, my question is on the daily, what's the edge? Right? Does that again mean that you can't make money on Roblox? No. Not what I'm saying at all. But if I was sitting here and I'm a bull or a bear, First of all, I got out of the hospital from my heart attack yesterday after that halt. And I'm like, okay, let me get back at it. Right now, here's our opening range. So we have what's called in the market like a 30-minute orb. You could do 15-minute, you could do hourly. But here's our low of the day from open. And probably within the first couple minutes, it's here. Right? So this is the range that we're in for the day. And no matter what, if you got into this thing bullish here, you're like, okay, great, I'm up a little bit. You got in bearish, okay, I'm down, I'm up a little bit. If I'm bearish, if you got in somewhere here, you're about even. So the question really becomes, where is the edge for the bulls or the bears in this? Right, and that I don't know. So when I'm applying a 10 EMA, I want something that also maybe on the daily has some further momentum, either bullish, bearish, depending on which way I'm taking it, and catalyst of maybe like a bigger time frame why this thing can move. Again, does that mean that the trade you're in right now on this one can't work? No, we can definitely, but I'd be looking for probably if we could get to the top here, I would be all out, right? So then I go back in, I'm looking for where's my entries, where's my stop? Can I even get that 1.2 if this I know is going to be a tough range? That's what I would decide on this one. So again, right now we do have momentum. We are making higher lows, right? So we got the low here, we got the low here. So we did increase a little bit, even on this little pullback. By the way, for you guys that were asking about the fibs, I mean, honestly, you can measure. That's the low of this move. This is the top of this move, right? This is probably right at that 50% retracement. So even on that breakout candle, you go, oh shoot, missed it. I didn't think that was going to happen. Where should this thing bounce? Well, there it is. There's a little S curve, 50% retracement, and we can get higher. I would be terrified up here. So I would say whatever you could gain on the trade, take it if you could, especially if the market is looking a little subtle, I guess. That's probably not even, it's not even a sentence, I don't think. But yeah, try to hang in there or shave a little bit off, but you need the momentum to really have the 10 EMA play. Right. And the other thing too is I think towards the beginning of last year we were doing Roblox. I think it was still on the list. I know Johnny likes to play Roblox a lot too. For me, it just wasn't, after we lost like that $80 to $100 range, I was like, yeah, I don't know where the excitement is too much for me, just in the overall stock too. So I am a little biased. I'll give you that. Thanks, DJ. I have to run some errands. Be back later. All right, Win. Google had bad news yesterday. Bad news bears. Is that bullish divergence? Are you talking about Roblox? Just want to make sure we're still in the same stock. And I don't really see too much divergence. At least on the 3-minute chart. Maybe if we look a little longer time frame. Tyler says, does the fib work in both directions? Like for both? Yeah, exactly. It comes down to, man, I got 1 more minute left. It just, I'll go with this since I only got 1 more minute left. The reason why fibs are strong, it comes down to risk to reward on the trades, right? I'll go through an example tomorrow, but I know Johnny's coming in, so I don't want to just absolutely crush his time. But you're trying to not get FOMO buying. You're trying not to just keep getting trapped on breakout candles. You're trying to be a little bit more patient when you use fibs. And the reason, again, the 50 and the 618 is such very, very strong bounce spots. It really comes down to how you're now applying your risk and what your potential reward is on trades, right? So if you're essentially guessing which direction that the stock is going, and it's going like this because of XYZ, great, you've made your analysis. You're like, I want to get into this being, let's say, bullish. The question is, where do I get in bullish? How do I set myself for the best risk to reward? Same thing if you're like, no, this stock is dumping. This is the worst stock I've ever seen. I want to get into this bearish, but it's already run. You don't want to short after it's already moved a lot. You're going to want to wait for a pullback. And then the question is, well, where can I buy this stock in that same direction for my theory, my analysis, and where am I able to really get a good risk reward if I take this trade? Because I don't want to risk 1R to only get a 0.3, right? I want to get at least over an R. I want to be able to get 1.2s, 2 R's, 2-to-1 risk reward, stuff like that. So tomorrow I'll be back in the room. We'll cover. We'll bring out a bigger example of that just to make more sense. What's my thoughts on Tesla now? Be very, very careful. That's my thoughts. We're definitely in the range where I think shorting is very possible on Tesla. However, I need to wait for a double top up here because I'm looking at a wave count 1, 2. I think all of this is a 3. That first pullback does not have DJ's name written on it. Give me that one more push, double top. Give me something over here. So I still have to wait a little bit more. So I'm not just jumping in front of a bull train.
Why not?
Johnny G is in the house. What's up, partner?
What's happening, dude? What's going on?
Just hanging out with some beautiful, beautiful people.
You are?
I am.
Man, and we actually get paid to do this?
This is crazy.
Isn't that nuts?
It's crazy. We had a good trade on I forgot even what we took. Amazon. It's been a long day. We had a nice trade on Amazon, so we got the 1.2 on that.
Yeah.
So I got a lot of people making some kashisha, some coins, some other good trades that some other traders were taking today too, and making some money on. So looking good out there in the market.
Is that a new coin? Hashishish?
Kashisha. Yeah, it's a East Coast thing.
Is that a new coin? Like
is that a new Bitcoin?
Hey man, what a great idea. We could start our own coin.
I'm in, man. I like this. Now we're thinking. Now
there
we got
go.
hands on the wheel. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Kashisha.
Kashisha. I love it. Hey, have you been going over free week stuff at all? I mean, as far as RLT and those slides, just so I don't repeat.
I brought up we talked about the Vegas trip, and then we were covering actually some of the mentor groups. Actually, there was a question I just saw too. I gotta scroll back and get that little mousy thing. I think it was Christopher was asking. I don't know what it says on the website, but it's 8 weeks. So it's 2 months long for the mentorship group.
Have you been
and it's every Tuesday. Every Tuesday from 9:15 to 10:15.
And
if you guys have questions too, by the way,
slides, Danny?
Not really too much now.
Okay.
We were talking about Vegas because we had some people from West Coast in Vegas, so we got that. But yeah, if you want to, I mean, again, Real Life Trading does so many different things, especially that slide you're on right now.
Yeah.
Extremely important one. It's like crazy. The amount of possibilities we could do with the charity. So, and just all those causes that we've already been able to donate to as a community. That's what we do. So,
yeah,
definitely. I would, if you could talk about that one for them, that'd be incredible. But, if anybody else had any questions, that is not in Slack, you could just email support@reallifetrading.com. I'll be able to answer anything, whether it's in regards to any of the mentor groups, any of the programs that we have. Johnny, like I said, if you want to cover the foundation and whatever else you want. But if you guys have questions on anything, just shoot me an email, and as soon as I could, I'll get back to you guys on that. This way you guys have that lifeline to reach out to if you're not in Slack.
Roger that. I didn't want to double tap those slides just in case that you had gone over them, but all right. Sounds good. Can you make me the host, buddy? And then are you going to be back later today or negative?
Later. I'd have to check. I don't think so today. But I will be back tomorrow morning. And
tomorrow morning you're coming back?
Tomorrow I'll be a little busy day. So we'll be trading in the morning together, and then myself and Tracy will also be doing the Pivot Podcast live as well, which is always a good time. So
Roger that. All right, man. Have a great day, dude.
You got it too. I'm going to make you host right now.
Okay.
You are good to go. Take it away, Johnny. And everybody else, I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. Take it easy, guys.
Thanks, man. Danny the Crusher. Woodshed, what's up with that? You don't want to go in on that with me and Danny? Yeah, I don't think we could get away with selling that legally either. Maybe if it was medically focused, maybe. Anyway, how you guys doing, man? Hilton, good morning. How's it going? Jay Linder, what's happening, buddy? Alex Newton, good morning. Good morning, Sammy. How you doing? Danny, man, haven't talked to you in a long time. Hope all is great. Fantastic. Jenny, how you doing, girl? It's about your bedtime, isn't it, Jenny? It is getting late over there for you, girl. Wayne, how you doing? Camellia, good morning. Good morning from Germany. Wow. So I got 6 o'clock in the morning. It must be either 5 at night. Is that right? Something like that. I know we're like 11 or 12 hours different. Tony R, crushing it. How you doing, buddy? Not working today? Missed out on a couple trades. Yeah, don't worry about it, Hilton. I was out running around making coffee. Missed a couple too. They're going to be there time and time again for us. So no worries. I miss trades. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I'll probably miss, I don't know, 2, 3 good ones a day just because I'm looking at other things or doing other things. Rock Superman Fullwood, what's up going on, Rocky? Agnes, good morning. Good morning. How you doing? 5 p.m. over in Germany. Franco, what's going on? Franco and Agnes, are you guys tracking on our 90-day course pretty well? You hanging in there? All going well? In Frankfurt. All right, sounds good. All right, guys, let's go look. Ray, how you doing? Hope everything is spectacular. Those just coming in this free week haven't met me yet. My name is Johnny Guarco. I am a moderator, coach, and mentor at Real Life Trading. Reach out to me anytime at Johnny, JONNY, at reallifetrading.com. Love to talk to you. But we got a whole 3 hours ahead of us. We got so much time left. We got 5 hours left in the market. Can you believe that? I'm
Johnny,
just waking up.
Actually, not to interrupt you, Johnny, but
what? It's Danny J.
I'm selling everything. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what you want to do. I just remember about the recording. So I had the recording going, but I know for the team to kind of put it out there, I don't know if we want to stop the recording and then just restart it. So there's 2 segments, or
yeah, we can do that.
I don't know what you want to do with that, but I just figured it'd be easier for the team when they have to load it later.
Yeah, I'm looking. I wonder, because right now on my Zoom controls, oh yeah, I can see pause. I don't know it. You can go ahead and try and stop it. Go ahead and I'll see. Right now, I don't have a record button like I normally do, but I have a pause and share. That might be.
I'm looking at mine too. Yeah, I don't have that. It does say it's recording, but I don't have it on mine too because I think I made your host. So
okay, you want to go ahead and stop a recording?
Well, I can't. You'd have to.
But
I don't have the record since you're hosting, but I'm sure it's fine. But I just, if there's a way to do it, that's great. If not, I mean, whoever maybe comes in after you or whatever.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. I got it now. I'll stop recording and start again.
No worries.
Okay. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
All right. All right. Let me see if I can get this going again. This just helps us administratively on the back end, so we don't have such big, long recordings. And then our team can take these separate recordings and get them chopped up. Let me get back to the record to the cloud. All right. There you go. Good morning. Again, this is Johnny Gorko, real life trader, coach, moderator, mentor. We're starting off, just took over from Danny J, and let's get this party cranking. Sue says, good morning. I missed the 90-day masterclass start date. Do you know when would be the next one? So what are we in now? January, February, March, probably starts in April sometime. You could drop Sochi a note, Sue, if you want, Sochi at reallifetrading.com or on Slack, and she'll be able to tell you. It should be April, though, because they're pretty much, we let one end and then start another one. So we started in January to February to March to April, probably later part of April, May-ish time frame. Wesley Wright, how you doing, my man? What is going on? Jojo, the crushing machine. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Man, it makes my day when I come in here and get to play with you guys. This is like my playtime. All right, we'll get it back, Jojo. I don't like right where we are, though. I mean, we're kind of in this. This tells you this is the SPY, right? This tells you we got, beautiful gap and go this morning. Danny talked about. We got this pretty nice little support level going on, right? We got the 10 EMA right there. We got the 20 down here. I guess I should put that down here just as a reminder. Just for me, you guys might not like this yourself, to do it yourself, but for me, I like to put my little reminders of where things are. I like to know where all my EMAs and MAs are. So you can see it's really kind of a support area. Am I bearish? Yes, because we got a gap and go, right? What is a gap and go for all those new people that are to real life trading here at Free Week and have no idea what a gap and go is? A gap and go is when we have a bullish candle, in this case, previous day, and then we gap down. And what that does is creates a lot of momentum, right? Because all these bulls long in their position, right? Once they see this gap, they start freaking out and they start worrying about losing their profits. So a bunch of them start selling. Therefore, the price of the ticker, in this case, the SPY, which is 500 S&P, top 500 ETF, starts to go down, right? It's a very, very bearish pattern for us. And so right now you can see normally average daily range that I keep track of is about $5.46. So you can see here we have plenty of room to go one way or the other, right? If we continue going down bearish, we really have potential to come down here to this little support area down at, what is that, 392, 391. So we got another pretty good solid support area down here that it would make a lot of sense to come down, bounce off of that. Most of these bulls would have gotten out of their position already, and that would make a lot of sense to get a bounce. It makes a lot of sense to get a bounce here too, because we have this little bit of support going on. As you can see, we have the blue line is a 200 EMA. The red line is our 10 EMA. And if you want to look at any of the moderators' lines that they have on their chart, this is TradingView. Here's all my different lines, my legends, just in case you're wondering what is going on and what line is what. But we're here to answer questions. So if you got questions, please throw them out. Danny T, what is going on, man? Yeah, absolutely, dude. I got your email, sent you back an email. So let's link up, my man. Let's link up. I was checking out your law firm, man. I check out all my peeps. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. You can see we came down to this area And then we started to get bought up a little bit. Let's go into like maybe a 15-minute chart just to see what we got going on, because we got to get a good sense of what's happening, right? So you can see we had this kind of indecision going on right now in this is 15-minute chart. So we had a couple 15-minute kind of indecision candles. It looks like we're trying to break out northbound and down in this area right here. But we have not broken out of that yet. I think I would have to, I'd have to probably get up into this area to be any kind of bullish for today, but we have plenty of room again down on the downside. Here's that $5.46 on my average daily range. I got really daily target down here, like I talked about. So we'll keep an eyeball on it. Lots of people made money on the downside, caused some buying, and then we'll see if we get a rollover. That's what I'm going to be looking for. That's the SPY. Qs kind of looking the same way, right? Came down here, dark green lines, boom and boom, are my pre-market. If I throw that pre-market chart on here for you guys, you can see here's my pre-market. Yellow area was after close yesterday. Blue area for me in Hawaii starts at 11. Is it 11? What time does it start? I think it's 11 at night. Yep, 11 at night. So this is pre-market. Highs and lows, my dark green line, pre-market high, pre-market low. So you'll see those green lines on my chart. Go into regular hours, see what we got going on. Looks a little bit different, right? We're retesting, well, we're retesting the 10 on the SPY too, but here we're retesting that pre-market low, dark green line, retesting the 10 on the 15. So yeah, we're kind of in that area where we could get a bounce, but just based on that candle, if we start to roll over, we're going to get some good momentum. Still back down on the downside. On the Qs, we got about $5.15. This average daily range, it's just an average. It moves constantly. It's based on the last 14 days. But you can see we could get all the way back down here to this 100, which makes a lot of sense, right? We got the 10 EMA right there, kind of hovering on the hourly 50, trying to bounce off that 50, which would make sense to bounce off of that too. Forgot to look at that on the SPY, on the hourly chart, but we have that 50 right there, right in front of us. So that's the difference between the Qs and the SPY. We got the hourly 50 right on top of us here on the SPY, and the Qs, we're above it. Looks like we're putting in a little bit of a hammer. Pretty interesting on the SPY. We'll see how this ends. Qs, not so much a hammer, but hammerish. All right. So kind of waiting to see what happens. Let's go look at some wave counts here and the Qs. What you guys in? Anybody in anything short or long? Let me know. Got to have people in shorts, got to have people in longs. So got a little bit of like a double bottom. Okay, Jay is in ENPH, Rich, AMD long. Tiago, I can't pronounce that. I'm bad at names. So Microsoft, are you in long or short? Brian, how you doing, buddy? NVIDIA long, Matt. So we got a lot of longs already. Wow. Nick, Lucid, Sympathy, play long. Sue, long. Okay. We don't really have anybody short. Everybody is long. Good to know. I missed the Amazon bullish trade. Nice breakout. Whew. So now you got like a little bit of a 1, 2, 3. Really nice. Let's go around the horn real quick. This is a 5-minute chart. I'm just going to stay on the 5 for a second. But Tesla, you can see Tesla had a nice little run up. We're in this channel on Tesla, hourly 10 EMA right there. Now we're far from the VWAP. Pretty interesting. Pretty far back down to the VWAP. My purple line down here is my VWAP, volume weighted average price. That is a great place for support and resistance. And also that's where a lot of people look to buy and or sell is the VWAP. So we got a lot of room back down to the VWAP. When you're far from the VWAP, especially on the 5, not the greatest place to either buy or sell. Got to wait to get back down to that VWAP area. So NVIDIA, surprising enough, pretty close to that VWAP. Apple, gotcha. Square, everything's bouncing nicely. Netflix, out of all the bullish stocks, got Netflix kind of just hanging out in a channel right now. Got a sideways channel going on, a little bit of, you can see resistance up here in this area. That is interesting. Delta kind of chopping along. Got a little bit of a double bottomish thing going on here on Delta. Roblox long up into that 50, and then Microsoft. Yeah, I think once we got down, to this area, this nice support area, everybody was thinking Microsoft, really nice place to own some Microsoft. So I think we saw some pretty decent buying come in here. We got 100. Oh, that's the hourly 100. So another good place. Look at that hammer this morning. Microsoft's looking good. I think Microsoft's probably pretty close to being maybe done for the day. I don't know. We'll see if we can come back and fill this gap on Microsoft. It was what we call a retest gap, right? So this was not a gap and go, but we had a bearish candle yesterday and then another big gap down, and pretty odd, right? We had some decent earnings, but the revenue was off a little bit. So we gapped way down, and now we just got beautiful hammer going on Microsoft right into this nice resistance area. Yeah, so, but you can see Microsoft, I'll get to that in a second, Todd. $5.30. It was $5 this morning. So you can see the average daily range based on this candle is increasing. You can see we have some big candles there. So I don't think we have too much left on Microsoft for the day. I mean, is it possible to fill this gap? Yeah. I mean, at this point, but I like to go off my average daily range. We'll see what the rest of the market does. You're going to see orange lines on my chart. So these are gaps. And these gaps, just like what this says, this is a retest gap. So meaning if you get a gap down, that stocks like to retest, come back up into that area and fill those gaps. So beautiful play on Microsoft. Let's go look at what Todd's looking at. All right. Let's go in and do some good analysis and see where we're at. I track the hourly a lot, especially that 10 EMA, because that's a good point of support and resistance. So we got the hourly 10 and then the hourly 20 right under us. Got that going on. What do we have this morning? So we got Yeah, we didn't gap below the low of yesterday. So kind of like an inside day. It is a gap and go. Average daily range. Wow, we had a huge day yesterday. That really increased the average daily range of NVIDIA. So right now we got about average daily range. So we still got a little bit of room to go on it, north or south. Let's go into the 15, see what we got. 15-100 always provides pressure, whether it's in this case, it's bullish pressure. Still kind of far from there, but you can see we're kind of just in that area, have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullish candles in a row. My white candles are bullish. My black candles are bearish for everybody. I'll go into the 5, check it out. Nothing real there. Then I'll go into, although we got that 200 right there too, huh? So we're kind of hanging out at that 200 on the 5. And then we got on the 3. So Todd, when you were looking at your chart on the video, were you looking, what chart were you looking at? The 3, 5 daily? What were you looking at when you saw a double top daily? So Todd is asking if this is a double top. You know, I can see what you're looking at. I would say it's in the makings of a double top. It could be in the makings of that. You got, you know, NVIDIA is just crazy bullish right now. You got good resistance right up here, like in the 192 area. So it would be a great place to put in a double top. But you know, we could really look at any chart and try to anticipate a pattern, but a double top, as you, I'm sure you know, it would be a great place to be it, but it could be the start of one, right? For NVIDIA, I'd have to see something like more on this side of a double top to be considered more of a daily double top, if you would, if that makes sense. So for me, a double top, what happens from a trader sentiment perspective is you get a run up into resistance, right? And you saw this big volume coming up into resistance. So that's a good signal that a lot of people took profits up there. So that would be a good place for a double top. And then what we want to see is we want to see the price of the stock come down a little bit, right? Because you want to see a bunch of people selling off. And then once you get down like to the 10 EMA, come back and retest the 10 EMA on the daily, then you're going to see a lot of buying come back in, right? Back down in here. And then what you want to see is it come back up here, basically have everybody sell off again and then fail from there. Other double top, you're talking from 12, 13, 22. 12, 13. Yeah, I don't see a double top over here, buddy. Are you asking me, is this a double top over here? This, I would say no. 12, 13. Right here? No. Double top will be look like exactly what I explained over here. Does that make sense, Todd? 12, 13 is the one top at 124. So if you're asking me from here to here, if that's a double top, no. There's no double top in here. I don't see a double top. Go on the weekly. This I really wouldn't consider a double top. It could be if we got a rollover there, then this is the weekly chart, but not with this wick. Like I say, double tops for me, my favorite double top is, you know, when you got a lower low Could this be a double top with a higher? Yeah, it could be. But when you have lower lows, that's a lot better of a double top, because then you have lower lows, you have failure up here. Here you have higher highs, so you really don't know that it's going to be a double top until you get way back down here. No. Yeah, I said no. So 12, 13. One more time. We'll go to the daily. So according to my chart, here's December 13th. Here's the high. Right? And then we got this high. So this I don't consider a double top because we're making higher highs. Plus double tops, you would have a lot closer. In this case, if you're looking to take out all these bulls right here, right? A double top here would look something like this. This is too far of a distance to be a double top. Does that make sense? Let me get rid of all my lines. Get rid of all those. Where's my delete? There you go. Yeah, I don't know. You can consider it a double top, but I'm not going to consider it a double top just because of what I explained to you that, you know, this has been crazy bullish. This is too big of a distance on the daily to be a double top. This is the double top, Todd. Can you see the difference between this right here and this right here? All right, let's move on. Let's go back into the SPY and the Qs and see what we got. And still going a little bit higher. Wow, we got this V bottom out of here. This kind of weird looking volume though. Can't really get a good, we got good volume punching out of here, a little bit of indecision going on, and then pretty good volume coming in here. At this point, it looks like we're gonna go ahead and hit the 50 EMA on the 5. Is that the 5 minute? Yep. That's my favorite place to retrace back to. So I really think that we're probably at this point, obviously coming up for the high of the day. This looks like a potential decision point right here. Let's go check out the Qs and then we'll check out everything else. Hilton says, Johnny, can you put your email in the chat? Sure. I'd do anything you guys want. Just anybody at Real Life Trading, you can reach at their first name and then, whoops, Johnny at reallifetrading.com. There it is. Danny says, yeah, so, you know, like Danny, you could put Dan. He goes by Dan. So Dan at Real Life, Sochi at Real Life, Jeremy at reallifetrading.com. Anybody you want to email, that goes directly to our emails. That's for anybody. If anybody wants to talk to us, let her rip. Danny T says, yeah, Microsoft is ripping out of here. Here's that gap, Danny. Orange lines, right? Fill in. It looks like we're filling that gap. That's what a retest gap likes to do. But yeah, man, I don't know. When is this thing going to be running out of gas? Because, phew, I mean, we're up. How much have we gone today? We've gone about $7.50 cents. So yeah. Wes says anything we want, eh? Wes, how am I not surprised that you would you crack me up. Yeah. Almost anything, Wes, almost anything. But for you, buddy, it's pretty close to anything. Danny T, I made you money today? Really? What did you do? Did you go long earlier on Microsoft? Richard Jett, how you doing this morning, my man? I tried once, my email got forwarded to you, but never got a response. What? Did you spell my name with Jonny? I never got an email from you, Richard. I tried once, my email got forwarded to you, but I never got a response. I mean, I could have had a complete brain fart. Here, let me go check real quick. When did you send it to me, buddy? Yeah, I didn't get an email. I got an email from Danny T, but I didn't get an email from you, Richard. Did you again, look how I spell my name. Did you spell it Jonny, Jonny, no H? Because sometimes people are more familiar with throwing an H in there for John or Johnny. So Johnny at Real Life Trading. Resend it, buddy. I'd love to talk to you. All right, let's go see what we got going on here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The Bulls are here to play, aren't they, man? Phew. They are here. Tesla, we never even got really I would call this, I don't know. Everything I know of, this can't be a 1-2. This looks like, if anything, I guess it's 1-2. This has got to be some kind of 3. Here's 4 and 5 going higher. Rock, you're not eating Beyond Meat anymore, right? You're just eating full-on bull meat. Amazon, beautiful play on Amazon. Who got in Amazon long? Did I hear anybody before Amazon get in long? I mean, today was a gap and go, right, on the SPY. So, I mean, I still have a bearish little sentiment going on. Is there anything left on the top for Apple to fill the gap? Let's go check it out, Hilton. So, you know me, you've heard me before. Apple. So what is Apple? That's the first thing that I look at, is whether it's gap and go, retest gap. So you can see yesterday we had a bullish candle. Today we had a gap down. So that's a bearish gap and go. Right now we got a nice little bounce off of this 50 area. And got a little hammer going on. We got $3.41 left in the tank. 341. So yeah, man, we could definitely fill the gap. So this is what I call a 15-minute or hourly gap, right? On the daily chart, when I use lines, most of the time you'll see my lines, there'll be a gap like this right here, right? But sometimes I'll put in a 15-minute or an hourly gap. So you're asking if we're going to fill this gap here today, but it's got enough gas to definitely fill this gap. What was this gap down here? So this was I think an example of an hourly gap, something that was filled, but let's go move that back up into that area. Definitely got some juice to go, I think. There's your 15-minute gap to fill that, what we did today. Does that make sense, Hilton? You can look at it on the hour. Got that gap. Hourly 10 right here. So we got a lot of headbutting. Also gaps creates this gap starting here. Gaps create, in this case, resistance. So this resistance kind of coinciding with, my pre-market low, right? Dark green line, my 10 EMA on the hourly, and the beginning of this gap. So this is going to be a pretty solid place for some resistance. At this point, it makes sense, a lot of sense, to come back up here and retest the high of the day. Will we fill this gap? I don't know. We'll see. We got enough juice though. We got this hammer down here, pretty good bullish signal, right? Again, you got the 50 down here. On the hourly, you got the 50. So you're going to get into some choppity chop once you get up there. Hope that helped you, Hilton. Love your name, by the way. That's a cool way, especially to spell it, Hilton. You'll have to let me know. Give me a synopsis of how you were named Hilton. Never seen it like that before. It's cool though. Richard said, do you use ADR to pick stops and profit points? Definitely. Absolutely, Richard. Danny says, is there a 5-minute bull flag on Tesla? Yeah. No question, buddy. No question. So Danny T is looking at this little flag pattern right here. So often enough, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Elliott Wave, but I'm a big Elliott Wave counting dude. It's a theory that Mr. Elliott said that the market likes to move in waves. And so usually, not always, usually wave 3, because you got 1, you got 2 down here, you got 3, you got 4 coming back down, and you got 5 up. So I could probably do that a lot cleaner. I got to get in the habit of using like my tools. Let me do that a lot cleaner. Johnny Guarco. You guys got to get to know Johnny Guarco. 1, 2, 3. Isn't that a lot nicer? All right. So here you go. You can see kind of this. There's a lot of rules, right? I don't think this is wave 1 because this came down lower than here, which wave 2 is not supposed to come down lower than wave 1. So the only thing I got is this is a possible one. And let me tell you right now, Elliott Wave will make your head hurt, and it's very artsy. And sometimes it will screw you up because you'll think you'll be in one wave when you're really not, because every wave has a fractal in it of another wave. So I think this could be a 1, 2, 3. Usually when you have a nice strong wave like this with this kind of volume, you can count on that being like a wave 3. And then this bull flag that you're talking about, Danny, 4s are a pain in the butt because they're usually very choppy on the bigger side of things, and or they can all come all the way back down into this area. But in this case, that looks like a nice little mini wave 4. And so I think we just executed a wave 5. And the problem with wave 5s are you just never know when a wave 5 is going to end. All wave 5 has to do is break the high of 4 and you're good to go. Then you can start getting what we call corrective waves in there. So, yep. Wes says that doesn't look like a double top on Tesla. in here, not yet for me. I know for you. Yeah. Yeah, double tops come in all shapes and forms, right? Because you could consider this a double top too. I'm not talking to you, Wes. I'm talking to everybody. But, this is kind of a double top, right? But normally, based on trader sentiment, it normally does that. It doesn't normally do this, right? So my validity in that double top kind of gets nulled a little bit. But then what I'll do is I'll come in here and look at it on a higher time frame. So, you can see like this is a pretty good looking double top right here. Still kind of funky, right? A little bit of funkness since we made this higher high here. So, yeah, I guess you could actually even grade your double tops, right? Like a double top, like I talked about earlier with Todd, something like this with lower highs, that would be nirvana. And then once you start getting like higher highs or wider, double tops, like something like that, like Todd was looking at, then yeah, those are double tops, if you would, kind of, but just depends on how wide it was. That one we were looking at, I would not consider a double top on NVIDIA. I'm terrible with name pronunciation, so pardon me if I screw this up, but is it Elijah, maybe? Let's go look at Rivian. So here we got the makings of evening star reversal. Evening star reversals are better when you gap up here. If this candle was a gap up and then we had a gap down like that, then I would say, yep, that's an evening star reversal. This is a shooting star, if you would, kind of in a weird place. We got a gap down this morning off of that, so it's a gap and go, bouncing right off of the 10 EMA on the daily. We got $1.11 on the average daily range. Average daily range, I got so we could get up here, I think, for somewhere in this. If I were going to pick a target, I'd probably have to say this is my target right now on that. So you can see there's not really much room based on average daily range. There's really not much room for a risk reward play unless you did something really, really tight. You could get maybe 1-to-1, but I don't trade like that. That's a scalp, and I don't advocate scalping. Especially while I'm here on the mic. So that's what I got, Eliza. Raju, how do you decide whether it's a bearish or bullish continuation gap? I'm really bad at interpreting people's questions, if you haven't noticed. Raju, give me a stock that you're thinking about, so we can look at that in particular. Are you talking about the gap and goes and retest gaps? Looking at what Alex is saying. Alex is saying maybe possible double top. Kind of like triple top now, Alex, just because I didn't get to your question so long, but yep. So here's a nice double top Alex was looking at, right? Potential. And we say potential because until they break this neckline and close below this neckline, they are potential. So good catch, Alex. Raju, we just looked at Microsoft. So, okay, so I think I'm interpreting your question as in, how do you decide whether it's a bearish or bullish gap? So for us, when you have a bearish candle and then previous day, and then you have a gap down, that's a retest gap. And so what happens is a lot of times, depending on where it gaps to, right? If it gaps to support, then what's going to happen is it's going to be a great place to buy, and it will come back and go ahead and retest this area. Usually it doesn't have to retest that day or the next day. It could be 3, 4, 5 week or two away, but that's what we consider a bearish retest gap. If it was a gap and go, and again, it depends on the placement of the gap, right? If this was a bullish candle and gap down, then a lot of people would be trapped more so, and it would continue down. So that's the difference. A gap and go is supposed to just gap and then just continue in that direction. A retest gap, meaning it should come back, people maybe buy it and then continue. Let me just make sure I got everybody. And we'll go over that more, continue to go over that. If you guys want to, here's what you really need to do, because I can only explain things in certain depth right now while I'm on the mic. But go into our website. Jeremy wrote an unbelievably fantastic ebook on gaps and the momentum and the emotions that they create. So I would highly recommend everybody, because real life traders, we love to trade gaps, right? Because the reason why we would like to trade them is because they cause emotions. They cause, remember that thing called trader sentiment? And yeah, this is just a great ebook, pretty short, just 17 pages, and it explains a lot of that. So you owe it to yourself. If you want to trade, I would tell you to go in and read that ebook. And how about that? How about that, Danny T? Fill of the gap. Elisha. All right. Elisha. Og, how you doing, man? Tesla on 1 hour is losing strength. Thanks, Og. So Og is looking at the relative strength index, RSI. So what he's saying is this measures the strength of a move. So you could see Tesla coming up into that 146.50 area. We had a lot of strength coming in here. This white area is what they call overbought area, meaning that once you get up in this white area, that pretty much it's gonna like lose its muchness. And then what happens is you're probably gonna get a decrease in the strength, and that will cause, well, when the stock is coming down, losing strength, that will cause the relative strength index to also decrease. So you could see, I don't know if I would call this divergence, because you got like right in here really is right when it started to come down. So you actually did have this decrease. And now one could say that you potentially, and you don't know because you haven't made higher highs or higher lows, but in the opposite direction, you can see this area, this white area down here is oversold, meaning that it's gone down and probably hit support and people are going to buy it. So right now you got a little bit of a higher low going on, right? But this is incomplete. For me, I wouldn't call that divergence, just for me, but I can see what you're looking at there, buddy. What I like to see on my divergence is real, whoops. I just deleted that. Okay. So you can see we're kind of making, higher highs right here. So from here to here, we really are making some higher highs, right? Doing the same thing. And then, yeah. That's a loaded question, my man. Big DT. Here's the short of it. And Danny, when we talk, we can get more into it. Danny's asking me why I don't like scalping. So if you're, our goal is, we risk $1 and we're trying to make at least $1.20, right? If you want to risk $1 and get $1, you might as well just go bet on football games or hockey games, whatever. So in trading, what we try to do is we risk $1 and then we want to make at least $1.20. On the opposite side, what we want to do is we want to try to mitigate our losses and lose like 0.7 R's or less, because if we're losing, you're going to, the best traders, some of the best traders in the world are 50-50 traders. Jeremy, I don't know what his percentage is, but somewhere around there, he's, somewhere around a 50-50 trader. If you can mitigate your loss and, and every time lose less than 0.7, and then on your wins, win more than what you risked, then you're going to be a consistent, profitable trader. With scalping, you get in a trade, you have a really tight stop, and you're trying to go for an R or whatever. If you're wrong immediately, you're going to just always lose an R. So you're going to consistently always lose an R when you're scalping. So there's no way to mitigate your loss. And the bottom line is professional, consistently profitable traders consistently focus on losing as small as they can. With scalping, you can't lose small. You're going to lose an R usually every single trade. Does that make sense, Big T? That's kind of the short, long answer. Yes, Agnes, you got it. Not on the indicators, but on the RSI indicators. So another thing that we do, Danny, is we have a trading plan. And if you're going to follow the real life trading way, most likely in your trading plan, it's going to say, hey, every day I have to stop trading if I lose 2 R's. In a week, if I stop trading 5 R's, then I have to stop trading in that week. If I lose like 10 R's in a month, then yeah, you need to talk to somebody. You need to get some coaching. You need to get some advice, because there's no reason why anybody should be losing 10 R's. If you're losing 10 R's in a month, not a day, Big DT, yeah, you need to stop what you're doing, stop the bleeding, and get some coaching. All right. Let's go find some trades. What do we got going on? Been doing so much teaching, got to go in and check what the market is doing now. Let's get rid of these lines here. So yeah, man, we just punched out. We broke those, that high of the day. Now we got, see, now I move, instead of going from a bearish perspective, right? We've moved almost that average daily range. My next target now is back up in this range, right? Then if you go over here. So yeah, man, we absolutely could come back and fill this gap today. Because you can see here's the gap. We got right now we got orange line. You can see average daily range. That is very realistic. So yeah, we got some room on the bull side. Gap down in the S&P can also be filled. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when you have a strong gap and go like this, because this is a gap and go, normally what you have is you have these bulls all freaking out and wanting to dump their positions, right? But this move should just tell you a lot of, hey, the market is very bullish. The bulls are here to play, like seriously. These guys weren't nervous, scared, whatever you want to call it. When we opened here this morning, right? We came down, people said, hey, man, that 200, that's the place to buy. And you could see this bounce off of that 200. And so the bulls are here to play right now. Wow, man. Danny, this is real life trading, dude. This is I learned from Jeremy. Everybody in this house, on this team learned from Jabu Newsom. I was early in his days and we went through a lot of hard knocks, but 10 years of experience with Jeremy, and Jeremy started trading actually electronically earlier than me. But dude, I started trading when I was born, believe it, 1960. My grandparents bought me Ma Bell, AT&T stock when I was born, and then every year would buy me stock. And my parents used to trade the market. I used to break open the newspaper and look at the stock market and look at my stock to see if it was going up or down. And yeah, as a little boy, I somehow found out that my parents owned Playboy stock. And then I became fascinated with the stock market. Playboy, you telling me I can buy shares and own Playboy? No, Brad, never did the bear crawl. I got really bad shoulders, so unfortunately, no, I didn't do the bear crawl. Tana says, I've been thinking about doing that for my grandkids too. Heck yeah. Instead of buying them like Roblox and all that, squishies and all this other junk, just buy them stock, man. My kids got Disney stock. All my kids have an Interactive Brokers account. Man, start them young, Tana. Start them young. Yep. Yeah, Jess. Way back then. That was, when you was in his heyday. Roblox, yeah. Either one. David says, I buy my grandkids 2 shares of SPY. See? Great job, D. Is Playboy still out there? PLBY. There you go. Playboy. Okay, that's consumer services services. Media lifestyle company. It connects consumers around the world with products, services, and experiences to help them look good, feel good, have fun. Yeah. I don't know. I can't see what that little logo is. I will. $3, and let me see how far this goes back. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, see, something happened. I don't know. There was a while that they weren't publicly traded. I don't know what happened. Something happens, and then yeah. The only person who they cannot say he is at a better place after he passed is Mr. Hefner. Sure ain't bunny ears. I don't know what the heck it is. All right. So at this point, you know what I want to look at, just because we've been doing some teaching. Yeah, got to be careful about going anything long. I think let's go back and look at the average daily range. Whatever happened to it? It came off my chart. There it is. So we could fill that gap. But I think the bulls are here to play, man. I don't know. I'd rather be up here like later on today. It might be after I get off the mic already, but I know I'd rather be up in this area trying to go short than right now, because we still have some ways to go on the SPY and the Qs. I mean, we've seen odder things. We've seen days where we've gone and then taken out the low of the day. But you can see, you know, we got the same gap up here. Man, it's already light out. I missed the sun come up. I usually like. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my window. I got to open my window. It's a little bit warm. Hold on one second. All right. I like to see the sun come up, catch some nice, cool Hawaiian morning air. But yeah, we're gonna have to be careful if we get into anything from here. Ben says, looks like Playboy was part of the SPAC craze. I don't know. I think it was even before that, Ben. I want to say, yeah. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, something happened, and then they weren't publicly traded, and then they came back. I don't know what it was. Cam says, what news websites do you look at? Cam, let me get back here. So if you go on to TradingView over here, this is my go-to. You just click here and you can get news headlines. The other one that I just personally do is just Yahoo Finance. Everybody has their own deal, right? Yeah, I usually just go here. But the real catch is I'm not a real big news person. I mean, I browse the headlines, but I don't know. I try to stay happy and positive, and it seems like every time that I read the news, it like counters what I'm trying to be as a person. So reading the news is hard for me. Does that make sense, Cam? But yeah, I mean, you got to kind of stay on top of things, and yeah, I don't want to go into the news thing right now, but yeah, I just get tired of it, man. I just want to be happy. And so me personally, I have to work on my happiness every day. So I try to avoid anything that does the opposite. Alex says, but I hope that answered your question. My go-to is finance wise is the Trading View News, and then also Yahoo Finance. Let me go see what Mr. Newton is talking about. If AMD and NVIDIA finish their double tops, I'll be looking to short. They haven't been as strong today. So yeah, you can see we got kind of a indecision. So yep, I can see what you're looking at on NVIDIA. On AMD, look at NVIDIA. Even more so, yeah. Alex, good call. Good call. Thank you, Alex. So we kind of got double topish, right? NVIDIA definitely, well, a lot of the stocks, especially a lot of the tech stocks, when you got a big run up and then from a 10 EMA perspective, they like to fake people out big time. There's not a valid 10 EMA trade here because we broke down below the 10 and then we got these, we broke down, then went back up, and then we broke down, and then I guess that's really a bearish candle that probably trapped a lot of people right there, because probably a lot of 10 EMAers may have gotten in there, but a lot of us know to look for double tops like this, so that looks good. Double topish for sure. See, even this for me, yeah, this big candle, right? And then we got, this is pretty close to being a nice 3-bar play like Danny talks about. Didn't have the greatest volume, but this to me is all a 4. So I think that my Elliott waves influences my double tops too, right? Because a lot of times double tops can be wave 4s. So when you have a potential wave 3 in there, and then you can get, these dang wave 4s can be really choppy, right? And a lot of times you'll get things that look like double tops, but I think we're going to go higher first. Danny, I'm here every day. I'm on for 3 hours. So what is that? East Coast time, 9 to 11. Okay, I'm just making sure I got everybody tracking. Joe, hardly ever watch the news. How long? Sammy, hey, can you look at Netflix? Yes, sir. Netflix, where are you? 15-minute, so many black candles and not going anywhere. Wow. A nice Sammy. So Netflix, the problem, as you know, Sam, inside day, right? And you got on the hour, look what you got. So for me, we got inside day, and then on the hourly, we got this huge indecision candle. So because it's inside day, it's just not my favorite trade right now, but I could definitely see what you're looking at. When you go to the 15, you can say on a day where we just got that hourly high wave. So anybody's shot, really. I like to, like we all do, just for the newer people, newer beginner traders. What we're trying to do is put probabilities on our side of the fence, right? I always go back to, what we learned in elementary school, the pros and the cons. So I like to figure out my pros. I like to figure out my cons. And if my pros, if I have time to do proper analysis, if my pros are good to go, then yeah. If my cons are, not very good, then I'll say, okay, no go. In this case, for me, I see what Sammy's looking at. We got 15-minute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, but I just think that we could maybe find better setups in here. We got double top, which is nice, Sammy. We had kind of double topish in here, broke down, came back up here and retesting. Let's look at this on a higher time frame, maybe a 30. Yeah, on the lower time frame. So not a real good double top, but I don't know if Todd is still here. Like if we roll over from here, this is the kind of double top that I like on a nice strong top, nice strong stock, right? You got, if this thing rolls over and closes below this neckline, then yeah, that's the kind of double top that I love. Yeah, I mean, what you got to ask yourself, why didn't it go so long with everything else? I mean, let's go into the 5. It just seems like it's a little bit more on the weaker side, which is weird, right? Trying to look at Elliott Wave. TradingView has an Elliott Wave counter, which is, there's a word for it, I forget. Means that it's continuously changing. But I mean, wow. Is it possible? Netflix, as we know, has been one of the stronger ones out there. The bulls are here in the market right now, unless we get, come tumbling down all day, which is potential. It's kind of double topish. I don't know. For some reason, Sammy, I don't know what it is. I'm feeling more bearishness. I don't know. Carl says on AMD, see a double bottom. Yeah, I see what you're looking at, Carl. So when you start thinking about chart patterns, you have to immediately connect it with sentiment, right? So double bottoms, we really like down around support, because what you should have is momentum is caused when people are trapped, right? So if you have a lot of people coming down into support, right? A lot of bears, they're going to start closing a position right here, right? Which is going to cause the stock to go up. And then usually you'll hit a little bit of resistance and they'll take their profits and the price of the stock will come back down to a support area. And then these guys here will say, wow, a lot of people bought here before and I made some money, or I didn't get in before, but why don't I get in now? And this causes a lot of momentum on the upside, right? And it traps any of these bears that didn't get out there. So when you see a pattern on your chart, you may have something that looks like a double bottom, right? But it potentially doesn't have the strength of a double bottom that would be down like this is a double bottom right here. This is a good double bottom, right? because it's down here by support. And in actuality, I love my double bottoms when they're right down below support, just like that. So this is right here, this line right here. This line is pre-market low, right? Came down here, and these guys decided to get out of their position, the bears, and just like I described. So I can see what you're looking at in here, but and yeah, sometimes in the middle of the wave or whatever, you'll get a double bottom. You can call it a double bottom, but just remember, it doesn't have the real sentiment that we love to have. Does that make sense, Carl? Wow, that was way up there. Zach says that is also the 50 EMA on the monthly. Oh, that's where my list went. Nice catch, Zachary J. So Zach is saying right here that, you know, you got the 50 EMA, which obviously will provide some support, right? We're above that now. We got to put that one on there, ZJ. Just so we know where that bugger is. Template, 50 EMA, and that's monthly. Yeah, so that, oops. That coincided really nicely with that bounce at pre-market low, right? All right. Hey, if I miss your question, please, if you need me to answer, please ask again, because I'm falling behind on the chat pane. We got a lot of people in here, so Christopher's looking at potential nice head and shoulders on Tesla. Let's go see what we got on Tesla. Average daily range. So I've learned my lesson the hard way with Tesla, Christopher. I can definitely see what you're looking at. I mean, it's got potential to come back down, but I have not been very successful trying to like short Tesla when you've had kind of a bullish day and then trying to go counter trend before it has reached its average daily range. So I can see what you're looking at, and it could potentially work really well. Let's go look and see what we got on the Qs, because it will coincide with the Qs, right? See on the Qs also, the Qs hasn't filled that gap, and it's still got plenty of room in its average daily range. And Tesla is on the NASDAQ, right? So I'm very hesitant to consider that it is a double top, but I have seen Tesla plenty times before trap people and then just go higher. So I can see what you're looking at, but just my experience, my personal experiences just says to hold on. Does that make sense? And Rock told me, Rock just has this thing about Tesla. So Rock told me, Johnny, please, can you trade something else? Yeah, but yeah, man, it's a lot of boys and girls. A lot of it has to do with, you know, your risk tolerance, right? Danny said it this morning. I've been saying it all week. That's what I teach. Everybody's risk tolerance is different, right? So, you know, if you're up 20 Rs right now and you want to risk an R, then it, you know, it makes sense because you're making lower highs, right? We haven't made lower lows yet. You got this, you know, potential double top and potential head and shoulders, right? But yeah, we'll see. The bull, you got to remember, on the bigger scheme of things, man, this when you get a gap and go that basically gaps and craps because it gaps right down into support and the bulls come marching in, man, the bulls are here right now, and you got to respect that. The bulls are here to stay. Yeah, we got that 15-minute gap. Okay. I'll give a real quick synopsis on it, right? So SPY, you got a bunch of bulls, right? Real strong. But a lot of bulls realized that, okay, it came up to resistance. So if the next day this is a bullish candle, right? The next day, the stock opens down here. What a gap and go does, so you'll have a white candle, right? You'll end the day with a white candle. You'll have the stock gapping down for whatever reason. It could be for news. It could be for big industries, the big boys, the hedge fund managers selling overnight. Could be all reasons. But when people wake up in the morning and see that, like in this case, maybe the SPY opened here, what are all these guys and girls going to do? They're going to start freaking out, and they're going to say, man, I got to keep my profits. I'm going to sell for what I have because I don't want this thing to come down any lower. So what happens on a gap and go is a gap and go creates huge momentum to whichever way that it's gapping. It's supposed to, right? The problem being is we want to look for gaps, especially gap and goes that gap below support. We had a gap and go right now that gapped right into support. So you don't get so much of that sentiment of these bulls wanting to sell off, right? Here's yesterday's bullish candle. You have this big old gap down, but it gapped right down into support. And what is support? Support is where there are buyers waiting to buy. That's what support is, right? Support is where the buyers came in. So the buyers came in there before, they're going to come in again. But when you have a gap, let's say this didn't gap here. Say this gapped, down here maybe. You'd have a lot more of these bulls freaking out and wanting to sell because they don't want to lose their profits. Carl, go into this baby and read this because I'm kind of giving you the short wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. But make sure you go into your dashboard and read this 4 type of gaps. Also, just for you guys and girls, I don't know if you know or not, just while we're here, Real Life Trading has close to over 55,000 subscribers. Jeremy Newsom and crew, I don't even know, man. I wish I got to get Jason Smith to give me a figure. We have thousands of videos. If you ever want to know about something, I can almost guarantee that we have a video on it. Subscribe to Real Life Trading YouTube and go into, for instance, gaps. And you're going to see like incredible videos. Look at this. How do I play a big gap down day? Okay. But not all big down days are alike. What if you gap down into nice support area versus if you gap down below support, right? So look how many videos mostly Jeremy has done just on gaps. You think gaps are pretty heavily weighted in real life trading? Look at this guy. Can you guys see that? Let's play this video real quick. I should be concentrating. I don't need to get into some trades, but all right. But anyway,
so let me show.
That's the deal. Make sure you guys go into that. Carl, does that explain gaps? Just think about gaps and the emotions that they're creating, right? All right. Usually, guys and girls, we're here to teach, but we don't necessarily go down in this kind of depth in the day trading room. Day trading room, a lot of people have experience already, so we go a little bit faster. In the morning room, during free week, we like to teach a little bit more. Let me see if I missed anything. Ben, thanks, Lucen. Do you got it, Ben? Average daily range. Agnes asked about. I asked about the fib retracement tool. I'm not understanding what you're talking about, Agnes. Zach says Head and Shoulders, even in star 10 EMA on Apple. Agnes says, could you quickly show and draw it? Sure. Sure. Let me get rid of some of this stuff so I can see. I'd like to get into a trade today. Gotta go look at see what the VIX is doing too. VIX looks like it's coming down still, so potentially still bullishness. So we got ZJ is talking about Head and Shoulders pattern potentially, which you can see failure. So that's your sentiment, right? It's having a hard time going higher. Why is my Zoom? Let me move my Zoom tool. It's very annoying. We got still plenty of room on the northbound side. You could see pre-market, that should be pre-market low. You got nice resistance up here. We do have an inverted Head and Shoulders, kind of. So that's contrary to this little Head and Shoulders. What else did he say? 10 EMA, 3 minutes. So ZJ is looking at a potential bearish trade. Yeah, I can see what you're looking at, ZJ. I do kind of a little concerned about this inverted Head and Shoulders here. 10 EMA, let's go check out where the 10 EMA is. So now though, on the bigger side of things, we got a nice big head and double top here. We broke the neckline. So that's what ZJ is looking, continuation potentially down. We had this decent hammer this morning. So yeah, man, I don't know. I can see what you're looking at, but I can also see this hammer. Then we got this little shooting star, lots of indecision going on right now on Apple, probably because of this bigger Head and Shoulders. So here Agnes was asking about like the fib tool. So here's one way you can use the fib tool. If you want to know, hey, where could this possibly come back to? Because here we had a bullish trend, right? So if you're looking for where this double top could possibly pull back to, you can see we have 38250 and the 618 are all areas that it could potentially pull back to. We've already pulled back to that 50. So next target would be down here at the 618, Agnes. That's one way that we use it. So when you're in something very bullish, then you can use your fib tool and you can kind of figure out where a good place of retracement is. The other thing, if you want to really learn about it in depth, go in here and there's a great Fibonacci. Leonardo is my first name. How to use Fibonacci in real life, right? Their girlfriend.
This right about here starts to get uncomfortable. You're saying to yourself, man, it really needs to pull back. You can't just draw a straight line like that very long in the market without something happening. And then, of
There's
course,
the fib video. So we'll continue to use it. So if you're looking for a retracement where it could possibly pull back to, you always want to start down low and go high. The thing is, Fibonacci is very artsy. So just depending on what's Fibonacci telling you, it's telling you where good support and resistance is. That's all it's doing. So sometimes you have to play around with your tool, your Fibonacci tool, to get it to match up to some good support and resistance. Sometimes it's not the first high or low. Sometimes it's the second high or low. So here's the real good one. You see how I had to adjust? I originally had it down here, but it could be this one right here, because see where the 382 aligns nicely right there to that neckline. So nice neckline retest right there. Makes sense. There's the 50, and the 618 just so happens to be right where the 50 EMA is coming in. So you gotta, it's a very artsy, it's a theory. Remember, it's a theory. It's not a moving average. Moving average is based on past history, fact. Moving averages, right? Elliott wave, Fibonacci are theories, but why they are valid theories in trading is because all traders, not all traders, a lot of traders use them. Yeah, Agnes, it will be a constant learn. Definitely. But I'll show you more. Just like I did on that retracement, Agnes, you can do it like you can do it here, right? I could do it, say, okay, here's the high, here's the low. Where is it possibly going to pull back to? And, you know, isn't that amazing? We got the 50 right here at the high of the day, 618 right here. So now I'm looking where this thing can come back and retrace back up to based on this trend from here to here. Tracking? Does that make sense, Miss Agnes? Yeah. I mean, definitely worth watching here, ZJ, but yeah, we could still put in a higher high, take this little candle out, and then have your head and shoulders. So definitely worth keeping an eyeball on. The move won't happen. That move won't happen. I don't know what you're asking, Hilton. That move won't happen today. Can you clarify that for me, please? Girlfriend, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help you guys not struggle like I did. I have 10 years of struggle in my past. So yeah, that's all the moderators. We're all the moderators, coaches, mentors. That's why Jeremy made us as such. Our mission, if you didn't know, at Real Life Trading is, I'm not talking to you, Agnes, I know you know, but our mission at Real Life Trading is to enrich the lives of others. And so we're here to enrich your life in trading and every other aspect. That's why we have real estate and all other kinds of subject matters that we talk about at Real Life Trading. Hilton says, will it get back to that high today? You know, Hilton, yeah, when you ask me a definitive question, I can never give you a definitive answer. All I can give you is based on my analysis at the current time, obviously. And I'm not trying to be just a wise guy, but I think the Bulls are showing their muchness, they are definitely, they got their gumption going on. I think this is a wave 4. I think we're going to punch out of here and go bullish. So is it possible for Apple to hit that? Yep. Average daily range 341. I definitely think that's feasible. Do you have a lot of stuff in the way? Yeah. Got to remember this double top though, right? This is a double top. We broke the neckline and we are basically retesting this area right now. So if we are gonna, this is a good point of reversal, if there is a reversal. But again, I'm looking at the overall market and I'm looking at this now inverse head and shoulders. So we can absolutely get right up in there. No problem. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear because we are not financial advisors, right? We're not licensed financial advisors. So all we can do is give you our opinion of what we think. I can't say, obviously, and I'm not talking to you, Hilton, I'm talking to everybody. I can't say, hey, buy this right now because it's coming up here, right? Just so everybody knows where we're coming from. I'm just trying to be precise. Lucen said, Chris had a question that you missed on the 10 EMA. You can answer it, Lucen. I know you got the brilliance. Where did I miss Chris's? I'm checking out. Chris, where are you? Not sure if the 12 o'clock candle. Chris, do 10 EMA entries require trigger candle to be very small? No, they do not. I'm looking at the 20-minute on the SPY, or the what? I'm looking at 30-minute on the SPY. I can't read. Bear with me, Chris. So Jeremy will tell you that the 10 EMA you can play on any chart, whether the 1 minute, the 30-minute, whatever, daily. So that kind of helps you with like size of candles a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you obviously don't want to, and it depends on the situation, but let me see what you're talking about here. So I'm looking at the 30-minute on the SPY, 2 candles to go. You got to give me, is that Eastern time? Because I'm on Hawaii time. So I'm on the SPY, 30-minute, 2 candles ago for a short entry. Right here. So you're talking about, because here's your retest into the 10, right? And then right here, is that what you're looking at? I want to make sure that I'm answering your question right. You ended up taking the current 15-minute. Let me go to 15-minute. Yeah, man, perfect. So nice breakout, right? Above the 10. You have retest of the 10 and now perfect. Yeah. Super duper, my man. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Good catch. All right, let's go see what we can catch. We got potential target. Absolutely, Danny T. I'm just looking for targets right now on the SPY. Chris, that would be kind of my initial target right there. Oh, I'm on Tesla. I meant Tesla. On the SPY, I already got a target. I was thinking back about the Chris's trade. That's a great trade. Yeah, that's my target on the SPY right there for today so far. Now we got a little bit, look at this. Now we got a little bit of a double top happening on the SPY. So 15-minute, we had 10 EMA, but we got some really good support down here, Chris. But yeah, that's my targeto. Let's go see if we can find something long. So Elliott Wave making my head hurt. I don't know if this is a 4 or this is a 4, because right now we're kind of putting in a double top. I like my double top. I want this up here. Could do something like this. Let me see if we got anything better. Could take that. The problem being, if this is a 4, right? We just don't know where this 4 is going to come back to. 143, 142. Don't really have great risk reward in there. So in order to get good risk reward, I'd have to go pretty tight. I mean, it's not bad, but let me just go real quickly, see if what we else. Oh, we got a nice Amazon. Let me see how much Amazon we got. Average daily range 331. Trying to get the best trade right now, especially because we're so high. See, Amazon, we've already gone our average daily range. Can we go higher? Yeah. But I don't like so much Amazon long, right? I don't know why we talked about earlier, AMD and yeah, I almost like AMD short. I mean, 3, 4, 5 up into here. Kind of like AMD short side. Let me see what AMD average daily range, 271. See, we're right in the middle, so we got plenty of room either way. Again, I'm more bullish than I am right now. I think those bulls came stomping back in, but a lot of them may want to play for some profits and keep going higher. Rich was looking at a short on AMD. I mean, definitely struggle bus down at support on AMD and NVIDIA, right? Kind of like NVIDIA. Whew. Playing with fire. Apple got a lot of pressure coming down on Apple. Not bad, I guess. That 50, where's a 50? Got this 50 right here. 50 is always a place of retest, and you're going to get selling off. So if this thing fails, could have a nice play down to the VWAP. Got a little bit of that head and shoulders we were looking at earlier. Took out that target that we were talking about earlier. ZJ, what do you think, my man? Gosh, I'm just not ready to go short on the market yet. What time is it? 7:50. Really like Chris's play here with that support there. We're above the 50 on the 5. Of course, we got to deal with that dang 50 on the 15. I think we're good long, man. I don't know. Everything is looking so short, and you know how that goes, especially when the SPY and the Qs are so strong. It will take, multiple failures to go short. Where'd you get that emoji, Rock? That's pretty cool, man. The other thing is, going long at highs of the days, not a preferable method. Really, here was the 10 EMA. You closed above the 10, you bounced off the 20. That was your 10 EMA play right there. I'm not going to take Tesla long. It's got some potential, and Tesla, moves sometimes well past its average daily range, but I'm not feeling it right now. So everything is up at, its high of the day. At least NVIDIA. It makes sense to go long on NVIDIA. I'll take NVIDIA long. I mean, here's nice support down here. NVIDIA has been crazy. Yep. Tracking, Rock. Yeah, Apple not bad long. Kind of like NVIDIA. I don't know, but NVIDIA, I don't know why NVIDIA has been real indecisive today, right? People don't know whether to buy or to sell. And it's really just that one day. Well, you got some decent support down here, I guess. Yeah. Got pretty good little support area here. Where is the POC? The point of control from way back when. Kind of got that POC from, here's yesterday's POC, and then here is Monday's POC. So I think that's this right here, this area, kind of like a support resistance. Right now being a little bit of resistance. You can see AMD POCs stair stepping down, which makes you a little bit more on the bearish side. Let's go back and look at we're trying to make those higher highs. Shop. Shop 243. Gap and go on shop. Inside day, gap and go, beautiful volume. Pretty bullish right now, but it is inside day. But it is a gap and go. And we got 243. 243 on the day. This crazy dang yesterday. I was going to take a fib on that, Agnes, for you, but like Danny, man, it's going to drive me freaking bonkers. You can see if you're measuring from the high, which we don't know, I have no idea what that high is, but to the low, and I'm looking for a retracement. I mean, we're right there at the 618. We've already done average daily range. So, but yeah, I mean, it is strong. Just don't know how strong it can go. Can it go all the way up here? Sure. But again, from a pros and cons, this becomes a con for me, a pretty weighted con for Johnny, just because, I don't know if this 274 includes this idiotic thing right here. So, we can go back and look, though. We can go back prior. Oops. So you can see, can I raise this here? So prior to here, so we're up here at 242. On this day right here, we were down at about $1.95 before that craziness. So, yeah. Shop looks nice and strong, but for me, just me, again, trying to put probabilities on my side of the fence. I'm not going long on it at this point. Big guy. Does that make sense? Walmart had the same dang candle yesterday. Just flat. What you want to talk about, Hilton? Again, these crazy wicks just throwing us off, but yesterday was a bearish day. We have a retest gap bouncing right off of the 100 on the daily. So it makes sense that we would get some bullishness in here, right? 356. But again, average daily range being off. So before that idiotic candle. So about 237, I'll say. Yeah, now that's going to throw average daily range off like crazy for 2 weeks. So average daily range right here on these stocks that have this crazy candle. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be what we call range bound, right? What it means range bound is it's pretty much made its high and low for the day. So it's going to be stuck in here somewhere. And where is it going? The only place that we can think it's going is, to a little bit of resistance. So there's really not much reward in here. Can it go up and take this high of the day out? Yep. But right now I got this resistance to deal with. So for me, it's not a great long, Hilton. Does that make sense? Same thing on the short side. I mean, it's already gone its range. So, and you got support down here where it bounced off of. You can see this bounce. People bought the heck out of it here, right? You got this nice little support area right in here, and it's bouncing off of that. Also, I don't know if you guys heard or not, but I think Bed Bath & Beyond is going bankrupt. So they're talking about, here you go, just in the news. Look at that. Wayfair, TJ Maxx, Target could be big winners. A little over half the stores have a Walmart within a mile. So these are all kind of good potential longs, but I don't know. Bed Bath and Beyond has been coming down just forever and a day. So with them going out of business, I mean, I really personally don't think it means diddly squat, but there's some potential bullishness there. So Danny, POC. POC is, I keep it really simple. So I use, let me go to VWAP first. So VWAP is a calculation of price and volume, right? Which are the leading indicators. So this purple line, right? There's a calculation that figures out price and volume, right? And it's some kind of a weighted average. And this tells you kind of where a keen interest area of buying and selling is happening, right? What I've been told by somebody who used to work for a broker was that brokers, hedge fund managers like to buy and sell as close as they can to the VWAP. So anytime that you're far from the VWAP in day trading, it's better to trade back up to look for a trade back up into the VWAP, right? That's VWAP. VPOC is a little bit different, and I don't know how it's calculated, but VPOC, which is this red line, it usually coincides pretty dang close to the VWAP, but you can see VPOC is usually where the preponderance of volume is coming in and out of the stock. So what does that mean? For me, I like to keep everything simple, stupid, because in the Marine Corps, I was taught, keep it simple, stupid. I still have that on my mind. What the POC does, along with the VWAP, is it tells me, hey, this is a good area of support or resistance, right? It says, okay, as you can see, you know, everybody was getting out of their position there, back down to VWAP and bounce off of VWAP, and yeah, keeps going. So it's really a point. Just think of it's the preferred place where to buy and sell, right? It's the preponderance of volume coming in and out of the stock at the time. Yeah, I don't know, Lucien. I mean, average true range still calculates the highs and the lows. So that makes my head hurt to think about that, because I mean, if they're considering this a high, it's still going to be calculated into the average true range. But yeah, I'm not a mathematical wizard by any means. So, but yeah, I guess if you go on average true range, listen, do you have your average true range on your chart? Because if you go into your average true range and you can see this, then it's going to be affecting average true range. If you don't see that, then yeah, let me know if you have it up on your chart. That's me, Nick. I'm all about being the Barney. So you can see here on Tesla, like why we don't necessarily like to take high of the days is because that really is a target for people, right? If I was in bullish down here, if I bought down here, this would be a target. And so if I'm coming up in here, I'm selling. And so you can see this big wick. This big wick represents selling pressure. And that's exactly what's going on right now. Everybody tracking? Throw me a Lima Charlie. I need some enthusiasm in the house, if you understand what I'm talking about. Throw me a Lima Charlie. Any Lima Charlies out there? All right. You guys make my day when you play with me. I like I love your participation. Loud and clear, Malone's. Malone's has got it. Lima Charlie is loud and clear, phonetically in military talk. You guys got it? Yeah, so you got to be really careful up there. Same thing with on the low side, right? You don't necessarily want to, that's why you get down to the low side and all these bears come out, and the bears, they have to buy the stock back to close their position. 23 years, Miss Malone's Camadar. Long time of your life, right? Walmart, Lucen. That's like as old as you are, right, Maloney? 23 years. I think I went into the Marine Corps when you were born. I was close. Only 10 years off. All right, so Tesla's looks like it's going up. Yep. Is Jan 30? I thought he was 34. Is he not 34 yet? Maybe in May he's going to be 34. I thought he was already 34. Maybe not. I think he is 34, Malone's. I could be wrong. All right. You can see when you trade with Johnny, I like to horse around a lot too. So, but I'm actually going into a lot more kind of just teaching than trading right now, because we got so many new people that are not here from real life trading. So I'm trying to explain how we trade. So Agnes, if you want to see like a fib, you could, get in here, right, and see potential pullbacks. So I want to know from this wave, once we get up in here, like where I could potentially pull back to. So now I'm using fibs to help me with my targeting of a trade. So you can see right here, this is a nice place, 382 pullback. You can see here, we got a little bit of support going on. Here's the 5-0, right? And then you got a little bit more support down here. This is a really nice fib right now. I don't know if that's where it's going to end up, but you can see right now using fibs, that would be where my target's using fibs if we come back down. Tracking my Agnes. Agnes might be sleeping. I don't know. I think she's on 7 o'clock time, nighttime, 8 o'clock. Oh, there she is. Lima Charlie. Ha. And what I love is the fact that, look how far VWAP is. So VWAP is going to definitely act as some support down here, right? Or a target. My buddy LW says it depends on what stock you're looking at, as he's talking about average daily range versus average true range right now because of those crazy wicks. If the spikes stayed inside the previous day, then ATR is accurate. If it went outside the previous day, then it's, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, good catch, man. That makes total sense. Okay. Guys, I think maybe, we got to have just a little bit more patience. And what's happening today? I think we're going to have to wait for later on in the day to catch like maybe a potential counter trend trade. But caution, we've seen of late that when the SPY and the Qs have been so strong, they basically just continue strong through the whole day and a lot of times don't pull back. So after me, we're going to do some options trading again, and then Miss Malone's Camdar comes in at 3:30 p.m. to talk about futures. I know we had a lot of people asking about futures. And then the main attraction of the day, Jeremy Alexander Newsom coming in with the swing trade. Hey, just a little while, I got to do my duty, but yeah, we were talking with Danny earlier. Real Life Trading Foundation has given away thousands. I'm talking about, I want to say maybe 6 digits worth of money. I don't know if Sochi is here. Sochi would know. Sochi leads the effort of us donating. We're a nonprofit, so anything that you donate will go as you'll get the ability to tell the IRS, hey, I donated this money. But we have several great foundations that we support, and we've raised thousands and thousands of dollars. Let me talk real quick about these 3 gorgeous, beautiful people. Marta, my man Craig, and Miss Emily. I talked about them a little bit yesterday, but they are our connections team. They are customer support 10X. I don't think you'll find a better support team than these 3. They're all traders, right? They all know what the deal is. They've been around. They're all great people. They're here to enrich your life and to answer any question that you may have. If they don't have the answer, they will direct you to a coach, moderator, mentor, and tell you where to get your answer. They are also there to help you support-wise, just in case anything, you need any kind of support with billing or Slack or whatever it may be. So they are, just think customer service times 10, the best in the world. You should get to know each and every one of them too. They are all awesome people. So we were talking about NVIDIA here. We didn't really get a chance. Let me see on the 3. We probably did. No, we were talking about NVIDIA here long, right? But we never got, I was looking to take a 10 EMA trade. So with the 10 EMA, just for you newer people, what we're looking for is a break above the 10 EMA. My red line here is 10 EMA. And then a bearish candle retesting the 10. So we're getting one now, but of course the problem being is high of the day again, or not the high of the day, but high of what we've come back and retraced, right? And we're struggling at that high. So this would be, any of these bulls in here, this would be a great place for those bulls to sell off a little bit. And you can see a lot of them came up here and sold off one time. Bulls came back. So this may be a decent place to take a long. Let's go look at our Elliott wave. Not our Elliott wave, our Fibonacci. So here we kind of pulled back. So this, we pulled back up into this 50. This may be a place right here. This is kind of a place of interest for the bulls to sell off, right? Not the greatest place in the world to go long, but it is a pretty good support, you must say. That is one thing. You got kind of a double bottom here. So again, you know, we would have liked to seen this come up, this volume here continue and break this top. So we never really broke that top. Let me go back to the Qs. Qs is still going. We are still going, ladies and gentlemen. So we got this gap. This is the daily gap. This would be, take this gap all the way up into here. So we got some room, but really not that much room. So I think once we get up in here on the SPY and the Qs, then we can start looking for maybe some shorts. but a little too late to go long, I think, and a little bit too early to go short. So we're just going to have to hang out. I think if we get up here, Tony probably is going to be looking to take a short. We got, double top retest again back in this area. But it makes sense that we throw up at least a wick up into here. And then if we're coming down, but again, wow, these bulls pretty impressive, man. I know a lot of you have been in long. Did anybody already get out of their longs? A lot of you said when I came on at 6 o'clock, my time, or a little bit thereafter, maybe in here, a lot of you guys were long already. So a lot of you should be very profitable. Hilton, you're in long. Great job. Nick is in lucid. All right. Sounds good. I'm exiting long here, Chris. Good job. So think about it. If Chris is getting ready to exit, then other people in the world are thinking about exiting, right? Danny's out of everything. Mike York in BA. I looked at BA this morning, the earnings play on BA. And they had, that was the thing that I didn't like about this gap down on BA was, but then I took my eyeballs off of it. So it was a gap and go, had lousy earnings, lousy revenue reporting, right? So everybody would think that it's just going to plummet. But I was looking at this strong support area down here on BA. That was earlier this morning before I got on the mic. But look what it did, man. It bounced right out of here, came down and bounced again. Shucks. I wish I didn't take my eyeball off of it now. So look at this. This is pretty too. Right down at support, guys. All these bears, when you get this nice volume coming in, these are all these boys and girls buying to close their position, right, Agnes? They're buying, which is causing that bounce again up at support. Franco, you tracking? Who else is in the 90-day masterclass? If you guys, I'm talking to everybody right now. If you don't follow volume, you have to start watching volume, because volume, I heard Danny even say it this morning, volume is the leading indicator, right? Volume and price, volume and price, volume and price. Hello, Win. Gerline, you tracking what I'm talking about? So all these bears, they have to buy to close, right? Yep. Jose, you tracking, my man? Agnes tracking. Whew, you guys are going to be stock crushing machines. But great trade, Michael York. Danny, you need to get rid of those people. Danny Mac. Never talked to Danny Mac. How you doing, Danny Mac? Are you in real life trading, Danny Mac, or are you here for the free week and gonna get in real life trading? We want you on the team, man, if you're not on the team. Great job, Win. Fantastico. Stock crusher extraordinaire. Danny Mac, you're in the 90-day. Okay. I don't know. My bust. I haven't seen your name. Is it under? I've seen a Danny. I don't know if I've seen Danny Mac. That doesn't ring a bell. Carl says, does volume help more with entering a trade than exiting a trade, or both? Definitely both, Carl, because so again, look at this right here on BA. Yes, Gerline, I definitely know that you're there, girl. So you see, look at this volume right here, right? We gapped down here and look at all that volume came in and started buying, right? So same thing here. These bears hit this point again, and these bears started buying, but exact same thing would happen on the top side. Not necessarily all the time, but yeah, I mean, when people take profits on the top side. Yeah, definitely. Saw a bunch of volume come down to here, a bunch of volume come in here, but something like this we call exhaustion volume. When you have a huge spike in volume like this, exhaustion volume being just exactly what it says. I'm exhausted and I'm going back where I came from. But yeah, great question, Carl. All right, Danny Mac. Sounds good. Let me know if I can ever help you, my man. Danny, for some reason, I just can't call it meta. Yeah, really, ultra strong, kind of hanging out, 424. Let's see what we got going on. Beautiful support right down there. Inverted head and shoulder-ish, but man, does it look like it wants to fall. I mean, you got definitely double tops up here. Really, I don't know if you can call this the retest of that neckline. I guess you can. I mean, we kind of retested right in there. Let's see what we got. Any other clues? Danny, this may be a really good one, man. If we get up to the top of the Qs and the SPY later, this one may be really good coming down to here. What I'm a little concerned about when I look at, the sentiment of traders, we failed there, we failed there, we failed here. So are we now, that's an inverted head and shoulders. Are we now going to blow up through that? So this sidewards chop is good in a perspective, but yet, we kind of are right at a little bit of support also too, right? You can see it here, you can see it here. I mean, it would seem like this would be the place that people would want to buy. So this inverted head and shoulders is got some potential right now. It just depends on whether we fail here or whether we continue higher from here. So kind of like right in between play. I don't have anything volume wise or other candle wise really to help me out. Look at this. There really wasn't spectacular volume on this hammer. I mean, I could see this hammer getting taken out. This hammer should have had volume like this candle over here, right? We could potentially, though, there's a lot of potentials, right, in this. Got that. But I think, the Qs, right? The Qs is going up and Facebook is coming down. So we like it when stocks are doing opposite of what the indices are doing. Definitely keep an eyeball on that. I mean, it's not going higher, so one would think it's a little bit on the shorter side, right? Let me see what you're talking about. Any news article just came out, a news article that just said is more bullish than ever. So when news comes out and says it's more bullish than ever, then it means that people are going to sell off. Any thoughts about a reversal at the top of SPY gap? Yeah, we've been talking about that all morning, Chris. We're talking about looking for a reversal right up in here. Where's that hourly 10? Hourly 10 is right there. Oh, that's the 20. Where's the hourly 20? See, this is the problem because I think the bulls are so strong right now. I think anything down on the downside, one of two things are going to happen. We're going to come up here and like just chop around and stay up here for the rest of the day. And I'll show you a day that I think Friday was like that. Or I don't know, as strong as the bulls are, I don't think that we're going to get a huge sell-off here. That's just what I'm feeling. It makes sense, you know. A lot of people want to go short up here, but we'll see. We'll see how much gumption they got. All right, Agnes, have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great evening. What were you talking about, Danny? I was looking at it as a day trade. Yeah, we love it when stocks are doing the opposite of what everybody else is. Don't know what Nick asked, but thank you, Lucen. Mari, why do you like stocks that do the opposite of the SPY? Because that means that, you know, the people that follow that specific stock are, you know, either following their longs or their shorts, and it's not getting pulled by the rest of the market. Just like, again, I go with Facebook, right? Facebook, everybody gets up here and, you know, there's not many people that are interested in buying up here, right? So, of course, as momentum happens, right, and more people sell off, then the price is going to come down. So that makes it weaker and it creates momentum on its own. Vice momentum on the Qs is going up. So in the case of Facebook, it probably will take it down to a point of support like here, and then maybe bounce. So we like stocks that have their own mind and are not pulled by the rest of the market just because of that particular stock's trader sentiment, right? Day trading, swing trading, it's all about the sentiment of that specific stock. And if that current technical analysis tells you that it's doing something opposite of the market, then that's a pretty strong sentiment. Thanks, my man. All right. Sounds good, Danny. We'll talk soon. Have a great day. Mari, does that make sense? Yeah, it's all about the sentiment of the stock, right? What the individual stock owners or the people that are interested in becoming stock owners are wanting to do. This is just being very futzy right now. What do we got on? I kind of like this high wave. This volume, look at this candle right here. This is a very weak candle. This selling pressure right here, this thing bounced at support, came all the way back up here. People sold off and it came all the way back down. And that's currently where we are. So I really do like this kind of short. I don't know. That's my read. I'm going to put this on my chart. Day trades. You guys, can you guys understand this kind of sentiment that's going on right now? I mean, it's kind of a precarious place because we are support, but why on this big old volume did we come flying up there and then it just sold off? 4:30 this morning. Time was that? 4:30. 4:30. Okay. It's this big candle. So we bounced, right? Came back up to the 10 and just failed that area right in here. So you can see this area, really strong resistance right here. Makes total sense. Really strong area. So came up here. A lot of people interested in buying came and failed. People interested in buying came and failed. Now, not that many people interested, but now here they come marching in, right? So now they're looking for this target right here as their first target. But if we fail this, I don't know. I'm going to give it a short, a try. We'll see what happens in here, but you got plenty of room, right? Remember on the downside? Oh, that's interesting. Glad I caught that. 15-minute 100s usually are very strong. Can they break? Yeah, but that's a good reason to provide support. Look at this support now. Now you got double reasons to have support here. So we may not be coming down. We'll see. We got kind of from a wave count perspective, we got really a kind of a 1, 2, and a potential 3 out of here on the long side. So this is why we do multi-time frame analysis, because sometimes on one chart, it'll be looking, really delicious. But then when you go to another chart, and because moving averages do provide support and resistance, right? So we'll keep an eyeball on this. I think if we do get a reversal, we've got plenty of room to go on this, but whoo, Tesla broke out. Which way are you talking about, Wayne? I mean, it really broke out way down here, but are you talking about up here at this target? Yeah, I mean, it had a nice breakout down here for sure. Where are you talking at? I mean, definitely broke out here. Then it broke out again, kind of broke out here, hit our target. So here's average daily range right at resistance. So this is when I like double tops on Tesla. But again, man, we are very bullish. Taking anything counter trend is going to be very hairy. You played the 142 breakout? $142, this right here. Nice. Very nice. Good job. Just reading Carl and Lucen. Yep. Yep. All right. Here, let me show you something real quick. Was this Friday? What's today? 25th. This was Friday. So Friday was, you can see we just had a very bullish day and we just stayed bullish. A lot of people got trapped, I'm sure. Some people took a quick one, but this is already towards market close. But you can see a lot of people probably went short in here, expecting, this is well past average daily range, right? Kept going. I mean, when you got in here, people were already starting to look short, right? Wanting a pullback. And then you got people going short right here at this kind of shooting star-ish candle up at resistance. They went short and they basically got trapped. So just because we're up at resistance doesn't mean that it has to pull back, right? So here we got a little bit earlier pullback. So we're still pretty early in the day. We still have plenty time, I think, for pullback. But if you're going to get a pullback on the SPY and the Qs after such a bullish run, then you got to make sure that it's at good resistance, which you really don't have real solid resistance at this point until here, right? And then it will probably head fake people and trap people 2 or 3 times before it goes. So that's what I would be looking at. Danny got 1.2 Rs on the ABBV Abavi. Nice job, man. Running flat and it broke out 10 EMA right there. Beautiful. Good job, brother. Let's go look at the gap. ABBV. Came down. Yep. Little support area. Chopped around and good catch, man. Great job. Okay. Really got me interested in Meta now. So Meta, we're coming up for this this target now. This will be one target. It'll be interesting to see. We're going to be on the 3-minute. We're going to be pretty much oversold. Yeah, I like it up in here for a short. But again, remember what's underneath us. That's the problem. I think it'd be one of those, if the SPY and the Qs come crashing down, it probably will come with it and it will break this no problem. Because again, look at the range. It's got lots of range, right? Lots of range from left in the day. Could it go all the way? Look at that. It could go all the way up there to 145-ish. This will be pretty interesting too, because we had that double top. So we got potentials of, neckline retests, because we kind of had it here. We had chances here. It failed, but neckline retest. But we also then got, look at this. This has got some huge potential. Because when the news comes out and says, reports after the fact that Facebook is very bullish, like, yeah, no duh. If you wanted to go long in Facebook, guys, so after such a huge run up, is it time for a nice topping pattern? Hell yeah. I'd be game. We'll see what happens in the overall market, but looking pretty cherry. I gotta get rid of all my lines. All right, let's go see if our SPY and our Q is ever going to stop. Sounds good. Looks like I'm going to be off the mic, so Danny will be coming in. I'm reading Mr. Pierce's. So average daily range can go either bullish or bearish, right? It's just where you want to get the momentum. So I'll come in here like start of the day, and I'll say, okay, Qs right now is going bearish. So where's the target? So I'll go in, I'll use my average daily range, and I'll look for support. And I'll say, okay, that's where my target is on the downside. And then just depending on how close we get, that will become more valid as we move down towards that. But if we start going bullish, then you move it up to here and say, okay, here's the average daily range. So that I look for resistance up here, and I say, okay, here's my target. So it can be, you can use it bullish 1 minute and bearish the next, just depending on the trend of the stock. But it's how I determine predominantly, number one, whether I have a good risk reward. Like right now, I obviously don't have a good risk reward to go bullish, right? So I use it to determine if I have good risk reward. And then I use it to, in conjunction, obviously before that, I use it to pick a target and say, okay, we can come up to here, and that's where resistance is going to be. And then also I look at RSI and then say, hey man, is this thing hit its average daily range? Has it hit resistance? And is it overbought? Because those right there, right? If you're building your pros and your cons, right? It's hit its average daily range, pro, average daily range. It's hit resistance, check. RSI overbought, right? RSI overbought, check. And then, so then, I'll just say, okay, what are the cons? And if I have more pros to go short than cons, and I might only have one con over here, but it might be one that, hey, Johnny, the bulls are here to stay, dude. Be careful about going counter trend. Does that make sense to everybody? Give me a Lima Charlie one more time. I've been drinking too much coffee. You guys got that? Rock Forward, I know you got it. Hilton. Sounds good, Hilton. Hey, Hilton, I don't want to offend you. And you got to realize you're talking to Johnny, but Hilton to me could be a man or woman's name. Can you tell me, because I don't want to call you dude. Well, I call I call my all my girls that are friends dudes. I'm like, hey, dude. But I don't want to say something like yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, something like that. And if it's none of my business, just tell me it's none of my business, and then I'll just call you Hilton and not worry about it. Attorney Dan says he drinks too much coffee. Yeah, I call Maloney dude all the time. I drink too much coffee and I'm addicted to your teaching style. So I'm listening to you in my Attorney Dan, we got any coach mentor in real life trading is a superstar. So they're all around you. But yeah, when you look for a coach, a lot has to do with that chemistry, right? The old saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, right? A lot of people, I'm sure, can't stand me, and they wouldn't coach with me if I paid them. So, yeah. I was just, should I call you Hilton? Because I don't want to call you ma'am or sir or, something like that. Because to me, Hilton, I mean, that could be a boy's name, could be a girl's name. Just curious more than anything. And if it's none of my business, just don't answer me and I'll move on. Because I know in today's world, we need to be definitely courteous to all people, just depending on what they relate to, right? Yeah, I'm just a curious person. Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much for clarifying that, because I was starting to sweat, Hilton. You're going to have to tell me, yeah. You're going to have to tell me, tracking. You're going to have to tell me the history of your name. I really like the name. You don't have to do it now. I know you got to go, but just sometime, send me a note. It may be simple as, hey, man, I was just named after my grandfather, or me and Paris are best friends. Yeah, guys and girls, if you're not in real life trading, we like to have a good time while we trade. I horse around a lot. Danny is the king of horsing around. I never know if Danny is serious or yeah. No, he's just funny as hell. All right. So let's see, check out volume up in here. Let's see if we get some good volume with these bulls. Any bulls selling up in here in the house? We got anybody who's going to sell? Tracking, Hilton, tracking. Win, I thought you got out of all your trades already. So see, ZJ gives you a hint of what a lot of bulls are thinking, right? A lot of bulls are strong as hell, and it's still early. We could be coming up here, guys and girls. This is my primary target because of the average daily range, but at this point, very easily could get up in there. Just sold more Rivian. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, hourly, we got 1, 2, 3, working on the fourth one in a row. One would think that we should see a bearish hourly candle come in. We got 40 minutes left on this one, so it could be the one. You never know. Daily hammers, yeah, we got Lots. I mean, you got this little wick down and just all this bullishness. Yeah, we had a gap and go that basically failed right at support today. So look at this support over here, right in that 282 area. Yeah, I'm thinking obviously now more and more insights. We got this 200, right? So I'm bullish until we get up until the 200. We'll hit that. We'll obviously, most likely, sell off, right? And then either we're selling off or we're going to futz around up here and then go higher. We got potentially one, well, hard to say, right? Let me go into the hourly over here. So let's go see. This has got to be 3, like Elliott Wave is going to tell us. There's a 3, there's a 4, there's a 5. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Where is our 200? 200 on the day. I mean, surely looking like we're breaking this high and then we're coming into that 200. I don't know if Danny got rid of his put or not. But geez, unless super bad news, the Fed comes in and does something stupid. Looking pretty strong. P&L was 0.94, so I wanted to hit the whole number. Wish it would have held on to Roku and coin. Yep. Yeah, high days, people selling off for sure. What time is it? My tummy is telling me it's time to go eat breakfast. That's what my tummy is telling me. All right, let's go here. Just real quick, couple more paid service announcements. Talked about it before, but we have a 90-day masterclass. You get all this in your masterclass. It's really for those new beginner traders and really more those beginner traders that have been trading for a little bit but are still struggling. Me and Jeremy and Matt doing the preponderance of teaching right now, but Jiminy Crickets, what a great course. I haven't seen anybody that has said anything negative about it. We start slow and just continue rolling down. Right now, teaching like the 10 EMA. We're going to move into the Momo strategy, but it's basically the foundation of building technical analysis that you need to get to be a consistent, profitable trader. So you ought to think about it. Should be starting late April, maybe Mayish. Dan, I don't want to tell you because it depends on a lot of things. Just go ahead and either shoot support or Sochi an email, and because I don't want to bust out and tell you how much it is, but you can go to the dashboard. Where's my all access pass? Let's go up there. Let's see if we got a price in here. Yeah, so it's I don't know if there's going to be a special or whether, what's going on, but let's roll down to it. See if it's on the main page. There you go. Yeah, so they got that closed down for now. Yeah, just reach out to her and she'll give you what the price is. Let me go here real quick. But you get $100,000 funded account with that. Yeah, I don't know. They might be taking down the link. They may be working on the webpage. So just shoot her a message and she'll be able to help you out. Yeah, that was the price of this previous one, but it may not be the price of the next one. So that's why I don't want to give anybody something that I don't know for fact, Gerline, but thank you. And that price that she gave you includes that $100,000 funded account, plus all those other courses that I just showed you. All right, let's go look at the SPY and the Qs. I mean, this is the time you can see some volume coming in here on this candle. So makes sense, right? Obvious place where some people are going to get out. It's not, you know, if it had this much volume over here, I would give it a lot more credibility, but I think you are going to get some selling off. But just to remind you, this 398.50, 398.50 area-ish is kind of a support area, right? We're above that. We're retesting that from above now. Look what you got below you. Makes sense to retest the 10, right? Once we get above. So you got to be still bullish unless, you know, it's just an R, right? If you want to jump on that counter trend trade, then it would seem to be the time to start looking for one. But yet, you know, look at the strength. Volume has tapered off. That's what happens usually lunchtime anyway. So let's see what we got volume for the whole day. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, up above halfway, which we should be. So let's go into Meta. Meta, what are you going to throw at me? See, I just can't, I'm not comfortable saying Meta. So we hit our target. Got a few, a little bit more targets like up in here. That 142.50 makes a lot of sense up there to that 200. Remind you, if you didn't see before, we got that 15-minute 100 right there. So we may be just staying in this little trendio on Facebook. I would have to say we went, that's the channel right there. Right now, that's what we got. So just for you newer people, 2 lines is a line, 2 touch points, and 3 touch points is a trend, right? So just remember, meaning that, is this a channel right now? Sure. But it becomes a little bit more weighted when you get 3 touch points. That becomes more of a solid trend. Yeah, I'm going to say Facebook. I thought you were leaving us, Hilton. You just can't get away, can you? We're like a magnet. You got to stay with the A+ team, man. Forget everything else in life. Just hang out with us. Hilton, where are you from, man? Danny, for you, maybe I'm addicting, but probably for others, I'm annoying. But thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. How did you pull up the measuring stick over here, Big Ben? Come over here to this funky tool. Go over here to price range, and you go like that. Roger that. Lima Charlie, I love it. I love it. I love it. Are you really? I want to come see you, Hilton. Dude, now you got me even more curious. You're an island boy, just like Johnny Guarco. Holy cow. Sorry, I'm talking away and joking around, and we got Tony P coming in the house. He's got a coaching session before this, so sometimes he comes rolling in right about 9:01 Hawaii time.
Yes, sir. I'm here, man. I was able to come in a little bit early. Come
How
listen
you
to
doing,
for a few minutes.
brother?
Great, man. We had a huge win this morning, and I'm looking for another one. So
Yeah.
let's start hunting. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about you earlier. I don't know if you heard me or not. I know
Were
your
you?
ears were probably burning. I was telling everybody, all right, when we get up here, I know Tony's going to be chomping the bit probably. So
You
stand
know
by.
it. You know it.
Stand by, everybody.
Stand by. Yep. If I can get the setup, I'll show you guys what my setup looks like. If I can get it, I'll take it. I don't know if I'm going to quite get it up here yet, but
All right, my man. I'm gonna I know Tony is chomping at the bit, so I'm gonna leave you guys for the day. Let me turn over the charts to Big Tony P. Let me make him the host. Oh, I gotta stop. Hold on one second, Tony. I gotta let me stop recording.
yeah, and then I'll make sure and jump on and record.
There you go. Now you can start recording again. So
Okay.
Can you remember to record?
I'm going to do it right now. Record to the cloud. We're partying.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Aloha.
Aloha, my friend. See ya. All right. What's happening? Here we go. We'll get my little mug on here. Well, did we have a day today? Real quick, before I dive into the trades that I took today, we made a massive move down last night. I mean, just full crank city, and then opened up and kept dying. I was waiting on a retest this morning. We'll go over that later on in my trades. This is simply just a retest into here. Now, if we start pushing higher, then that changes my mind. Then I'm like, okay, wow, for sure bulls are here to play. And this is very strong. There's no doubt. But just know we've made a huge move, and all we're doing is retesting that big move. So don't get overly like, oh my gosh, we're the biggest bull in the world, because if we were, we would have never broken that, in my opinion. We just gap and go. So remember, today's candle has not closed yet. It does look extremely bullish. And if we close like this, then yes, it is very strong. But today's candle can close full bear. It can close indecision. It can close full bull. So just realize we haven't closed yet. So don't just go loading the boat yet. I would say this is a gap and go, which is not a good sign, especially when we were gapping up post market. We were up. People woke up today like, woo, I'm making so much money. And then, went to bed last night thinking they're going to make so much money. Woke up going, oh my gosh, get me out of this thing as fast as I possibly can. And it just cranked down into a strong support. And we're way overextended. So now we need a retest. We've retested. Look at Qs. We are touching. We are filling that gap. So if bears are going to come into play, this is where they're going to do it. And Johnny's exactly right. I am looking for that opportunity to short this. Does it mean that it's not going to go higher? No. Dude, this thing could just go to the moon and back. Don't try to predict what's going to happen. Wait and see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for a reversal signal to come in, a double top or something. If I can get a double top somewhere in this range, I'll trade it. That's going to be my plan. That's what I'm looking for. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if any of that actually comes into play and how things happen. But this is options hour. So I'm going to show you how to day trade some of these options. What was y'all's win this morning? Let's go over it, my friend. So this morning we were just eyeing this like a hawk. And unfortunately, it just kept dropping and dropping and dropping pre-market. So we're like, stop going down. I wanted this to open right there. If we could have opened up here, I would have made a lot of money, but it did not. So we've just simply played this. I had an entry right there. It missed me, did not get there, and then left without me. And I was like, that's cool. That's fine. So how did we play it? Well, when we broke down strong here, that was the confirmation that I needed. So I went ahead and set up an entry here with my stop up there. Fast forward, we got filled. It rolled over. We took profits here. And then we kept waiting. Our final target was right above this dotted line at 393. That was a support that we planned on before market opened. There was our target. We took it. And that was a really, really nice win. We did that with options expiring today. It doesn't take a whole lot to make double your money. So we went ahead and doubled our investment on that. So a couple hours on that trade. That was pretty fun. And then we've just been chilling ever since. I was not in front of the computer for any of this bounce. It looks very, very strong. Started to make some moves, and then I went ahead and bought some puts here. Now I bought puts in a sense that it's not going to give me a loss for the day. So no matter what happens, I'm winning today, right? It's not going to offset how much I made right there. So it starts to pull down, and this looked really good. And I was like, all right, we might have some fun. And then I can't remember that. Then it started to go, and I was like, suck. So I didn't take any profits here because, again, I didn't put a whole lot on this. I was like, let's see if this will move down. And it did not. It just kept on cranking and squeezing people out. And that's where we're at right now. So I still am in these puts. They expire today. So if we die, I'll make money. But if not, then I will lose half an hour. And I've already made a little over 2 hours this morning. So Matt R, what's happening? How many spreads to purchase with a $500 R? The most you could do is 10% of your account on that. I would do like, for you, if you're not experienced on hedging or whatever, then up to you on what you want, however comfortable you feel. Probably do like 5% of your account for the max loss. That's a pretty safe rule with some spreads. I just posted this in real life trading. So come be a member with us. And this trade, if it wins, will pay for your membership. And I tend to post a few of these here a month. So I did a credit spread on Microsoft just now. So I sold a bear call spread at 265. As long as it stays below 265 over the next week or two, boom, there you go. There's $1,000. So that's how I played it. We're going to see what happens. I think it's a great spread. This bullish to bearish price action is so weak. That is just terrible. I love it. Because now I have a solid area. It's not about being right or wrong. It's the fact that I can use this price action to hedge. If we get up above it, I can buy calls and make more money on those calls than that credit spread can lose. And so I've given myself a win-win opportunity. If it stays below it, which I think it will over the next couple of weeks, I win. If it gets up above it, cool. I can easily hedge that. And these calls are going to make a fortune. And then I can make some money. When this is, yes, that was a glitch yesterday. Yep, something happened. Something was off. What month? I did March, 17th of March. And I sold the 265 and bought the 270. I have no idea if this trade will win or not, but I have a solid plan to give myself an edge. If I'm wrong, I know what I'm going to do. If I'm right, then I win. That's how you trade, my friends. Don't try to be perfect. Just be prepared for every outcome because it's guaranteed. So one of those two outcomes, either I'm going to win or I'm going to lose, right? It's either going to get above this or it's not. If it doesn't, my credit spread wins. It doesn't have to go down for this trade to win. It can just go sideways. In fact, it can go up and I'll still win. If it gets up above this, that means we're incredibly bullish and I will be buying some calls and we're going to make some money. Secret to credit spreads, my friends. Awesome, easy, consistent money. That's how you do it. Sell credit spreads at the right time and at the right location. I am eyeing this as well. I love this. I want this to push up here. That'll give me a solid place. And if this thing can start to roll down, I think it can start to fall because all we've done is fill this gap. Again, across the board, this is a really big move, but across the board, all we did was fill this gap. We just have that big of a gap down. So don't be thoroughly convinced that this is just going to go up for the next 5 days. Am I saying it's not going to? Not at all. Very well could. And if we start closing today up above here, that's looking pretty strong. So just realize that the gap down is extremely bearish. This happened. Don't forget about this just because this big bull move came, right? This is extremely bearish. Same thing with the markets, extremely bearish. So don't get caught with your pants down thinking that, wow, because we had a nice strong bounce, that we're going to the moon. And like I said, we might, but I don't want to assume that yet. I am assuming off of this, we are retesting, and I'm assuming we're going to go lower based off of this price action until proven wrong. So that's how you've got to trade. So is this move extremely strong? Yes. Yes. This is a really, really good move. And I love this price action. Again, push up, please, and then come on down, and that will be our setup. I think I want to trade Qs even more than that. So I want Qs to come all the way up and fill this gap. Well, did they already? We already did. I already filled it. I forgot the low of the day was right there. I think I should have an orange line on that. No. But let me put an orange line on this one. I just use orange lines. This is what I do. Orange lines. Reset that so that marks higher lows of previous days. So I can get an idea, right? Look how big of a gap this was. We went from gapping up to just getting murdered overnight. I mean, just so much selling. Huge gap down. And of course, it is a big bounce, but go to a bigger time frame. And all we're doing is a retest, and good chance we continue down unless we start breaking up above these highs. So anywhere in here, I'm still staying bearish. That's just me. That's how I'm seeing it. And I could be completely wrong, but expect some weakness in this area is what I'm going to go out and say. I mean, that is a lot of bull candles. If we go to a 2 hour, I think it's all bull candles. It is. Granted, we did close up above these EMAs, that's strong. We'll find out. Oh, it's doing it. Here comes my setup, my friends. Okay, let me show you what I'm planning on doing here. We just broke out above it. Perfect. If we get a 5-minute candle close below this pivot spot right there, then I will look for a retest, and we will be buying some puts here on Qs. Okay. And our stop will be up here, and our target will be right here, and our 2R will be down there, and we'll see what happens. And either we're going to lose an R or we're going to make 2 Rs. But I love this area for a short. Does it mean I should go buy puts right here? No. You can. I mean, it makes a ton of sense. That's your gap fill completely to the penny. But I would rather wait for the confirmation instead of step out in front of this massive, strong bear squeeze, because there's a lot of bears getting it just handed to them today. And why? Because we're shorting so low. That's why I was really quick with my profits on my puts today, on my day trade, because this extension is already after. Look at all of the selling. Look at all of that selling. It's like, how much more are we going to go before it retests? So, yep. We shall see. This is a fun spot, though. And again, if it just screams bullish, then it screams bullish. I'm not going to trade it. It's too extended to the bull side for me now. I would rather wait for the trend to break and catch it back to the downside, because I am not allowed to go bullish when there is a bear gap and go. That's just my rule. I haven't been successful in that ever. Doesn't mean you can't be. It's just I have a low win rate with that. So why even mess with it? Just stay with the trend. Strong gap and go down. Wait for it to show me a reversal. When it gives me a reversal, take that trend, and let's see if this strength can continue. But 40 seconds left. You would want this candle to start finishing with a nice upper wick. This line right here. Yeah, this is the low. I guess I can move it down a penny. This is the low of the previous day. So big gap down, makes sense. We retest that and then start moving. Again, it might just continue to go higher, and that's fine too. I'm not going to go long, and I'm not going to short it until my setup's met. Good stuff. Let me make sure I'm not missing 1,000 questions here. Carl, what's up? Says, at what point do you buy a call when the stock goes against you in a bear call spread? You need to have that situated before. It's a pretty strong close. You have that situated before you get into the credit spread. Have your hedge plan played out. Don't make up the hedge as you go, because you're going to see it the clearest before you're in the trade, right? So you do not want to be, wow, what a squeeze. Something's going absolutely crazy. There's a lot of bears getting in here that their stops are just getting triggered. Is this going to crash, or are we going to just keep squeezing higher? That is just some wild price action. You could just see them getting stacked. All those market orders to buy to close, just getting wrecked right now. So you need to put your alert levels to hedge in the location where you're no longer correct. That's the key. You need to be able to know how to read charts to know that. But yeah, that was a great little squeeze, and we're not dropping yet. So if we continue to go up, there might be more fun to come. And I'm going to just keep on waiting. Just keep on waiting. This is this is a strong squeeze, a very strong move. All right, let's check back over. I'll go over to here. Let's check back over on SPY. Dang it. There we go. SPY is pushing hard. I'm looking at that level right now. Let's see if any kind of selling starts to come in. Again, this is why you don't want to try to call tops, because it just will keep squeezing you out. Just wait for the trend to reverse and catch it then. Don't try to call it. Don't try to be perfect. It's very, very hard to be perfect. I've already got a winning day. I don't need to go chase anything else, right? But if it listens, if I tell the stock what to do and it listens, I'll trade it. But I'm going to put size on this trade where I'm guaranteeing myself that I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to go green to red today. There's no point. But dang, that is strong. 13 minutes left on this candle. We are all the way up to the official gap fill, not just the low of yesterday, but the actual gap fill. Are we just going to keep on going? It's kind of looking that way. Wow. Strong. These markets are insane, guys. I mean, last night's bearish price action, and now you're getting this massive move. I thought we'd kind of go up to here and that was it. We'd crash on down. Nope. They're like, we're going to fill this gap to the penny. And then we're going. Oh, it's so true, Chris. Yeah, it's extremely hard to trade these markets right now, because this morning you're like, oh my gosh, we're going to zero. Now it's like we're going to the moon within an hour and a half of itself, right? It's all over the place. No one really knows where to go on this thing. But it's acting like that, huh? It's acting like that. Be disciplined. I'm trying to see here. Is this the actual close? It is. We just went to the penny of the actual gap close. Officially filled the entire gap on SPY. Will this start to sell off now? Unfortunately, this high move screws with my risk reward. So there's not really much I can do if we take this down. I'd have to wait for another double top to come in here to give me a better risk reward. Look at this volume, guys and girls. That's starting to party. That is starting to party. Last time we had volume this high, we started to pull back some. This is what I'm hoping it does up here. But look at that. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. It says, I think retail investors are sick of being held down by the bears. Then overnight, the bears are free to do what they want. Maybe. I think there's just way too many bears in the markets with puts, and market makers need to make sure that they do not pay out those puts. So they're going to do everything they can to shake bears out before it goes down. Who knows what's actually going on? I have no idea, but this price action of just like, I need this to make a lot of money. I need lower lows, lower highs, or higher highs, higher lows. I don't need that. Like, that's really hard to make money on. It's possible, and I can do it pretty well in day trading. But anything holding longer than a day is like, man, it's just beating you up. You have to really have your good, strong levels and a really good plan, because there were so many bulls ready to go to the moon over here that are getting crushed. And now that this gap comes in, all the bears run for the hill. I mean, all the bulls run for the hills, the bears jump in, and now they're getting crushed. This market is just like, how many people can I frustrate and knock out of their positions before we pick a direction? It's crazy. This is a wild and crazy market. Again, we take off extended hours here. There's the gap fill officially. That was the low of yesterday. Now we've officially filled the gap. Right. I'm pretty positive. I'm trying to see where this dumb bottom candle is. Maybe not. Maybe Qs have a few pennies more to officially fill the gap. But look out for reversals. RSI is not terrible. It's getting better, but we were starting to get some bear divergence here until that big pop came in. So that kind of saved them. What about on a 15? Yeah, just look how low we are on this 15-minute chart, my friends. Wow, this makes me want to short that up there. Hold on one second. Woo! All right. Sneezes out of the way. I killed all the mic, killed the video. Bear squeeze literally happening. Let's go. Dan doesn't have all the jokes. Sometimes I have one, and they're freaking good dad jokes, man. Let's go. Oh, man. You know what's a good dad joke? When you're the only one laughing. It's like, mission successful. Did it. There we go, Rock. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, I want to short this right now. That 15-minute chart is kind of like making me drool. And whenever I start to drool over a trade, so if we wanted to do this, how could we manage our risk with this? Well, first things first, I need to already be prepared to get in it because now I'm late to the party. Second things first, let me get this pulled up on my broker real quick. We could do an absolute zero trade, which means the most we can lose is whatever we spend on these puts. That's probably the only way to play this. You're going to put a small amount on some puts, and this is just shooting at the wind because, God, it looks so good. Look at that volume over. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to have to do it soon. So today's expiration, I mean, it has to be, my plan is to wait for it to break down here, which again, I'm not going to put full size on this, but it has to be so good that I'm like, all right, I'll put I'll put 0.5 Rs on this trade here. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So the 287, is that what I want? Sure. The 287 strike, it costs $60 a put. Okay. Costs $60 a put. It's going to expire today. And can I get any kind of bullishness in here? Have I already missed it? Dang it. It's going to come back down. Maybe get a bounce. I don't necessarily want to be buying here. I should have bought as soon as it broke down on that. I was just too late. I didn't look at the 15-minute chart because if I turned off extended hours and looked at this, I'm like, I want that because it is possible, my friends, that we could reverse all the way back down to like 283 today, 284, somewhere in this range. And we are what we call extended. Let's go. Oh, that's a solid looking chart, especially because these bulls are starting to get overly happy. They're starting to get overly excited. It doesn't take much to fall down. So if it continues to go higher, which is, again, so possible, then you lose this much. If it falls down, you're going to 5x your investment. I can do a 5-to-1 risk return all day long, right? You do that with a 40 or 50% win rate. And that's not too bad. All right, I think we're going to get ready to bounce here soon. On a bounce, let's go ahead and throw it in there. It's just too dang good of a trade to pass up. It's too good of a trade to pass up. Again, because this isn't my plan that I wanted, I'm not putting a full R on this. I'm doing small size. If I lose on this, I'll lose 0.2 R. So again, we have videos on how the R system works. And R is simply just a risk unit. So ideally, you want to risk 1% of your account. If you risk 1% of your account, you're never going to blow up your account. You're not going to lose 100 times in a row. And if you do, well, I should say this. If you're trading a strategy with a 50% win rate, you're not going to lose 100 times in a row, which means you're never going to blow up your account. The strategies that I trade have just around a 50% win rate. So I know that when I am wrong, if I can lose small, and when I'm right, if I can win big, then there is a good probability that I'm increasing my P&L. Today might be a down day. Today might be an up day. It doesn't matter. Over 100 trades, my friends, anyone can make money in the markets. Anyone. You're not a genius if you make money in the markets. You are a genius if you can hold on to that money after 100 trades. And even then, you're not even a genius. You just know how to trade. Too many people make money and they go, oh my gosh, I just made $5,000. I am the greatest trader in the world. Look how smart I am. I knew that would reverse. I knew it would go bullish, or I knew it'd go bearish. And I knew all these. I'm the smartest trader. My friends, making money means nothing. It means nothing. Who can hold on to their money? I tell this to my friends all the time. In 2021, a person that I know made around $100 million in trading. Now that's some serious dinero. We look at that guy and we go, woo, that is a trader and a half. 2022 lost 110 million. Guys, it doesn't matter how much money you make in the markets. Who can keep it? After 100 trades, I'm not talking about keeping it after 3 trades. I'm talking about over 100 trade span. Who can keep their money? Anyone can make it. I could have my dog come walk on my keyboard right now and buy 1 billion calls, and it goes up to here, and I'm like, I made $1 million. I'm the smartest person in the world. My dog is the best trader that ever walked. Anyone. It's like flipping a coin, calling it heads in the air, and it lands on heads, and I'm like, oh my gosh, bow down to me. I can tell the future. No. He just flipped a coin. It was a 50-50 shot. I press a button. It either wins or it doesn't win. The real mark of a trader, who can hold on to their money, not who can make it. Change your mindsets, my friend. Don't get impressed when someone goes, I made $20,000 today. Cool. How much have you made over the last 2 years? How much have you made? Come talk to me and show me your P&L in 7 months. Because it's not about making money. It's about who can keep it. And you keep it by having a strategy in place that's going to give you a 50-50 win rate. And then you lose small and you win big. And that's how trading is done. This is a lot of candles in a row. I love it. Let's wait for a bounce. Let's throw some money at this thing. It's too good of a setup to pass. And that's when I trade. When I just start drooling over a setup, I'm like, I don't give it. Again, I don't care if it wins. It's not my job to win on a trade. Anyone can win on a trade. It's my job that when it loses, I lose small. And when it wins, I win big. That is my only job in life as a trader. It's not to be correct on a trade. I don't know what this is going to do. We might be going up to 292 today. So if we do that, I need to be able to lose, let's say I lose $400 on this. Cool. If I'm right, I'm going to make $5,000. Those are good odds. That's losing small and winning big. Give me a 50-50 win rate, and I'm going to make so much money. Chris says, did you go through a dark period early in your trading career? Give back gains? Do I have a story for you, Chris? Oh, man. Woo! My story is crazy. It's nuts. Go look at YouTube here. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send you the link here. I have my story here on YouTube. That's how bad my story is. Tony Pollock's story. Let's go. Here, I'll post this in the chat pane. If you want to know my trading story, if you're feeling down, if you're feeling hopeless, if you're struggling, watch that. I still watch that. I'm like, man, I need to pick me up. You guys got this. My friends, if I can do it, anyone can do it. And the secret sauce to trading, learn how to lose. Again, it's not about learning how to win. You spend every waking moment of your life of learning how to make money in the markets. Stop. Start learning how do you play the game? What actually makes you profitable? And wins don't make you profitable. They don't. If that's the case, then you would have people making money everywhere. It's not the case. But yet in our minds, that's what we think. We think that, oh my gosh, Tony wins all the time. He must never lose on a trade. Guys, I'm down right now on a day trade that I got in like an hour ago. I'm losing on that trade right now. But I made way more than what I lost. I guess it's on the SPY. Made way more than what I lost down here, right? Made thousands and thousands of dollars down here, and I'm going to lose $500. You see the difference? Well, that's a cool thing, Alex. It's just as easy to win big as it is to lose small, in my opinion. It's the truth. You've got to mathematically, if I said, is it easier to get heads or tails on a coin? What would you say? It's 50-50. But the problem is most people do not play a 50-50 game. Think about this. If you're flipping a coin and randomly you just guess, okay, heads on this one, tails on this one, tails again, heads on this one, heads, tails, and you're guessing, flipping a coin is a 50-50 game. Flip it long enough and you will find that it's 50-50, law of averages. If you constantly guess weird, there's a chance that you're always on the opposite side of that coin flip. So you might have a 10% win rate calling heads or tails, and even though it's a 50-50 game. That's what most people are stuck in right now. They are stuck in the randomness. They're not sticking. First off, they don't do the work to find a 50-50 strategy. They try to find a 99% strategy because that's what they think trading is. Like, if I just never lose, then I'll be profitable in the stock market. It makes sense in your mind, but guess what? It's impossible to make happen. And by the way, I have strategies that have over a 90% win rate. And it's still, people find a way to not make money with a 90% win rate. Man, that would have been such a good trade. I'm sorry. I was not looking at a 15. I missed that chance because, we would have 5x'd our money right there, my friends. This thing is heading on down. Suck. Hopefully we get a bounce. I'll put an alert right here. If this thing can bounce back up into this, we're going to get into this trade. But until then, she gone. She gone. Go find another one. Man, this is all free advice, by the way. You guys are just, I wish someone would have told me this. I wasted years and hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing a freaking make-believe game that my brain told me would work. Okay, Tony, just don't ever lose. So then when you start to lose all the time, you start doubting yourself. You're like, why am I not smart enough to win? Why am I this? Why am I that? Why am I falling apart? Oh, man. We're probably right there, right? You guys are probably like, man, I'm going through that right now. Let me go find another strategy that's going to make me money. Every strategy will make you money. The question is, are you diligent and disciplined enough to follow the strategy to lose less. And if you can just get past the idea that, losing takes you away from your goal, if you can get that out of your head, and if you can shift this mindset to losing is a part of my plan, man, now you unlock the secret to wealth. Make that adjustment. Stop trying to avoid losing and start thinking about losing as a part of your plan. Losing is a part of my success that has made me money. If you don't know what that means, or you're like, how the frick is that even possible? Come do some coaching with me. I will change your perspective on the entire markets, my friends. I've been through every stupid mistake in the book. I've blown up so many trading accounts chasing the wrong things. And as soon as I finally started chasing the right things, it just took off, just exploded. Stop doing what 95% of the people that trade the stock market are doing. And those people are doing everything they possibly can to avoid a loss. Everything. They're over analyzing. They're going over every they put 14 trillion indicators on their chart just to ensure that they don't lose. Just please don't lose on this trade. Oh man, I'd hit my goal if I just wouldn't lose. And they just think that winning is so hard to do and losing is so easy. Man, shift your mindset, my friends. Think like the 5%. The 5% make losing a part of your plan. Whenever you are trying to avoid something in the markets, you'll never make money. Once you learn how to accept everything the markets are trying to teach you, you will just pour money into your bank account. You will click a button and make thousands of dollars in 15 minutes and go, cool. And it sounds so easy, right? Like my trade today made thousands of dollars. Sounds so easy. You just click a button and literally within what, 30, 40 minutes, it's like, there's more money than people make in 3 weeks of their life and 200 hours of working. It's so simple. And by the way, money is, someone's like, I made $1 million. Guess what? I can make $1 million. It's really, really, really simple. You know how? Give me $100 million trading account. It doesn't matter, right? You're putting 1% of your account on a trade. You either double that amount or you lose that amount. I'm either making 2% or I'm losing 1%. That's all it is. So if I had $1 million trading account, if I had $1 billion trading account, I'll make $1 million. Again, stop being impressed by numbers. Making $1 million is just as impressive as making $1,000 with a $15,000 trading account. Just as impressive. If you can do that, you can make $1 million. Just you need to have a big enough trading account. So that's it. So when I say I make thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, if I had $1,000 trading account, I would have made $100, or I would have made $50 or whatever. And people are like, oh, well, you made $50. It's like, well, percentage wise, it's the same thing, right? You make 200, 300, 400% ROI with these options. It sounds really cool when it's like, ah, wow, I made 10 grand in 5 minutes. That's awesome. But it's because you have $1 million trading account or a $500,000 trading account, right? And that's what people don't understand. So this is so saucy, by the way. Oh, man. Woo! So saucy. Dang. There is a possibility we could roll right on down here. All right, let's go look at Tesla real quick. If you want to come trade with us, come join RLT. And you will get a chance to, trying to see what you're looking at here. If we can get a bull candle there underneath it, then yeah, you could short that. Get a chance to learn some awesome stuff. I'm on the mic multiple times a week. Just come hang out with me. Come hang out with Dan and Johnny and Maloney and everyone else. Let's do it. Again, we're not just going to come up here and show you how to not lose. We're going to show you how real life trading is. What is it really like trading? How do you actually make money? You're going to watch us lose all the time. But somehow, some way, we're going to make money. How is that possible? When we lose, I lose this much. When I win, I make that much. It doesn't matter. Secret to the game, my friends. I just revealed the whole box. Just opened the whole treasure box for you and is like, you don't need anything else. You just need to change your perspective. And by the way, I will be doing a mentoring group. Email me, Tony@reallifetrading.com if you're interested. A lot of you already have. Space is going to be limited. So I'm announcing it to you all here first because I feel like you guys would benefit the most from this anyways. I haven't even announced it to RLT. I don't even have a web page yet for you to even sign up for this. That's what I'm saying. Email me. And then when it comes live, I'll email you and let you know. I'm going to show you. I'm not just going to tell you. I'm going to show you exactly how to be profitable in the markets. And it's not some strategy. It's not some, I'm going to help you. This is just level one of what we're going to be talking about is what I just blabbered on for an hour. It is Tony@reallifetrading.com. Make sure I spelled all that right. I don't have it, but I imagine it'll probably go live here in like a week or two. If I had to guess. Sean, of course. Let's talk about it. What do you want to know about debit spreads? What do you want to know? I want this to come up just higher. Come up higher for me, please. What are the price of these options at? 65 cents? It's not bad. I don't know. Based off of this price action, I don't know how much higher we're going to go before it starts to roll over. We are right in that ballpark of 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, by the way. Look at that reversal pattern. That's awesome. What option? I'm going to day trade this if it gets up to that spot. Today's expiration, 287 strike puts on Qs. 287 strike puts. I might change that up now, actually. 287 is not bad. I like it. We could make even more if we do the 286, but it's going to have to make a big move for us to really capitalize on that. I tend to stay a little bit closer to the money, especially this late in the day. I'll probably do that. Sorry. Let's grab this thing real quick. How much does that? If that thing's only 30 cents. Well, if you want to be aggressive and have a chance to make more money, do the 286s, but there's a higher probability that you're going to lose. If you do the 287s, it's going to act a little bit more like the stock will. Okay. But I really want it to get up just a hair higher. Will it? I think it could. I think we can get up higher. I like this area right there. All right. So with debit spreads, strike expiration, Ben, they'll be after hours. It'll be like in the evening, most likely like 8 p.m. Eastern or something. And it'll all be recorded and it'll be emailed to you if you can't make it. So it'll be 3 1-hour sessions. So we'll meet once a week for an hour. And I normally charge like $800. I do charge $800 an hour for coaching. I'm going to do this for like $200. So like $200, you get 3 hours with me. So let me get back to this debit spread selection. So the further So let's say you buy like the 287 strike put here, and then you sell the 284 against it. The wider this is, the greater your risk is going to be, and the greater the potential reward, right? Because wherever you sell that put, a debit spread, that's your max profit you can have. So of course you sell it closer, you can make less, but you're also risking less now. It's up to you. So you got to find that balance of what you want. I tend to sell it at my target. So if I'm looking at this, let's go to a 1 hour and just see where we're at. If I'm looking at this here, realistically, I think we could get down to like 285 today. That's not even a hard thing to do. So you could sell the 285 and buy like the $287 strike. There's your debit spread. So it really depends on what you're doing. If you're day trading, sell and buy today's expiration. If you're swing trading, buy an expiration that's 2 times longer than what you think. Give yourself more time, not less. It says win big, lose small is the magic. Yep. You can explain what type of options you're using to achieve that. All options. It's the same thing no matter what. With credit spreads, you're risking a lot more than what you're making. So the other side is with that, you have a 90% win rate with credit spreads. At least my strategy does. So what you need to be able to do with that is you still need to be able to lose small. So I have certain things in my plan that allow me to lose small or even turn losers back into winners. It's the same math. I just realized that if I lose once, it can undo like 30 credit spreads of wins. So how can I turn that one losing credit spread into something that's either going to lose small or even into a winner? And then you have the same math on your side, right? If you're using options, you could do what we're doing here. It's late in the day. I'm going to do an absolute zero. So whatever I spend is what I'm okay to lose. If I bought $300 worth of puts, the worst thing that can happen is I lose $300, right? So, that's one way to lose small, because if I'm right, then there's a strong chance this late in the day that I could make, 2 or 3 times that, maybe more, depends on how right we are. And I love this resistance right here. Just give me one more retest right there, please. Interesting. That is an interesting bear candle there. We might be going up a little bit higher, but still that's a good, where are we at here? Yeah, I like that. I like this entry. So again, I think me personally, I'm going to go with the 286 strike put. I can risk a little bit less and there's a little bit bigger reward, but I need to be right. If this thing spends, 20, 30 minutes going higher, it's not ever going to win. I mean, this would have to get down to like 284 for me to make any money. Whereas if you bought the 287, then it can go a little bit higher and move down and you'd still make some money. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to be as perfect. But if I'm right and it does roll over pretty quick, I'll make the most money. So I'd rather right now risk a little bit less and make a little bit more, since I've already have a nice winning day, than the opposite. I just want it a little bit higher. Can we get just a little bit higher? I think we can. This is looking like it wants to. I love this price action though. Man, that's good. Lots of bear candles in a row, broke down, didn't bounce off the 10 on top of this support. You can see the low of yesterday is now a support. It was a resistance and now you're getting bouncing off of it. So give me one more. One more. And if it leaves without me, I'm choosing Qs because Qs are more extended than SPY, in my opinion. I feel like Qs are right into the gap fill, whereas SPY is already like, I guess we are kind of into that. But you see how this is already well into yesterday's candle, whereas Qs, here, I'll put this on a daily. We are well into yesterday's candle on the SPY, which is a little bit stronger. We also hit that trend line too. Well, that's juicy. I didn't notice that. Whereas with Qs, we are just retesting the bottom of that candle. Yes, we're into it, but I would say not quite as much. And Qs was a much bigger gap down, in my opinion. So maybe it's just visual and I'm, missing it, but I like the Qs in the sense that I feel like it's more extended and it has a chance to roll over a little bit more. And yeah, I like 284-ish. This right here is a solid place to make some money. Dang, we might not get our bounce. Come on. If we take out this candle, you'll see some selling. Go up just a little bit more. Give us that push. This is a strong resistance. I think it can do it, but it's just not really wanting to move. And I don't want to chase this. I'd rather it come up to me. You want to be buying these puts on a nice big bull move. They'll be 20% cheaper than they are right now. Can you do spreads with a smallish account? So you can't have too many positions open. Yes, that's exactly right. I recommend like a $5,000 account. And then my strategy will make you 5 to 10% a month of what your account is. So if you had a $5,000 account, you could make $500 a month with a 90% win rate. That's consistently what I do. Now, right now, I'm not selling as many credit spreads because there's so much news every 2 days that I don't like selling spreads over news. And every week there's a big, interest rates, Feds, economy, whatever. It's very news driven. So I'm doing a little bit more day trading than credit spreads at the moment, kind of getting in and out. But I'm still in 2 credit spreads right now. So, yeah, I love it. Love credit spreads. Still my favorite thing ever. I just need to make sure that the market conditions are right. Okay, here it comes. Let's see what this is. Again, will this trade win? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I do know I'm going to lose small and I'm going to win big. Let's see what this has got. Let's go ahead and pull this trigger. I'm going to do the 286 strike puts that expire today. And I'm just looking here at these charts to see if it's going to give me any kind of reversal and if I can get this going. All right, I'm going to jump in right now. Again, I'm risking like 0.2 Rs, like 0.02%, 0.002% of my account. I'm already up. I'm not going to turn a green day into a loser. So I'm not putting full size on this, not to mention it's not my favorite setup. Like the trend is still bullish right now. I'm not going to be shocked if we just keep going. But this price action tells me there's a good chance we're going to be rolling over soon. Now, I'm going to have to be pretty correct. Within 10 minutes, we're going to need to be moving down, maybe 15. But after any much more than 15 minutes, if we're not at least trying to reverse and if we're going higher, then I'm not going to win on this trade because I went so far out of the money. But if I am right and it does start to reverse within about 15 minutes or so, and we can come on down to here, then I mean, that'll be 3 to 5x the money, which again is I'm not putting that much on, but still. Which broker do I use? I use TradeStation. It's just efficient. I like it a lot for options. So let's see, can we get lucky? Because again, it's just a coin flip. I can't do anything to make this win or lose. The only thing I can do is set myself up, which I've already done, to lose small. No problem. I'm going to lose a few $100s if I'm wrong on this. Excellent. If I'm right, I'll make a few thousand. Excellent. So does this trade matter? No. Do you need to stress if it's like, oh my gosh, is it working? Is it not going to work? No, because this trade doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if I'm wrong, which there's a good chance I'm going to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I lose this much. And if I'm right, I win that much. That's all trading is, my friends. That's it. Get yourself a strategy. If you want to know strategies, email me, go to RLT. By the way, we have a whole cookbook of like 100 strategies that are all proven. You get access to that. Once you're a member, it's free. You just click on it. Choose your strategy. Swing trades, day trades, whatever you want. What was the trade that I just referred to? I'm just doing a day trade. It's an absolute zero. So the most I can lose is whatever I paid for that option. And I did the today's expiration 286 strike put. And again, there's a chance we just go screaming up before it even has a chance of reversing. But if the bears are going to be any kind of strong, this is a resistance to do it at. I'll mark that. This resistance is extremely strong. So at the moment, it's not doing a whole lot, but just let it go. Yeah. Yeah, I bought it. I didn't go very heavy on this. Like I said, I'm going to lose like 226 bucks, I think. Yeah, if I'm wrong on this. If I'm right, I'll make anywhere from 600 to 2,000, depending on how far it goes and when it goes and how fast it goes. What time frame is this? This is a 3 minute, 5 minute. I go back and forth. Currently, that was a 3 minute. So, yeah, this is very, very strong. Again, if we're wrong, just lose small. Maloney says the VIX on the 15 has one more low, so we might actually get the double top. Let's go. Let's go. So now if this thing can come all the way to this top and then fall back down and break this, I don't know how much time will be left in the day, but a retest, there's your entry, and we could roll on over. It's a little bit late in the day. Maloney, good question. Do I have a Tesla earnings strategy? Is that after hours? Oh, Tesla's after hours. I don't really at the moment. So I like to do deep in the money credit spreads. That's how I like to do it, because if you're buying options, you get crushed by theta every single time, right? You could do a strangle. It's going to have to move big. And even then, if the move is not as big as you think, then you get crushed. It has to make a bigger than expected move for you to make any money buying options. Because right now, the options are a very inflated price. It's like buying a hot dog at a baseball game. You could go outside the stadium and buy a hot dog for $3, or you could walk inside a door, turn the corner, and that same hot dog is $9. Why? It's a hot dog. Because you're in the ballpark. They can jack up the prices because you're not going to leave, and they don't let you back in the stadium with food. That's what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now with options. We are inside the ball game trying to buy a hot dog for $9. You don't want to buy a hot dog and then walk out on the street and try to sell it for $20. It's worth $3, right? So if you buy long options, then you better pray for a hot dog shortage as soon as you walk out the door and all of a sudden they're worth $20. The odds of that happening are very low. So that means Tesla needs to gap up. If it's expected to gap here or here, it needs to gap up here or down there for you even to make any kind of money. Right now, you look at it and go, my analysis says I'll make $5,000 if it comes down to here. That's if IV doesn't change. If IV changes, which it will, and goes lower, then you're only going to make like $100 and not $1,000 down there like you planned on, or whatever I said earlier. What about selling an iron condor? You could totally do that. So now you're taking the advantage of high IV that might go lower. The downside to selling an iron condor is, in the event that it does gap larger than expected, you lose pretty big. What my favorite thing to do is sell a credit spread deep in the money. Now, it's not for everyone, and there are risks to this because you can get assigned the very next day if you're wrong. But if I think, let's say Tesla's going to gap down, I sell a bear call spread down here, meaning I lose as if the price stays up above this at all. But if we do gap down, this credit spread, because it's so deep in the money, is going to pay me like $3,000. Well, if I'm risking $3,500 on this credit spread, my loss is now $500 because I'm getting paid $3,000. But if I'm right, I'm making $3,000. So I'm risking $500 to get paid $3,000, and all it has to do is gap in that direction and far enough. IV crush actually helps you, et cetera, but it does have risks. So again, don't do that unless you know what you're doing, because you're going to wake up tomorrow and get assigned the stock. And that might not be something you want to do. So do I have a play on Tesla? I'm probably not going to do anything. For me, I just haven't found very much consistent success buying options before earnings. You have to get so lucky. Now, if I can sell something against it, so if I already own shares of Tesla, and I can sell a covered call up here and get paid $1,000 for it, and then buy $1,000 worth of puts, well then awesome, because now I'm not actually paying anything for those puts, right? So it can go lower, it can go higher. It doesn't matter. It's a free trade. So I'll do something like that over earnings, but I need to be in it beforehand. So that's what I'm doing on Amazon. I have leaps on Amazon, and I sold some calls and bought some puts. And those puts don't cost me anything because I made money from selling the call against it. So usually selling options is a better bet on earnings, but there's a risk. And for me, it's like, I am now just hoping that we don't gap big. So it's not my favorite cup of tea. I'd rather just wait and see where the gap is. Tomorrow, if we gap down to here, I know how to play it. It's like, okay, we're bearish. If we gap up to here tomorrow, okay, cool. I know how to play it. All right. Like, I like to react from earnings instead of trying to predict what's going to happen. Play the gap tomorrow. That's my options. Yeah, that's my earnings play on Tesla. Exactly. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. So we're getting some weird selling up here. Again, it's going to need to start moving down within the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Or else my option is going to start to get beat up pretty bad. Can you show us an actual options trade setup without executing it? I don't have my broker on this computer. So my broker's on my laptop over here in the office. I keep them separate because I don't like to look at any of the stuff that I'm in. Yeah. So unfortunately I can't. Ooh, that's a good bear squeeze there. It is strong, my friends. Strong, strong, strong. The bears just keep getting punched in the face over and over and over again. So either this is going to whip fast or we're just going to keep going. At the moment, it looks like we're going to keep going. Is selling a call and buying a put the bear credit spread? No, it's not. No, a bear call spread is selling a call and buying a call. What I was talking about earlier is called a caller. Yeah, this 15 minutes still looks so juicy, man. It just might not have enough time today. Might not have enough time today, and it needs to start moving. I mean, we shouldn't get much higher than this, which we already are. Right? You can see the higher wicks coming in. Bears are seeing it, but now bears are getting squeezed out. So our strategy is cool because I don't have to have a stop. I just let it expire. I was like, you know what? Either if it just keeps bouncing, then I lose, because this thing can come up to here and in 20 minutes be down to here and I win, instead of getting stopped out just to have it go to target. So it's one of my favorite ways of doing it. But there are downsides. If this takes too long, especially this late in the day, then I'm not going to make any money, even on a move down. I mean, it has to go to like 285 for me to even like make 20 bucks. So the faster it happens, the more money I'll make. And at the moment, it's not wanting to do it. I mean, we are just squeezing people out, and it's going to close up here too. Closing. So right there, that's the level that's got to break and close. It's got to happen fast. And at the moment, it's not looking great. Still 2 minutes on a 5. Are we going to start seeing some upper wicks and some reversals? This is the time, bears. This would be the time to do it. If not, we're not going to. So, all right. We've got about 30 minutes left here on the mic still. What other questions do y'all have that you want to know? Dang, this is so much stronger at the moment. So much stronger than I think. But you're right. We are getting some divergence. This move is not having the same amount of strength that it normally has. I do, Chris. Yeah, I look at divergences. Again, it doesn't tell me what to trade. It just, like, I'm not going to go buy puts because of that divergence right now. I'm buying puts because of a bigger time frame. The 15-minute, like, this is, man, this looks great for a trade. But the markets might just continue to stop all the bears out. And then we'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, I can explain it. So the RSI is your relative strength index, right? So as you can see up into here on this peak, it was pretty strong. Now that we've gone higher, look at this. It's not going higher on the RSI, which tells me that this is not as strong as that push. So you're now starting to diverge or converge or whatever. I think this is a divergence. You're now starting to diverge, right? This is going down as this is going up, which tells me not as strong as it could be. which means most of this up move, I think, are bears getting out, not necessarily a whole bunch of bulls just so strong they're taking over. There's no way of knowing that. But this move is not like, oh my gosh, the bulls are just so strong. I think it's more of bears are trying to play this reversal and just getting stopped out. And that is a strong candle close. So this candle right here in 10 minutes, this thing needs to have a nice upper wick or it's not going to work. And even if it does work, I'm not going to make any money on it because there's just not enough time left in the day. Theta is just going to eat me alive. And that's wire is small. I don't even know what my RSI is set at. I have no idea. Is there a way to know that? I think that's just my overall. I have no idea. I think it's 14. Then this, the stock one. Go to the left of the indicator. I don't see anything. Normally it says it like right there, but I don't know why it doesn't. Settings on the left side. 14. 14. It's just whatever it had. I don't pay too much attention to it. Man, bulls are just, they're relentless on this bear squeeze. It's being a little bit manipulated right now. They're really trying to get out as many bears as humanly possible. So I'm watching this 15. We have 8 minutes left. It needs to start showing some selling or else. And maybe we're actually going to try to fill this. So let's look at that. Come on. Where's that line at? Right there. Maybe we get to that before we get anything. And maybe we don't. We might just keep going. Maloney, I am long Netflix. I have 365 calls expiring in 2 days. I took one off at 360. Now I'm debating if I should hold. Maloney, I think Netflix is getting ready to die and fall back down, is my opinion. We are just about to smack our face into a crazy resistance. Crazy. Like you can see, I'm wanting to short this. In fact, I bought some puts today on Netflix because look at this resistance. You have sheer death on a monthly chart, and now we're bouncing up, and look at this monthly resistance that we're about to hit our face into. So could it go higher? Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but we are in the area of lookout, and it's very extended. I mean, it's a lot of bull candles coming up in. I think we're going to retest and maybe do that or just fail. But this is definitely a take the profits area and not hold for see what happens on more. That's what I would do. All right, so I guess we're going to actually fill the gap. And will any selling come in there? She said, are you using a screener for options? And what is your approach to filter options trades? Yeah, I use a screener. I use a lot of gaps. I like to look for gaps. I trade a lot of the same stuff. Like I'm mainly looking at the indexes. That's what I like to look at. I don't look at a whole lot of individual stocks, but I look for scanners just to see what's happening out there, right? But yeah, which Greeks are important for you to when choosing an options trade? I don't really care too much about them. Delta, maybe it might be my favorite, most important one, but I use like options don't tell me to get into a trade. Like the charts tell me to get into a trade. Now, for me, when it comes to maybe you're talking about like what options are you talking about to choose an options trade? My trading strategy already has that defined for me. So I already know the expiration and the options based off of my strategy. And it's different all the time, depending on which strategy I'm doing. So it's not like there's a one set thing, but here's a rule, go closer to the money than you think and go further out in time than you think. If you can just follow those two rules, you're going to pay more for the option, but it's going to have a higher % chance of winning. Unlike my option right now that I tried to grab. Still not the end of the world, but it is not really what we call working. That's okay. It was worth a shot. I think I'm just going to run out of time. And again, I don't like the look of this candle. There's 5 minutes left. So we're at the gap fill on a 5 minute. We're at the spot where we closed. If anything's going to come in, it's going to come in now, and it should come in pretty heavy. So if we just barely get some selling here, expect it to continue. Like, you should actually see some nice upper wicks, some heavy reversals, especially kind of getting into the end of the day. Right now, we are full bear squeeze. We start getting up above this 289, then I'm gonna be like, all right, yep, bears just suck the pooch, man. You should have so many bears lining in up here to just go to town on this, that it should be pushing it down pretty hard. And if not, we're going higher. This is the spot. This is the place where the bears are going to go. So in TradingView, how do you see the options? You can't. TradingView doesn't have any options. It only shows charts like this. Options carry so much data because every expiration has its own strike. Every ticker has a billion expirations, and inside each expiration is a billion strikes. And and each strike has its own chart. It's a ton of data that most people don't carry unless you're like an actual broker, like Thinkorswim or TradeStation or whatever. So that's why you can't find a whole lot of historical data with options either. It's just every day it's like just crazy amount of data for options. That's why Thinkorswim, I think, only carries the options at their like closing day price or something like that. I can't remember. Is there a formula to calculate how much IV changes with the price moves? You can find that in your broker. Each broker is gonna give you some tools to figure that out. But what I do is I look at like my IV percentile. So I look at per expiration. So if today is really, really high IV and tomorrow's low IV, then you're getting that gap, right? And that's an easy way to look and be like, all right, well, clearly I'm paying an inflated price today. If for today's expiration, I could just buy tomorrow's expiration and not have to pay as much, right? So there's that, but I don't know of a formula, and I don't look too much into IV. I just look at each expiration that I'm trying to buy and see what the IV is for each expiration. And it's going to fluctuate because it's going to say it right now, but tomorrow might be massively higher than it says right now because IV fluctuates. So if tons of people start to sell in, you're going to see IV go through the roof. VIX will go through the roof. It's going to get crazy. But yeah. Sorry, I don't have a better answer, man. I don't pay attention to that stuff that much. So one thing I do pay attention to, there's my upper wick. We got about 2 minutes for this thing to really start putting in an upper wick, and then we might be powerhousing if it wants to, because this is the spot for it to do it. What IV do you recommend for collar spreads? I don't know. There's all last year, implied volatility was through the roof, and I did all of them. Spreads, I bought long options, I did everything. And then a year before that, IV was in the trash can, and I still sold tons of options. I don't really care. There's better times to do different things with IV, but anything over 20 on the VIX is on average decent IV for selling. So let's check out Apple. Apple is right into an EMA on a daily chart. Did not really gap down on Apple. This is a stronger move on Apple than the markets, I think. And that is an interesting candle. There's no doubt. Things might be getting ready to have some fun here, my friends. Can we get a nice upper wick? And more importantly, can we get any follow through afterwards? That's the most important thing. Like you can see that here, it tried to. Nice upper wick, and then we broke down and immediately bought up. There was no follow through. Is there a preferred strategy for the different expiration date from the current date? More specifically, a strategy for weekly, monthly? Yeah. it's too long to explain here. I have 15 minutes before I'm off. But what you want to do is your expirations need to go and coincide with how long you plan on being in the trade. If I'm going to be in a trade for 6 months, I don't want to buy an expiration that expires in 3 weeks. At the exact same time, if I'm planning on being in a trade for 5 minutes, I don't need to buy an expiration that expires in 30 days. Match up your expiration with how long you're planning on being in the trade. And an easy way to do that is just look back. How long did it take for it to go from here to here last time? 2 hours. Cool. It did it about the same time here, right? So if you're looking at that, trying to trade something down into that, okay, it took 2 hours, so I could probably buy tomorrow's expiration or whatever, right? Give yourself 2 or 3 times more time than what you think. So I did not see us coming up to that official gap fill spot, but that is a great reversal candle. Do I want to add here? No, I don't. I'm already in. It's not like we got in super low. We got in like right here. So it's down, but it's not going to make that much of a difference. We should see selling. You got it, my friend. You got it. We should see some selling if it's going to happen. And it needs to happen quick. Remember what I said? It's been about that time. So this thing's going to have to really make a move now. If this would have reversed and gone to here, I would have made a lot of money. Now it's like, I'll make some money. It all depends on how fast it drops. If this thing tanks, then it won't matter. It's going to drive the demand up. If we continue to mess around for another 15 minutes and then slowly drop, I'm not going to make a dime on that one trade. That's the downside of going out of the money, is you need to be right on the timing, which is really, really hard to do. So now I need an even bigger move for me to make that 200 or 300% return instead of this big of a move right there. Because I was wrong for 20 minutes. That's all it takes. Options, you've got to make sure and time that up. I just looked over at the 15-minute chart on SPY on another screen. That freaking looks good, man. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. That's, again, you need some selling to come through. We need to start taking out some of this stuff. It's trying to. I just don't know if we'll get the reversal. Again, we had the trap. It set it up right at a perfect spot and then got squeezed out. But now this candle, I'm excited because this 15-minute candle right there did not close above that. So it went up there and then wasn't strong enough to hold it. So there's some sign of weakness. You have the divergence starting to come in on a 5-minute. See how this is going up and that's going down? This is starting to get weak. Does it mean it's actually going to go lower? No. We could just keep screaming higher. But it is giving me some clues as how strong of a move this is, and I don't want to go bullish up here. So we'll see. We got to get some more selling. It should come in pretty fast. We shouldn't be hanging out too much up here. Once you put in the trap, it should trigger. So I would want this candle right here to close bearish in 11 minutes down below that candle. Easily possible, but needs to start doing it. We'll have some questions real quick on Microsoft. Yep, 245. Cool. What do you think about shorting coin for like a day trade or a swing trade? For a swing trade. Well, we've got earnings coming up in like a month, so make sure you're out of it before then. To me, this is still pretty bullish. Like if we take this out, then yeah, that would be telling me bears took over and we should be heading down. The better short, I think if you're going to short, you should have anticipated the retest of this resistance. Did we ever get there or close to it? We got close to it. We kind of hit this resistance there. That would have been the better play than to try to short this now. I think at this point, you would want to wait for this to break at 47.50, sorry, 47.90. Wait for that to break, close below it on a daily, retest, and then start grabbing your puts somewhere in here, 50-ish, and then roll down. That's what I would do. To me, this is still very much bullish. And it's a good gap down, no doubt, but it's getting bought up. There's a chance it can continue all the way up to the 60 mark. Let's look at a weekly. There's a good resistance on a weekly, man. That's solid. I think some selling could come in. I mean, we could come all the way up to 70, though. That's possible, too. So either one. For me personally, I would wait. I would wait to short that. Cara says, could you get in today on QQQ and stay in until morning, possibly catch a move market open? Sure, but now you're kind of playing that same game, Carl, of why don't we just buy puts before earnings, right? Instead of just seeing where tomorrow opens. Tomorrow could gap up. So you're trying to like predict the future and you're putting money on it, which is really, really hard. It's better, in my opinion, to just wait and see what the markets give you, unless you're actually playing a bigger time frame, which I am. I'm in on puts. That's a good move down. It's going to bounce somewhere into here, though. So it's going to do something like this, I think, if it's strong. If it's really strong, we'll blow right through this entire area, just like we did right there, which I really loved, and it didn't matter. So I'm looking more at a 15-minute here because a 5-minute just keeps trapping. Again, I want this candle to close below that green candle, 8 minutes. So yes, you could buy some puts. This is a decent place for it. If you're going to do that, you probably need to go out at least like 3 weeks or 2 weeks, the minimum. Don't buy something that expires tomorrow, because overnight you're going to lose like half the value of that put overnight. So theta just destroys that option unless it just a huge gap down, which is possible. But yeah, this is an area right here where I think we could just really reverse. And I'm curious to find out how strong we actually close, because if we just keep kind of puttering up here for close, then yeah, that's not as strong as it should be. We're starting to break down, though, on SPY at least. SPY's starting to break down that 15-minute candle. That looks really good. It's got to close below it, though. We still have 7 minutes. We got a long time. Qs, we're lagging. It's still not really wanting to do it. Again, I think we're going to bounce, maybe come into here and then roll over. If we come all the way back up to here, that's fine, but it would still show me not as weak as I'd want to see it. It says, how do you decide the bullish or bearish gap will continue in the same direction? Is there any indication that gap will be filled the same day or next day? No, I don't know of anything. You're just reading price action. Again, for me, trading is not predicting. I have no idea. Trading is having an edge, having a reason for it, and then when the markets tell me it's going to do something, then you do it, right? So whenever I bought puts over here or whatever, can't remember, right here, I did it in a way it's like I guarantee myself to lose small. This is not my go-to strategy. So go small size because there's a strong chance that like I'm planning on a reversal. I had a reason for a reversal. It was into the spot that I wanted it to reverse at. But this is a lot more of, that's an aggressive trade, right? But I don't mind doing that for day trades, like overnight stuff though, or how will a gap fill, or how long will it take, a day or two? I have no idea. So that's where it gets a little tough. You just wait for it to happen, I guess. There's no real indicator that it's going to fill or not. The lower it goes, the stronger that gap usually is, though. I mean, if it fills itself in that same day, that's usually not the strongest. I mean, it's still strong, but if you like, today's candle should have been very bearish, and it doesn't look like it's going to be. Let's check back on Tesla. Man, Tesla's right into that EMA on a weekly. Earnings coming in, big time level. Tesla makes sense to sell off because I think people are going to want to exit before earnings. So nice pattern there. What I would want to see is a break below this, close, and then retest. It's just really late in the day. Your option strategy is only for day trading. Do you look at daily, hourly? Yeah, I swing trade it. So I have strategies for swing trades, day trades, long term. Strategies are just tools in your toolbox, right? Too many people approach the markets like, if my car doesn't start, I don't like go and say, give me a 5/16 wrench and then pop the hood without me knowing what the heck's going to happen, right? You first diagnose what's going on, and then I go and see what tool is going to give me that result. Like, what tool do I need to fix that? Strategies are just the tool. They're not the thing you start with. You start with diagnosing the market. What's happening? How long is it going to take? Is this move going to happen in 5 minutes, or is this move going to happen in a month or two? Once you have an idea and a diagnosis of what's going on in the markets, now you go, what tool, what strategy is going to help me make money with this diagnosis? Right? So yeah, I have a ton of strategies and I apply them at different times. Great breakdown on Tesla. Q's finally dropping. That is fantastic. It did the exact same thing over here though. So we'll see. I think we're going to run out of time on this one, my friends. It's going to have to absolutely free fall for us to make any money on that 286. Luckily, it's not that far out of the money. So like if we got to 285, I'm going to make some money. I'll put an alert there. That would be a good place. I guess 285 is up here. I'd make some money there, but it's not going to be that great. Actually, my friend, I don't have time. I'm off of here in just a couple minutes. So, there are a lot of swing trading strategies out there. They all work, just not all the time. Again, your strategy is, the idea of a strategy is getting you to a 50-50 win rate. Yeah. Tomorrow we can go over some. Yeah. Strategy is just something that's going to get you to a 50-50 win rate. Now your job now is to lose small and win big. That's it. So don't try to avoid losses and just small. Do I sell strangles? No, I don't. I don't ever sell naked calls. I sell puts all the time, naked puts. I don't ever sell naked calls. It works until it doesn't. And when it doesn't work, you blow up your entire account plus more. So I'll do like iron condors. Like I'll sell those because it's covered, right? Like those are protected. I have a max loss on that. With a covered call, it's infinity. Or sorry, not covered call. With a naked call, it's infinity. You could stock can gap up 100%. And you're going to have $20,000 in your bank account, your trading account, and your broker's going to say, hey, you owe me 400 grand. You're like, I don't have it. And then they sue you. So I never, ever sell naked calls. Now I sell calls all the time if I have something to back it up, right? If I have a covered call, then I sell those all the time. Do you stop loss on options or just keep your size small? I do have stop losses, so to say, with options. It's just different than, I don't have an actual stop loss, but there is a stop loss of, I don't know. It's a different way of doing it. But no, I put a lot of size on these options and I have places where I want to get out. I just calculate it differently so that I don't have to actually have a stop. Because the problem with using a stop on options is this little, let's say you put a 50-cent stop up here, which is like, it shouldn't get up above this, right? If it bounces really fast right there, it'll go to 50 cents, stop you out, even though the price only went to here and then go to target. You get that all the time with options. So you get very, very drastic moves. That's why I don't have an actual physical stop, but I do manage my risk, right? My risk is in place that I control how much I'm losing without having to put an actual stop for my options in place. Hopefully that made sense. I don't know. Yes, Nick, I don't use delta at all when I'm calculating my risk. Not at all. I'll use my analysis tool on my broker to figure out how much money am I going to be down up here in the future. And then I use that as my R to kind of calculate that. Yeah, do not market order into options unless you're playing like SPY or Qs. I'll do that all the time. It's going to give you a penny slippage or a penny or two slippage, but it doesn't matter. It's so liquid. You're trying to options trade Tesla with a market order, you're gonna get like a 50-cent slippage, which is a big deal with options. So again, this thing needs to start having some fun soon here. And if not, then you lose small. It can be a winning day no matter what. So if we take out this bull candle like quickly, that will show me that there was actually quite a bit of bears there. The volume up there really sucks. It's very possible we just keep on squeezing. We'll find out. The price action is going to tell us. Like I said earlier, we're either going to do something like this, or we'll do this, or we're just going to do this. I don't think we're going to do that based off of what I'm seeing on the RSI, getting late in the day, bearish gap and go. We just filled the gap. We should get some power selling into close, I think, but markets don't really give a crap what I think. By the way, we did not do what I wanted it to do. Same stories before. Put in an upper wick, got below it, and got about right back up. So that's not a good sign. Put in a nice upper wick, got below it, and got bought right back up. Maloney, let's do it. Do I need to promote you? Or are you already there?
Oh, I think you should be okay.
Okay,
I
good.
think
Cool.
I'm okay. Give me 1 second. One of my kids is starting a TV show, like super loud. So I just got to turn him down. Give me 1 second.
Nice. I'll stop recording here. Maloney, I'll have you take on over and do it. Start that recording whenever you're back. We shall see what is in store on these markets. So, my friends, it was fun. Thanks for having
Awesome.
party with me today. Maloney's coming in. I know it's just stacked house today. Maloney, I think Johnny is still the host, so
Oh, okay.
I can't kick it to you because he didn't kick it to me, but I am going to stop recording and then I'll let you start recording. I'll let you kick it on and start recording from you. Guys,
Okay.
love you.
No
Have
problem.
fun. Lose small. Win big. Enjoy the time, Maloney. We might be getting some selling into close.
I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what Tesla does towards the end of the day, and then what earnings look like for Tesla. I think that's going to be a decision point for what we do the rest of the week and next week. So, yeah,
Agreed.
I'm
We could
definitely
have some
excited
fun
to
here.
see. But thank
Cool.
you, Tony. Thank you so much.
Yep. Yes,
Are you still in that trade or no?
I am. Yeah. It's either going to expire worthless and I'll lose 0.2 R's or it'll win. So
Okay.
I'm just going to let it play out either way. Yep.
All right. Well, everybody that's in that trade with Tony, just know that that's his plan. But other than that, thank you so much, Tony. I really, really, really love picking your brain about options. Seriously, I think you're like one of my favorite. I know you're not supposed to pick, but you're one of my favorite moderators.
Thank you so much. If I won Maloney over, then dang, I've done something in life.
For all of you guys here that don't know, I haven't. So, Tony was a guy that I learned options trading from. And he just did a spectacular job. I think I trade options all day, every day. So
Thank you so much, Maloney. Crushing it. That was all you, though. All you. Well, guys, we'll see you. See if this can't start to fall here, Maloney. It's gonna be fun. If it
Oh my
does.
goodness, I know. I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to VIX just being at support. We've fallen all day today. So on the daily, I think it's at a decent level where we could bounce. So we'll see. We shall see. All right.
All right, guys. We'll see you. Bye.
how is everybody doing? Attorney Dan says, I heard you're the futures queen. So I am not really the queen of futures, but I would say Arabia and I share a good understanding about who takes the place. I think we share it equally, but I trade futures a lot, and it's a fun story. I got started trading futures because I think you guys have, over the course of this week, everybody here has heard all of our moderators' stories, about how we got started trading, what happened, whatever. So I got started trading, and I think I had just turned 30, and I didn't know how to feel old, so I reached out to my husband. I think in my head, I thought I was like a 16-year-old. So I don't feel old at all mentally. So just put some money in the stock market, and that's what all the old people do. And I didn't think that to be true, but I put some money in there, and then 2 weeks later, lost almost all of my account. And so that stinks. I mean, that just wasn't fun. Losing any money at all is not fun. And you lost all of your account. That's really not fun. So since then, I've just been at it. I mean, I'm a very sore loser, so I do not take defeat lightly. And since then, I've just been at it, watching every video there is. If there is a video on YouTube about trading, I know it. I know off the person, I know off the channel. So been stalking it just constantly. Futures came about because I preferred to work with an extremely small account. So I get something called a God syndrome. When I do too many winning trades in a row, and I am allowed to day trade unlimited times with unlimited amount of trades, if I have, let's say, everybody has a winning streak in the stock market and a losing streak, of course. But when I'm on my winning streak, I get something called a God syndrome, where I feel like I cannot lose anymore and I will risk a lot more. And it took a while to be disciplined and not do something stupid like that, right? So until then, I was like, okay, cool. I will just work with a smaller account until I get to a profitable level. And that's what got me started on futures, because futures let you do a smaller account. They do let you day trade. They don't have the pattern day trading rule applicable to them. And you really need a very tiny sum of money reserved in your account to be able to trade futures and make a significant amount of gains. So, that's just something that I really liked about it. So now I want everybody here in the chat pane, and there's a lot of you here. I want you to type in a 1 if you know a tiny bit about futures at all, or if you know that they exist. And a 2 if you have no idea what futures are at all. Let's hear it. Let's see. All right. Lots of 2s, lots of 1s, but I think 2s are winning in a major way. So let's address the 2s. Richard says half. I like that answer a lot. It's a cool answer. Okay, cool. So let's talk futures. So this is the NASDAQ futures, NQ, which, if you were trading the QQQ, you would be trading NQ for the NASDAQ futures. Here is the S&P 500 futures, ES. And I'm gonna explain this to you guys in the most simplest way. All of my RLT folks have been exposed to this explanation. So if you have been here and heard me through multiple explanations, please just excuse this for all the people that don't know anything about futures. So as you can see, this stuff is moving in a 25-cent increments. It's not really moving in, from 28.01 to 28.2 to 3 to 4 to 10. It's moving from 25 to 55 to 75 to 29, right? Everybody here agrees with that? It moves in an increment. Cool, awesome. So with that being said, friends, this guy, I want you to consider this whole number as a point and a fractional number as a tick, okay? So when it goes from 30 to 31, that's a whole number, and that's a point. Fractional from 30.75 to 30.25 is points, okay? So I want you to imagine that we have a big pizza pie, and it's got 4 slices. So now in this pizza pie, the whole pie is worth $50. But then your pizza guy, the pizzeria guy says, hey, you know, we're running a little bit slow, and today you could just buy 1 slice and I will cut your deal. So he just divides it up by 4. What do you think the price of this 1 slice is? Does anybody want to tell me that? Type it in the chat pane. 12 and a half. You got it. Peter is really good at math. That was quick. All right, 12 and a half. Cool. So each tick that you see is worth $12.50. And each point is worth $50. So the whole pizza is worth $50. Each slice is worth $12.50. Okay. Now, ES on an average moves roughly about 30 to 40 points. Today seems to be a not so average day. We don't have days like these every single day. We have smaller candle days, you know, roughly about 30 to 40 points. Well, today it moved, I think, 30 to 40 points, roughly about 30 points. I think that's an extreme day too. But on an average, you can accumulate about 30 points if you're going up and down on ES. Okay, so now let's say you entered a trade over here. So let's say you got in a short over here with your stop 10 points higher and your target 10 points lower. Just go to 22. All right. We're going to assume the target's 22. Okay. So now you're wanting to make 10 points in here. That's it. Okay. That's what you're trying to do. 10 points on ES. Now, if each point is worth $50, how much do you think you're going to make if it goes to your target, which is 10 points? 500. Great. Awesome. Okay, cool. My daily goal on an average every single day when I walk in and start trading, my daily goal is $500 a day. If I make $500 a day and I don't lose any and I don't give back any, I am golden. Now, every futures ticker, these are not commodity tickers. These are not physical tickers. For example, gold is a commodity ticker, right? There's a physical aspect to it. Cattle is a physical aspect to it. These are just not notional values. These are just S&P 500 and QQQ. So, you can go into detail. Arabia has a wonderful course about what exactly the futures are and what they do and how and you know why you should know what they are. But as far as trading is concerned, I just want to explain to you, I don't think we have enough time together to go into every detail of it, but I want you guys to be able to get, when you're done with me at 5 o'clock, I want you to confidently be like, okay, maybe I could take a futures trade. Maybe I could place a trade. Now, here's the advantage to trading futures. For ES, for me to be able to trade ES, I only need roughly about $13,500 in my account. Okay, I need $13,000 in my account, not used up. It can't be in a trade. It's kind of like a liquidating value. So, you know, just like how you trade options, you need that money to be able to liquidate it if the need be. So you need $13,000 in your account to be able to trade futures, with which you can make a $500 return every single day. Okay, that's just ES. Now there's NQ and there's a whole bunch of things. Now you may say, well, my account isn't really that large as you know, a $13,000 account. No problem, friends. We've got a better idea. We've got the micro minis. We're going to go to MES, which is the same exact thing, but the pizza here, my friends, is $5, and each slice is $1.25. So with that being said, you only need 1,300, roughly about, every broker has a different amount, but on an average, it's anywhere between $1,300 to $1,400. Now, if this thing went to 10 points, you're going to make $50, right? Grant, you could also lose the $50. So, let's not get all super ambitious here. But if this thing went to, for a $1,300 account, for you to be able to make $50 every single day, that's a big deal. That's a pretty good deal. That's what attracted me to futures in general. Then another fun fact about futures is that they trade all day, every day. They take a break from 5:45 to 6 o'clock. Well, 5:30 to 6 o'clock. And that is known as the settlement period. So at 4 o'clock, whatever the price closes at, your broker will go in and say, okay, let's say we close at 40.30 and you're up, let's say $500. Okay. Your broker is going to go in and say, hey, 4 o'clock, you are up $500, all of $500. I am going to deposit that money in your account. There is no unrealized gains. There's only realized gains in futures. So what I mean to say by that is if you were trading, let's say SPY, and you had 100 shares and it went down, because of course you were shorting, who are we talking to? So it went down by, let's say, $5. You had 100 shares and it went down 5 points, $5. Now, at 4 o'clock, you still have this position open because you think that tomorrow it's going to go down another 10 points. Great, fantastic. Your broker is not going to put your gains in your account. It is going to be an unrealized gains. So type in a 2 if you know what realized and unrealized gains are. Or, well, if you know what a unrealized gain is. 2. Paula says 2. Okay, cool. I just need a couple of people. Richard says no clue. Okay, so Richard, the fact that your broker is not going to put money in your account, if you, let's say you were trading Tesla today, okay, and Tessie, you had 100 shares of it at open. Well, let's say you were smart and you bought it at 140. You had 100 shares of Tesla at 140. Great, fantastic. Now, currently Tesla is trading at 144. So your gain is $450 roughly, right? Because it went up $4.50. So your gain right now is $450. If Tesla closes like this and you want to hold over earnings because you're a brave soul, good luck to you, but you want to hold over earnings, and that's fantastic. Great, hold over earnings. Your broker at 4 o'clock is not going to come in and say, hey, let me deposit your $4.50. You have to close your position out for your broker to give you that money. That's what an unrealized gain is. Unrealized gain is when the money is sitting in your account and your broker's assuming this as a gain. If Tesla went down tomorrow and opened at 140, then that unrealized gain is down to 0. Then you didn't really win anything because you didn't close your position out. That's an unrealized gain. Unrealized gains do not happen in futures. Whether you close your position out at 4 o'clock or not, if you are up $500 at 4 p.m., your broker will deposit that money in your account. You will see that money in your account. If you are down $500, your broker will take that money out of your account regardless of you having to close your trade or not. So that's where futures get fun, right? So you have the money available to you right away at 4 o'clock. So between 4 to 5:30 is the settlement period. Futures continue to trade, but that's the settlement period where your broker closes it out and puts it in your account. Now, here's another fun fact about futures. At 6 p.m., they start trading again. So if you're anyone like me, I'm sure you'll hear my children in the background somewhere over the course of this class. But if you're anything like me, where you cannot be available in front of your screen all day, every day, futures are the right option for you. You can be trading this from 6 p.m. all the way until tomorrow's 4 p.m. Well, 5:30 essentially. But we'll go through this together. We'll see how the markets close, all the other tickers close, but futures will go on trading. right? So that's just simplistic explanation of futures. Now, futures, because they are trading all night and all day, who do you think is going to take the most advantage of this aspect? Who do you think that cannot be trading in the middle of the night or the time isn't really convenient for them? What kind of traders do you think work really, really well with futures? Does anybody have an idea? International! Yes! Yes! Attorney Dan says, so with futures, money is deposited or withdrawn, no matter what you do with the position. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Doesn't matter. So it makes no sense for you to swing trade futures, really, because at the end of the day, the money is going to be taken out or deposited. So it makes all the sense for you to not swing trade futures, right? So, but a lot of people swing trade it all the time. Okay. So it's not anything, it's not a no, but makes no sense to me. So, I hope that answers your question. But yes, a lot of international people and a lot of algo traders. So with that being said, I think we've figured out how algos like to trade futures. I think we've accomplished that really, really well. Algos are very, very true to fibs. For some reason, I don't know why. And I've been stalking futures for a very long time, and I trade it all day, every day, and I look at it all night, every night. So, I mean, I really, really look at these things all day, every day. So, fibs. If you are not familiar with Fibonacci, I really, really, really want you to go watch some videos that Jeremy has on YouTube. There's lots of content out there on Fibonacci. RLT, for example, has an amazing, amazing collection of videos. But I'll answer, majority of your questions. If you guys have questions about fibs, I will be glad to do so. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I see some questions. I don't want to move too fast without responding to questions. Makes sense not to swing trade. Yeah, absolutely. Chuck says, do I need special permission? Yes, great question. Yes. So just like trading options, you need to apply to be able to trade futures. And majority of the times they'll let you trade futures. There might just be like a couple of questions, just 2 or 3, and they'll let you trade futures. There's no harm in applying. And then if they don't let you get through it, just say, hey, I trade with a group of people that know what they're doing. And so then they will approve you. So yeah. Jeff says, I traded the SPY eMicro Minis last month for all of the reasons you just talked about. Came out even. I had a more difficult time reading the chart than I normally do when buying and selling stocks. Is doing technical analysis on futures more difficult or the same as normal stocks? So technical analysis on futures is the same. Honestly, I will tell you, guys, it's the same thing as you doing it on the charts. Whatever I just told you about futures is all you need to know about the special aspect of futures, right? Everything else is the same exact thing as you trading the QQQ or SPY. Exactly the same. So, the way I have this figured out is, let's go over my strategy. So I use a lot of fibs. Guys, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure. So I am in a trade on Netflix, and I just want to make sure that I am out of it. Okay, maybe not. All right. Okay, cool. Let's get back to talking. So the way I look at futures is really, who was it that asked me that question? Jeff. Okay, really, Jeff. So let's say day before's candle, the green one over here, closed green, and it had a pretty small upper wick. Okay, it didn't really have a massive upper wick. With that being said, when the rest of the world wakes up at 6 p.m. and starts looking at futures again, they are going to want to get out of their position. Or some people at 6 p.m., everybody that bought all the way till 4 p.m., some people are going to want to take profits. They're going to want to get out of their position. This is my personal strategy. This is what I've been trading all this while, So if the candle closes with a small upper wick I like to put fibs on it right here and then short it as high as I can. So somewhere close to the high of this upper wick, and with my target somewhere down here at the 236 level. Okay. That's just my personal strategy. I love trading fibs overnight because it's not as active. So a lot of people have trouble trading the charts because it's super active and one move can really, really hurt your scenario really bad. Or it's just too quick. Maybe you're not used to trading these things on a smaller time frame for day trades. Well, if you're just looking to, make a quick, interesting move in futures, then this, my friends, is your time frame. Granted, you don't want to be sitting all night taking these trades, right? So I don't recommend anybody. I'm introducing you to a monster. I promise you, if your broker approves you trading futures, you will be sitting in front of the screen till 3 a.m. for the next month, all of February. So do not blame me for it, but eventually in March, all of you guys will realize that it's not worth sitting in front of your screen all night because it moves like a snail and it's annoying to stare at a screen when it moves so slowly. So then you will come up with these strategies on your own that make money for you while you sleep. Or you'll come find me, or you'll come find RLT and you'll go watch the videos that I have on futures and you'll find the strategy there. But it's just how it works. So there you go. Do you use fibs for one candle? Yes. So I use fibs on the candle that I am trying to trade on. So for example, I know that sounds really confusing, but this candle closed at 4 o'clock, right? Well, 5:30, but the next day's candle, which is a 6 p.m. candle, is open. So I'm trying to put fibs on this candle and say, in regards to this candle, how much of a selling can I expect? Okay, that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to figure out how much of a selling day can I expect in regard to yesterday's candle. Now, today's candle doesn't really qualify for that strategy because we have a longer wick. We want a big body and a small wick. So today's candle doesn't really qualify because, all of the buyers have been stepping in. So I don't expect the buyers to step in at 6 p.m. going, oh, we'll take it higher. Not that it can't happen. I mean, Tesla earnings are going to happen. So not that it can't happen, but I don't expect that on a general day without Tesla earnings. On a general day, I expect this kind of move overnight on an average day. Don't believe me? Go back trade any day. Any day out there on a candle with a big body and a small wick. So this is just my strategy to trade futures overnight. Now, do I do it with a larger risk? Absolutely not, my friends. I do it with 2 MNQs or maybe 1 MES contract. So at best, if it goes to my $20 target, I'm going to make $100. I'll wake up to $100 and I'll be happy. I'm okay with that. I'm not really worried about, what my account's going to do, or I'll lose $100. Attorney Dan says, can you repeat the strategy? Yes, absolutely. So Dan, what we're trying to do is I'm going to put fibs on a candle, on a previous day's candle. Let's say today's candle closed like this. We're going to assume this is a red candle with a large body and a very small wick. Then in today's candle's case, I'm going to play it the other way, but let's not confuse you. Let's just go over this guy right here. So let's say we're trying to, none of these things exist. None of these days exist. We're just here. This is how it closed, okay? Now, when I come in at 6 p.m., I'm going to put fibs on this candle, and I'm going to expect it to retrace down to its 236 level right here. Let's zoom in a little bit. Right here. So my entry is, the point is to do the opposite of what yesterday's candle did, especially if yesterday's candle is a big big body candle with a very small wick on top. So I'm going to do a short position over here. So my entry is going to be here, and my stop is going to be a little bit higher, and my target is going to be the 236 range. Why? Because I'm expecting some of these buyers to take a profit. What this candle is, what the overnight move is just retest. That's it. We're just retesting, guys. That's it. And that's all I expect it to do. I don't expect it to do anything other than that. I don't expect it to come down to here. I don't care. At 236, I'm taking my profits. So that's just how I like to trade futures overnight. Is it worth doing options on futures, or are they not worth it? Peter, absolutely not. I used to trade futures on options, and I experimented with a lot of different strategies on futures options as well. But the problem with that is, you can do so much on futures with a small account size, right? Why include the theta decay of options also in an account? It makes no sense for me to do that. So for that reason, I don't really like trading options on futures. If I were to do futures options, and especially overnight, the volatility dies out. So the options don't move as much. So overnight, I think it's just easier to trade these contracts versus options. So yeah, but there are options if you are wanting to do that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So you put your fibs on a previous day's candle. Today's candle doesn't really qualify because it's got a small body and a bigger wick. So I'm just expecting a retest. On today's candle, I don't know if we're going to get a retest or not. Let's go look back at yesterday's candle. Now, does everybody here remember what happened to Microsoft yesterday? We had a big whoosh. Everybody in Microsoft said, no, we're going bullish. This is how it's going to work. And then the CEO or CFO, or I don't know who it was, came out and said, guys, we're seeing trouble. This is not really fun. I don't like what we're seeing. And then Wall Street realized the numbers weren't that great either. So then they said, hang on a minute. This is not looking very good. This is that Microsoft pump. Okay. Now, what if I told you that in futures, you could trade this at 6 p.m.? Microsoft, you can't, but yesterday I was on the mic and I was like, Microsoft's really going to move the value. Right now we have Tessie earnings that I wonder what that's doing. Let's keep Tessie on and we'll keep talking about futures, but you know what I mean? That it's moving. Microsoft is moving the markets a little tiny bit. Right? If not a lot, a little tiny bit. Sure, fantastic. Well, in that case, let's watch Tesla's earnings and let's watch the futures in respect to that. What if you could get in at 6 p.m. over here going, hey, I could write it down a solid bit. What do you think if that happened? How amazing would that be? Right? And a lot of people did. Let me show you what happened last night. Now, this doesn't happen every single day, you guys. So, the Microsoft fiasco doesn't really happen every single day, but when it's happening, you better watch out. So here is, no, wait, that's later in the day. Here. So here's our 6 p.m. candle. Here we go. This guy right here is our 6 p.m. candle. Now, Microsoft already said, hang on a minute, not everything's looking great. This moving average crossover, could you have traded that? 100% you could have, yes. And in NQ, the whole pie is worth 20 points. It's got 4 slices. So the whole pie is worth 20 points. Now, if NQ dropped from 11,941 to 11,000, we're going to call this for the ease of math and my missing math Indian gene, we're going to call it 100 points even. This move right here is $2,000, by the way, just so you know. Now, is this trading fun trading? Absolutely, yes. Remember Trump tweets? I don't know if any of you guys are traders, for for however long it's been. But remember when President Trump was tweeting about China tariff and, oh, we're going to have it, oh, we're not. But he was a master at doing this at 4 p.m. It was not fun. Rock remembers that. And that's what inspired my futures trading, by the way, because I would be in these positions going, oh, the chart looks bullish. It's a hammer. We're not going to take it out. No. With one tweet, the man took out a hammer, pretty ginormous hammer, every other day. So when that's happening, imagine if you are in a long somewhere. Imagine you bought a call on Tesla today, and then earnings didn't come out that great. Could you be trading futures here if the earnings are bad? Heck yeah. Tesla undoubtedly is going to move futures tonight. So could you make some of your losses back? Absolutely. Again, I don't recommend that you do that. I don't recommend you use futures for damage control every single time, but it's an option. You know that's an option. It's there. So, what I'm trying to say is I don't recommend you go out and buy calls and then go, oh, I'll just make the money back with futures. No, that's a terrible strategy. But that's an option if the need be ever. So again, I have some questions. Let's take a break and explain. Tesla's running. Ooh, what moving averages are you using? I'm using the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA. Yep. For futures on the ES, are you getting out exactly at your target, or do you use a trailing at the money strategy? I get out exactly at my target. Kristen, I'm just one of those odd beasts that don't like trailing stops. It just, in my experience, and I'm a true day trader, you guys. I don't like swing trading at all. I actually despise swing trading because I have trauma from when I started trading and things would just go against me. So I prefer day trading a lot more. Turns out earnings may not be that great. So let's see. Yep. Now, if you've calls in this guy on a 1 minute chart, could you be, okay, well, this is the highway, short below, long above. Calls, you don't really need to go long, but short below. Absolutely. Yeah, you could do that. This is a 1 minute chart, so you gotta be really quick, but there you go. That's an option. You could 100% do that. Now, when I'm day trading these things, I prefer not to linger around for too long. I'll show you why. I prefer to take profits really, really quickly because things can turn, in no time against you. Tides can turn, and I don't want to be. So I'm one of those people that is a true believer in take all at targets. Have I missed money because of that? Have I left money on the table because of that? 100%. Let me show you what trade I took on Netflix today. I had to revenge trade this guy. I mean, come on, how could you not, right? I took a short, I think over here, when Dan was on the mic, so 11 o'clock, somewhere over here, and I took a short, and it exactly stopped me out, and I could have gotten out for break even. So that really made me mad. I also knew there was clear resistance here. If we cleared it out and it's not a trap, then we're going to go higher. So I traded this for 1R. Now, do I feel like an idiot right now? Absolutely. 100% I do. Yes. But hey, this thing could very well, right at my target, it also got rejected and could have continued lower. So sometimes it just works out really, really well in my favor to just take all at target. Let's watch this for a second, guys. Let's see if we can work something out on futures trading. With futures, can you enter and exit anytime? Yes, there's no pattern day trading rule. So, obviously you guys know we have the PDT rule. With futures, there's no pattern day trading rule. So you can enter a trade and exit it anytime you want. No, so these are not the minis. There is M and Q for futures on the mini side. And you could trade the same exact thing where the whole pizza is worth $2 and each slice is worth 50 cents. So yeah, and you make 100 points over here, then you're going to make $200. NQ on an average moves about 300 to 400 points. On an average, it roughly does. So again, today may not be one of those average kind of days, but hear me out. I mean, today is an average kind of day, but NQ has a good, decent movement. If you like excitement, if you like thrill, NQ is your boy. ES moves slightly slowly, but yeah, but so that's what it does. MNQ is the mini, yes. So this is the mini, and it'll tell you right here, micro E mini NASDAQ 100. NQ will just say E mini NASDAQ 100. It won't say micro. So yeah, and if you're trying to do this in Thinkorswim, then I encourage you, well, I mean, I don't think you could pull up this ticker in Thinkorswim with MNQ. You'd have to do \MNQ. So you'd have to do this number. Yeah, but let's look at this guy. And now let's go back to NQ just for a second, because I have all these things drawn out on it. So let's see what it does over here. Now, what is Tesla doing? All right, here is our, I would say, here's where I would look to go short if I was trading it. Let's watch it. Let's see what that does. Okay, so we'll do a slight short below here with a target at the new low. And I'm not going to really take this trade. I'm just kind of sort of seeing what this does. Does it fill us or not? Is it a 1R trade? Maybe a little bit lower. Now, this is volatility. I mean, I don't trade like this at all, guys. I'm just trying to show you an example of how things work. I don't trade over earnings. I don't do stupid things like this anytime. This is a lot of money if it doesn't go to my target, right? So I don't really take riskier trades like these. So I take very cautious trades. For example, I will go back once this move is done. I go back and I'll show you something that I did, that I swing trade actually. Swing trade, is that a word? Swing trade? Hilton says, great question. Where can we find those numbers on how many points each futures move? Your broker, my friend. Thinkorswim has a thing on Thinkorswim where you can find out exactly what each point is worth and how many ticks it has. For example, gold, GC, has 10 ticks. So it's got 10 slices in that entire pizza. Each slice is worth $10. The whole pizza is worth $100. And GC, for the ease of math, is like the easiest thing you can trade. And I think you need to have like $8,000 in your account to trade GC. But they will tell you what your margin requirement is. They will tell you what a tick size is and what a point size is. Each ticker cannot have a different tick and point sizes according to your broker. So the tick and points remain the same, but your broker decides how much margin you need to have. And, on certain volatility days, for example, if we gap down tomorrow, then they might increase that margin value. But it's been, I've been trading ES and NQ all my life, and I've never seen it increase anymore. Like, for example, when the COVID drop was happening, NQ was at $20,000 compared to $18,000. Like, how much money you need to have in your account. So you needed to have $20,000 versus $18,000 on an average day, low volatility day. So when VIX goes higher, that's when things get a little bit aggressive. So each broker adjusts it. Yep. Yeah. I'm using interactive brokers. Thank you for your response. Yeah, absolutely. Tastyworks. Tastyworks has that too. Tesla's doing craziness. I know. What is Tessie doing? It's not really, so my theory is we're going to gap down. That's just my theory. Again, I'm the biggest bear you will ever meet. But it's just my theory. We are at the weekly 10 EMA. Close to it. We are at that 150 resistance level. And I feel like we've come far enough. Tesla, it's been 3 weeks of profitableness on a weekly level, right? So 3 is an understatement, 5 technically. So we've had a lot of people profitable. So if we gap up, some people tomorrow morning are going to be like, yep, I'm taking profits. This is not worth it. I want to take my profits and get out. Great, fantastic. So let's say we open at 155 tomorrow. What do you think all of these guys are going to do? They're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to take my profits and get out. Now, what do you think if we gap down? What do you think these guys are going to go? They're going to say, well, I mean, technically I'm at break even. I don't want to lose any more money and I'm going to get out. So that's just my theory on it. I don't know if that's going to stand true or not, but it's just the way I think. And plus, we're at really high RSIs, you know, on larger time frames. 4 hours is a pretty high RSI. So yeah, unless it prints out like amazing results and amazing earnings or whatever, I don't expect a lot of bulls to jump in tomorrow. So regardless, Tesla's going to make a great short tomorrow. All right, let's go back to NQ. So it's not really doing anything. It's just moving sideways for no reason. So we're just going to watch this guy. I'm not in this trade. I didn't take it, but I just like to watch it with you guys. So we'll keep an eye on this. Another fun factor is on futures. Futures are very, very, I guess they're just easy to go with RSI. So I discovered this. And it was just done as an experiment because I don't know if you guys remember, we used to get a lot of PCI and CPI and a bunch of different numbers, acronyms put together numbers. And so markets would gap down and then we would have Jerome Powell talk and then we would have other people talk and it would just affect the markets. Oh no, we're going up. Oh no, we're going down. Oh no, we're doing this. Oh no, we're doing that. Well, same exact thing. So I went to the 4-hour RSI. If the 4-hour RSI is above 75 or more, I want to look for short opportunities. Okay, cool, fantastic. So here's my 4-hour chart. This is what I did on it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got filled on this candle right over here. Now, my price was a little bit like just where the body of this candle is, because I know the wave 5 could just make a tiny bit higher high. So I got filled at 11,940 with my stop 100 points higher, 12,040. And my target was 11,840. But then we had the Microsoft disaster yesterday. And I was like, wait a second, maybe I could get some more money out of this. So I moved my targets 100 points lower. Now, am I being the most stupidest person taking all 100 points lower? Yes, because I left so much more money. I made $4,000 on this trade and I left another $4,000 behind. But again, sometimes it's okay to just secure your gains. If I was still in this trade, I think I would be at 2,000. So I really wouldn't even be happy about it. So yeah, that's just another one of those, that they have a forecast. I don't know. Did they? Tesla earnings per share, $1.19 beating expectation, $1.12. Okay. Great. I mean, they did drop the prices, so that worked well for them. I don't know. I don't think our markets react to great numbers or bad numbers or whatever. I think it's just very emotionally done. And so anyway, so let's go back to NQ real quick. Now, there was another time when Jerome Powell was on the mic and the 4-hour RSI was super high. And I forget the specific times, but really, anytime we see 4-hour RSI crossing 75, look for potential shorts. The great thing about this, guys, is I don't have to be looking for shorts while the market's up and running. I can look for them when the market is moving slow, during slow hours, because this also moves during slow hours, right? From 6 p.m. onwards. So if I see weakness, I think here's one of the speech numbers, or I don't know what the deal was here, but I mean, this is a pretty perfect head and shoulders with a really high RSI on the 4 hours. Now, you don't have to be trading the 4-hour chart going, oh, I could just be looking for shorts here. You could say on the 1 hour, let's say I'm looking for a short currently on the 1 hour. Let's say overnight, the 4-hour is super high RSI and I'm looking for a short. Do you think this level would be an appropriate level for an entry? Of or maybe even this level. Actually, let's go with this one. Do you think below this guy right here is an appropriate level for an entry for a short? I don't think it was going to happen overnight, but if I was looking for that trade tomorrow, if we open below here, yes, 100%. It is a good level below that. Absolutely. Yes. Attorney Dan says, no, why not? If we opened over here below this guy. Oh, okay, cool. I think you said no to this. Well, I'll tell you why. It's a good thing to open below here. It's because everybody and their mom today expects us to do this. Okay. And if we open below here, that move is invalidated. You want to see when that happened? Right here. We were doing this, and then we opened below this guy. So we went and retested it and went lower because everyone and their mom was expecting this to go higher. But the RSI is high. Charts need to readjust. Doesn't happen when you want it to. Do you know how many bulls stepped in over here above this guy? A lot. Do you know how many of them got trapped? And that's what caused this sell-off. A lot. So that's what I mean. If tomorrow we open below this guy or open below here, for example, this makes a good short. We might go retest certain levels and then go lower. We don't have to do any of this, by the way, but I'm trying to explain to you how I find entries. So on the 4 hours, I want to go look at a really high RSI, which in this scenario, in my scenario, it made sense because we had completed the wave 5. Now, this, in my opinion, is a correction wave. So this is the A, B, and a C. And that's why I was like, Tesla could go lower. I don't know. The charts say they could. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's it. So, I mean, the charts say it could go lower. I think it could, doesn't have to, but if it did, it would be fantastic. And, you know, the VIX is at support. Tomorrow we could have another panic day. Don't have to, but if Tesla misbehaved, then we could. There was another time, so I'll show you this as an example, guys. So this was one of my really good trades that I had done on Tesla, and everybody was like, why are you being an idiot about it? It was right here. We'll get rid of the fibs here so they don't confuse you, but it was right here. It's like, I'm gonna buy the dip because the 4 hours was super, super low. I think as a matter of fact, it had been the lowest in a while right here. 14, that's low. Anything below 20, you should be looking to buy the dip. Tesla was in this massive, massive trend down. And I felt like with this RSI super low, I think some buyers may have stepped in. So when we took out on the hourly, it had a great setup. So when we took out this level, I was like, yep, let's go bullish. So stop here, entry here, target up 1R. That's it. I do not. This, my friends, is why swing trading sucks with you holding over multiple days at best. So you can get out for 1R, get out for 1R. I dislike swing trading for longer than that. But yeah, so I got out for 1R. That's it. Here. No other indication whatsoever of why I went long. It was just the RSI was super low. That's it. Google, yesterday, I put it in Slack. I don't know if you guys had the chance to take a look at it, but Google on an hourly, this I put out in Slack. I was like, guys, you gotta go check this out. It's an hourly Head and Shoulders with a really high RSI, and we're taking pivot levels out. We're taking, sorry, I didn't mean to stop sharing. My pen tool is right over here. Can you guys see my screen okay? Don't know if you guys can see my screen okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so, all right. So this guy on the hourly, we were making lower lows, right? So this pivot level needed to bounce. Okay, granted we didn't bounce. Great, fantastic. We need to come down and double bottom. and go higher. We don't need to be taking out these levels and going lower and retesting them and then going lower. No, that's pointless. We don't need to be doing that. So yesterday, that's exactly what we did. We took out this level, then we tried to get back in, but failed. So on this candle, my friends, is where I went on Slack and I was like, we gotta go short this for a swing trade. Today, swing trade target met. Done deal. Out. So yeah, it's just easy. Attorney Dan says, oh no, roller coaster says, okay, I think I read that right. I like this strategy. Is there a particular time of the day this works? No, roller coaster. So I'm sure your name is something other than that, but we'll address you with what your name is. I don't think there's a particular time of the day, but you can set alerts. I mean, look at this 4-hour chart, right? Like you could set alerts on RSI and go anytime it's higher. So you just go right click this and you would go add an alert on an RSI and go anytime the value is crossing up than 75 right here or 77, whatever, then create an alert. So now anytime this happens, it's going to create an alert. So it's going to tell you that that's happening. So now you got to keep an eye on the hourly. Now your job is to go find the hourly, go do this, and it's going to do that because the 4-hour RSI is super high. So your job is to go find this trend on the hourly and then go find that one day where it doesn't do that. Comes back, retests, that, my friend, is your short spot, and you come back down. Should you be staring at your screen all day? Yes, it requires that. But I mean, hey, there is some effort that's required. You could maybe hire somebody to go do this for you, or you could join real life trading. And anytime I see a specific trade that I like to take, I might post it up there. But yes, that's the only job you have. You have to make sure that the hourly is losing pivot levels. Or if you're doing it for a day trade, the 15-minute is losing pivot levels. You know, and then you come back and you do a day trade on the 15-minute. But yeah, as far as, you know, time's concerned, I don't think there's a specific time that I like. Yeah, and each stock has its own high and low RSI. That's correct, Rock. Yes, absolutely. For example, Netflix, on the other hand, has no high RSI. I mean, it doesn't matter what we do. Just, you know, it's just Rampage Jackson. So the only way, guys, you have to know this. The only way an RSI can adjust is either through sideways movement of the stock. Let me turn this off. So let's say a stock just went boop and increased the RSI right here. Now this has to adjust, right? I mean, how else are we going to adjust this? So the only way it can adjust is if the stock does sideways dancing, doesn't really go anywhere, sideways dancing, that way the RSI is going to come back down. Here is a good example of that. You see how we're making moves, we're coming back down, we're making moves, we're coming back down. That's the only way the stock can adjust that, or it can just drop right away and have a significant pullback. So then the RSI adjusts. Over here was that significant pullback and the RSI adjusted, right? Or it could just go sideways where it's not doing anything and the RSI just goes sideways for a little bit. So that's just two ways that it can adjust itself. And so anytime it's doing sideways dancing, just know that you were wrong with your short and you might need an exit strategy. So yeah, but Netflix is getting up there right now. But, you know, I mean, to show you guys back in the day, like, I mean, every ticker has its own character. This is at 80. This is really, I mean, this is really high. So for Netflix to be above 73 or 75 is not a big deal. I mean, I would consider it really high at 80. So you could go look at this and play with this. I know, for example, NQ is extremely sensitive to high RSI on the 4 hours. And this is a futures ticker, right? It's extremely sensitive. Now, futures tickers can adjust their RSI overnight. So overnight move is sideways dancing. That's what we did over here. Futures tickers don't need adjustments just during open hours. So just know that if this thing is super high and it's just sideways dancing overnight, then it could go higher the next day. You have your NQ and RSI at 83. Ooh, cool. Yeah. And Woodshed, guys, if you haven't already figured it out, is like the most amazing, phenomenal trader of futures. So, reach out to this guy. He does trades all day, every day. And I'm like, how the heck? I bet he's like, I don't know. Did you get trailed out of your short? He got in at the same time over here on NQ. And I bet he looked at this trend line top. That's what he did. But his entry was a little bit lower. I think it was like 2 points lower than mine, but he got in, and I don't know where his target was, but I don't know if you got trailed out today or not. But he'll hold on for like 600 points. I rarely do that. What platform do you use for futures trading? Thinkorswim. I use Thinkorswim, Carl, and it should support futures trading. So you need to be allowed to trade futures, and you need to look up futures with a backslash. So I'm going to type it in. Let's say you're trying to do MNQ. So backslash MNQ is what you need to type in for your futures tickers. Woodshed is still in. Ooh, not bad. But I like this double top, and I think if we don't have a continuation, I think we're headed lower. I don't know. It seems like there's not much interest. I don't know what Tessie did. Just fizzled out. The earnings are out. What happened to this guy? I don't know. All right, never mind. Don't know what happened to it. It just did a nothing burger. This is what I bet Jeremy somewhere is sitting there going, oh, I told you guys it's going to do nothing. But he's the master of predicting what Tesla's going to do over earnings. I swear to God, that guy just has it down. Last earnings, he was like, I wouldn't do a strangle because it's going to do nothing. And that's exactly what it did. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go look at some other tickers. So let's go look at gold. I use Thinkorswim as well. Make sure you practice placing orders before you trade large. Yes, Jeff, absolutely, 100%. So Jeff says, please practice this. Before you guys jump into this, please go paper trade this. Paper trade it with one MNQ contract and one NQ contract and see how they affect your account. Really, because most people think, well, I've got the $18,000. I could just afford to take the risk. No, guys, today, the bears that got in over here lost at closing probably close to $6,000. If your account is $18,000, you cannot afford a $6,000 loss. That's a ginormous loss. So make sure you calculate your risk prior to getting into a trade. And today the broker at 4 o'clock is going to take that out of their account. So it's not like they could be like, oh, well, tomorrow I'll make that back. No, that money is gone. So make sure you know what you're doing with futures. For sure. Attorney Dan says, I lost thousands trading futures with Thinkorswim. Now, Dan, can I tell you a secret when this happens? So now I don't want to give you guys all of these strategies because I feel like these are holes that I've dug for myself, and I've had a really difficult time digging myself out of those holes. So you know how Tony and Johnny will tell you how they've been a trader for a long time and they've experienced everything. If there is anything that you could do wrong in the stock market, I've done it. You can come ask me how to get yourself out of that, and I will tell you exactly what happened. But I figured out, Attorney Dan, that if you have one MNQ, let's say Tesla gapped up and it just went and made a move completely against you, okay? And you were short in an MNQ. If you were short in an NQ, for example, let's say you were short here with Woodshed, okay? And he's still in this position. But then you're day trading it today, and you're still short, but then you see like great setups start to come in. Now you don't want to exit your position because you got a really good entry, but you want to take this, bullish. You know, you can do 5 MNQ lots, MNQ trades against your NQ as a hedge, and your broker will not expect you to have any extra money in your account. Does that make sense? So you could trade it in the opposite direction. If you're just using it as a hedge, your broker will not expect you to have $36,000 in your account. So you can go long and short at the same time. Tell me if that makes sense. Yes! I made somebody's day here for sure. Attorney Dan says, that is brilliant. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So you could be short in your trade, but then you want to take a long setup. You can do that. So let's say you're short NQ, you can do it with the opposite tool, MNQ, or ES for that matter. I mean, they both move similarly. So ES or MNQ, whatever works for you. But if you're doing it with ES, the broker's going to take money out of your account, right? Roller Coaster says, do you ever trade on a 5-minute time frame or just 4 hours? So Roller Skate Dan, I will plan my day out with looking at the 4-hour chart, right? Like today, let's say tomorrow morning I wake up and we are over here below the 10 EMA, right here. Today we should have crossed the 10 and the 20. These are the green line is the 10 EMA and the red line is the 20 EMA. Today we should have crossed it and gone lower. And we were doing great until this silly bull move ruined my bear party. But let's say tomorrow we open with that crossover, right? We open somewhere over here and we're back bearish again. Great, fantastic. Then what I'm going to do is plan out my day. So I'm going to go to the 15-minute chart and say, on the 15-minute chart, let's say overnight we have had sideways momentum, whatever, this and that, and this is what it looks like. Okay, cool. Now, when I come in the morning, I'm going to watch this level very, very closely in the morning. Okay, what do? Do we double bottom here and go higher, or do we go lower? If we go lower, then I'm going to look for a 10 EMA strategy over here. Let me show you what happened today. Just based on that strategy. This is where the markets opened, I think, 9:30. So this is where the markets opened. So let's put a line, roughly. Oh, the drawings came back. So let's put a line over here. This was the pre-market low. So this was the overnight move, and this was the overnight move higher. Okay, cool. So we'll put a line over here. Awesome. Now, at 9:30, when we came in, wait, is this for today? Yeah. No, this was the overnight move. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. That makes no sense. Okay, cool. But this was yesterday. But let's just look at yesterday too. Now, at 9:30, we do not really take this guy out. We actually just bounce around in circles. So then that's my cue to not really go take a trade in any direction. I mean, it just makes no sense. Unless, my friends, we break out of here, come back, do not use this as support level, and go lower. That is a beautiful trade. Absolutely. We need to do something like this, where we need to come use this as support and go higher. Nope, we do not do that. We just go right back into this trend with a crossover. Hell yeah. You got to take this trade. Heck yeah, is what I mean. You got to go take this trade. I don't know if you're quick enough to do that or not. You may not be quick enough. This is a 15-minute chart. Maybe there's a 10 EMA on the 3-minute, but these are the kind of trades that I'm interested in. Now let's do lines over yesterday's candle. And this is a lot of info. You know, I think this is being live streamed, so you have this stuff on YouTube. And you ever need to go back and refer to it, definitely feel free to do that. But this is a lot of information. So I don't expect you guys to just tomorrow be like, yep, this is what I'm going to do and get it. It takes a lot of time and practice to know all of these things, just observation. Majority of my things came from observation. It didn't really come from anything else, just watching the markets all day, every day. Okay, so this is the pre-market low, and we're going to do another line. This was the pre-market high for today, right? So we bounced, we tried to break this level down here at 10:30. Didn't really do that. Didn't really do a follow through. What I wanted to see, I mean, granted, this was a pretty large drop. So what I wanted to see was us break this level, come back down and go lower and look for a 10 EMA strategy over here somewhere. But that didn't happen. We didn't go lower. We just continued to go higher. Great, fantastic. So now on this guy right here, what time frame is that? You move this guy up so I can check out the time frame. 10:45. So anything after 10:45, you are okay to take a 10 EMA play on the 3-minute. Let's see if on the 3-minute there was a 10:45 right here. If there was a 10 EMA setup. There wasn't one at exactly at 10:45, but there was one later on. So we're clearing all of this resistance. We're not really breaking down on that line. We're actually just coming back with a bullish engulfing candle, friends. That is reversal at its best. So now, would you be comfortable taking this 10 EMA with your target up here? You should be. Everybody should be. That is exactly why I flipped my trade on Netflix. Well, not that's why specifically, but I knew that we weren't dropping anywhere at that time, and Netflix had a lot of consolidation. So that's why I flipped my trade from bear to bull. Yeah. How long have you been trading full time? Marie, full time about 2 years. I made a deal with my husband. So my husband and I, we own hotels, and we're also a management company. So, you know, we own and operate them. And I did sales for our hotels, and I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am not very good with sales. I do not enjoy that position so much as per se. So it was a very exhausting work job place. Plus, my husband was my boss. Well, let me tell you, that didn't go very well. So I made a deal with him, and I said, if I can make just enough money annually to be able to afford a sales manager, then I'm going to quit this and do this full time. Then I'm going to quit working for you and do this full time, because he didn't have any faith in me. He's like, this is gambling. We're going to have to, this is terrible. And so 2 years, for 2 years consistently, I've been able to afford a sales manager and a lot more, but yeah, 2 years full time and a lot longer, it's like 4 to 5 years, just learning. But yeah. So are you saying that trading watching futures allow you to take day trades on regular stuff? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anything, you're getting better at charts. You'll recognize patterns a lot more. Yeah, absolutely. So you know, and then you guys don't have this full picture. You don't, when you're looking at anything pre-market and post-market, you're looking at it being turned off at 8 p.m. and turned on again at 7 a.m. So you don't have this full picture of what happened overnight. This is Europe opening, by the way. And Europe did not like this at all. They didn't take the Microsoft news very well. And then we also had the Germany news, right? Where they had sent out, I don't know, whatever, the tanks or trucks or something. I don't do war, but anyway. So they'd sent something else out there, and that kind of affected the markets. This is Europe opening. And they didn't take that very well. Asia, not so much. I mean, Asia liked it. This is the Indian markets opening at 11 p.m. Eastern is the Indian markets opening. Indian markets, my friends, are in an extremely bullish trend. So do not let them scare you off of their bull move, because Europeans will definitely help you push it down. Just an observation. Lately, that's what's been the story. Lately, that's what I've been going through. You know, that's what I've been looking at for months and months and months at a stretch. So not that I'm saying, oh, Europeans are not doing that great and Asians are doing great. But that's just been what's the story lately. So yeah. Absolutely. Yay! Who said that? I love it. I love it. Elsman Aragon. Ooh, I hope I said that right. I definitely enjoy your energy and your material. Awesome. Keep having positive impacts. Absolutely. Yes. That's what I just don't think it's fun if you're sitting here and just, I have a totally different personality when I'm trading by myself, and it's more like in real life, this is not how I am. I mean, when I'm looking at the screen, I'm going, no, go the other way. Yes, the other way. Yes, this, no, that, no, this, no, that. My husband thinks I'm a complete different person when I'm trading. And I think it's okay to let out your emotions and express this. Don't know why Jeremy trusts me with it being on the mic, because I have an outrageous amount of excitement over very little movement sometimes, but oh well, here we are. So yeah, now I don't think this is working out really well, and I don't think Tesla's doing really anything that we need it to do. So I'll just leave it on, I'll watch this and I'll see where it goes. But do you guys see how, now let's say overnight somebody says, some bearish news comes out, and it comes out a lot, guys. With COVID, it came out a lot. You could be trading futures overnight and you'd be making, we were opening 100 points lower. Gap down on futures is not normal. We don't do that. So here, this candle right here at 6 p.m. right here, this candle opened fairly close. Well, like opened over here, but fairly close to its closing price at 4. Well, here, but we don't gap down 100 points ever. That's a very rare occurrence. And during COVID, that's what we were doing. So let's say you went long, and there were very many days in COVID times where you were like, this is the bottom. Let's go look at it. Let me show you. And let me turn some of these things off. All right, so green candle, gapping down, great. You went long on this day, because why not? I mean, we're S-curving on up, great, fantastic. Well, that didn't really happen. The red candle, gapping down. We closed with a green candle, just what we did today. We closed today with a green candle. The next day, so that means bulls jumped in, by the way. So, we had a bearish day, and bear should have taken over. But the next day we opened with a gap down, and all the buyers are like, no, we're okay. Let's just jump right back in. Nothing's going to happen. No one's going to shut down. And so they jump back in. The next day we open with a gap down. That's when Jeremy called the emergency meeting. Could you have been trading futures over here? Yes, you could have been. If you had a long over here on SPY thinking nothing's going to happen, we're just going to double bottom and go higher, and then it gapped down the next day, you know what, overnight you're going to cover up your losses again. The next day, hammer again, really low RSI, bear divergence, hammer, nope. Next day, red candle, gapping down the very next day, hammer, gapping down the very next day. Could you be trading futures while this was going on? Yes, you could be. Yes. So these gap downs, my friends, is what you need to be studying. And futures are what causes these gap ups and gap downs. Attorney Dan says, I've lost so much trading money. I lost so much money trading futures because I panicked every time I lost 150. Yeah, but Dan, I think the best thing for you to do is you guys have to be trading smaller frames. So you cannot be trading ES, right? MES is a pretty viable option. Now, this gap down on ES or on MES would probably be roughly about 40 points for you. So then you've lost $200, right? no one predicts this move, really, honestly. That's what I meant by it was just so choppy. Nobody knew this next day was going to be a hammer. If you ask me, as per chart, we should just continue lower. But we had a hammer. So now your shorts are closed out and you go long. Now, again, you go short. Again, you go long. Well, how much money are you losing? Let's say on each of these days, you lost $200. 6 days, you've lost about $1,200. That's your cue to just take a break and be like, maybe I'm not good at this. Maybe I need to reassess. That's what happened to me in COVID, by the way. I was like, maybe I just need to reassess. This is just ridiculous. None of this is predictable. And then we started making higher lows. So then maybe now is the time to get in bullish. But of course, I traded all of this bearish, my friends, all of this. And I am proud. If anyone wants to look at my P&L, profitable, bearish, 100%. So every single day, I figured out the 12 o'clock during 2020 on extreme bull days would have inside candles. This just comes from stalking charts so much. You look at it so much, you kind of figure out these things happen every single day. So every single day, 12 o'clock would have an inside candle, and I would short that inside candle down to the next fib level. That's it. That's how I made all of my bear money in a bull market. Booyah. So anyway, again, there's so many things that have more advantage to trading futures versus not trading futures. For me, initially, it was just because I could, kids wise, and my kids were a lot younger then. So kids wise, it worked out well. And then I could do it with a really small account, keeping in mind that I could reserve the funds for other things, for other dip buys or other whatever. If all of my money is just stuck in a SPY or a Q position, then it's not really fun, right? So yeah. So this just fed my day trading, I guess, greed. And then I got good at day trading, and I understood that I wasn't a very good swing trader. I was a good day trader. So then now I day trade exclusively. Sometimes I'll take swing trades like Google, for example. But yeah, 12 noon or midnight, noon. Yep. Noon, that's when I would take my lunch at work. And so noon is where Eastern, yeah. Yep. So that's when I would stare at the charts, and I realized, it happened every single day. So I was like, oh, that's easy. We should go look at this pattern and back trade it a little bit. And I did that. It doesn't really work right now. I don't know if the 15-minute candle has inside candles now at noon, but here's your noon inside candle. Short below, long above. You can't make this up, really. Just happens every single day. I went short every day at noon. No, not every day. So Dan, here was the plan. If it did this, by noon, it's going to have to pull back, right? It's going to have to correct. So let's say this is from 9:30 to noon, okay, move. So if it did that, and then it presents us with an inside candle at noon right here, I am going to go short that. But if it just did this, then I'm not going to go short here at noon. That's not going to work for sure. A long might, but short, I don't know. So yeah, but if it just straight up Rampage Jackson, which it did a lot because we had a lot more bull days. Remember, we were in a bull trend in 2020. So, you'd be surprised. Some of these, you want to check it out. You want to see what kind of bull days we had. I want to go show you guys. I think Rock might remember this, but I want to go show you guys Redfin chart, and this, my friends, is called an extreme bull trend. Over here, I had a bet with majority of the RLT members saying if this week Redfin closes as a green candle, I'm going to eat an onion on camera because it was just so extended, no pullbacks whatsoever. But that's an extremely bullish trend, right? So I had very many days. I know you don't see it on the chart, but intraday, I had very many days where Redfin just did this, and then I could just come in and short there. So entry here, stop here, target here. Did I win every time? No, but I had a pretty good high win ratio. So those are my strategies. Some people like strategies that make just, well, a little bit more. So you want to take 1.2 Rs instead of 1 R, right? I feel like my strategy and the way I understand the markets have at least a 60% win ratio. So especially with futures and whatnot. So then in that case, I can take all at 1 R, and it's just what works for your account. I mean, there are some days where I'm like, okay, I'll trail it. Am I being an idiot for getting out on Tesla? Over here, let's just go over Tesla, and I will show you what a dum-dum I was on this day. Now, tell me why this day is extremely important, you guys, over here, for us to hold this level, because the bulls need this double bottom. Otherwise, we let go of this level, we're going lower. For sure. It is so many bull candles in a row. We're going to go lower for sure. Right at this moment, we had a 10 EMA strategy. Okay. So right there, Jeremy was on the mic. He missed it. I caught it. I was so proud. Took all at 1 R with 2 puts, my friends. 2 puts. At the end of the day, I could have made 27 Rs. If I just hung out there or trailed stops. Did not do that. So does this strategy work? Does taking all work every single time? No, not always, but I prefer to do that. So yeah, just one of those special moments where I should have done that. Now let's go look at futures real quick and see what we're doing over here. Let's go look at MGC. I want to show you guys something. Well, GC. Let's go look at GC, and then we'll go look at natural gas. Oh, no, not this. GC. Jesus. Futures. That's what I want to do. Okay, cool. So on futures, gold. So let's say we have inflation data coming out or whatever. And everybody understands here, gold could be a good inflation hedge. Could you look to go longer here? Or if we have good CPI numbers, everybody understands this seems to be a good inflation hedge. Could you find a 10 EMA setup going short? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So you could trade gold futures as well. I think you need, like I said, I think you need $8,000 in your account to be able to trade GC. And then the whole pizza is worth $100. So if it goes from 47 to 48, you're going to make $100. If it goes from 47 to 46, you're going to lose $100. MGC, the whole pizza is worth $10. So the mini futures of gold is MGC. And that is, the whole pizza is worth $10. That's it. And so each slice is worth $1. This, for futures traders that suck at math like I do, is just a joy of trading it with easy math. It's the easiest way to calculate your R and your risk and all of that. So this is my favorite. I tell all the beginner futures traders to go trade gold. And you would think, well, how much does it move? It actually moves quite a bit. You'd be surprised. So, this is, there is money to be made here. It's not a dull ticker that doesn't trade. So yeah, gold is another option. And then there's natural gas. So, if there's gas news and all of that, there's natural gas. There's just so many. Silver is another option. There's cattle. You'd be surprised. There's that. There's wheat. I know Jeremy was long wheat when the war news came out, because Russia is the largest producer of wheat. And clearly there's a demand for it right now. So he was right. And he went long wheat. So yeah, these things can occur and they're definitely doable. But the best thing is you have an edge over the rest of the traders. You can do this overnight while the rest of the market's sleeping and come in with a better trade tomorrow morning. Now, if you're a scared trader and you don't want to be trading overnight, that's okay. That's okay. Just put fibs on there, trade that strategy. You don't want to do that? Great, fantastic. Don't do that. But at least watch futures and see what they did overnight. It's going to give you a better idea of how the market's going to trade tomorrow. So, you know, if you're looking at ES today, later tonight, and you're looking and going, well, certain things should not be gone. Like, for example, on the 4 hours, we should not be closing below these levels. Or on the hourly, we should not be closing below these levels. On ES, great. Tomorrow we open there and you see overnight, we've just had a fluff fall. There you go. You have your plan. You know exactly what to do. And if we go higher, then sure, all of these bears are going to be trapped and they're going to want to get out. This is going to serve as an inverse head and shoulders that's going to push us higher, probably to this mark. That's when the RSI might get higher again, might get super high, and then come back and look for a short over here somewhere. Go watch the trap video that RLT, I think I did a trap video and it's on RLT.com's YouTube site. Go watch that. That will tell you when to look for entries and spot a trap when things are super high. So go watch that. What is your preferred brokers for trading futures? Interactive Brokers or TD Ameritrade? I like TD Ameritrade. I really do. I think they've got great charting options and they're pretty good with futures. And you know, you can't get skipped trading futures. So there has to be a bid and an ask. There's no skipping. So you know how some stocks will just skip you? That doesn't happen on futures. Thinkorswim is pretty phenomenal. All right, I see Awesome Newsome checked in. What's up?
What's
buddy
up,
boy?
legend?
How's it going?
It's going awesome. How are you?
Good, good. I like your necklace. I liked your hat yesterday. I forgot to tell you that.
Thank you.
It's interesting.
you.
It was definitely cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to come in costume each day. Just mix it up, you know.
Wear your money shirt, or have you already done that?
Oh, it's coming. It's happening for sure. That's your favorite? That's your favorite one?
Do it for Free Fall Fridays. That's what we want to do.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, Maloney, for helping everybody out and giving us great information. Team, type a quick M into the chat pane. If your girl Maloney, just makes your life better every day. Be the first person to throw my M into that chat pane. Thank you, Maloney, for your time. Appreciate you immensely. All right, so let me get the screen share turned on. And beautiful, beautiful. We're still live streaming on YouTube for the live stream. Thanks so much. Hope everyone's doing amazing. All right, let's get started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. This is your motivational, sensational, inspirational, educational, aspirational, international, keenly awaited, daily created, highly anticipated edition of the Afternoon Swing Trading Floor with your humble host, Jeremy Alexander Anderson, with another daily dose of mentally delicious brain food, reminding each of you to love life, live life, and trade it. Hope you're doing amazing. Everyone who is here, got Maloney and Johnny Garco in the 1s and 2s, Alicia, Dan, Brad, Cliff, John Axe is here. What's up, John? Got a few Johns in the building. Kevin Rogers, Lawrence, how's it going? Richard Jett, Wayne, Walt. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it tremendously. Here's kind of a quick little outline of today's. I want to cover 2 really easy, super basic housekeeping things, and then just start jumping right into some trade setups, some analysis, and some thoughts on the broader markets, as well as some individual analysis on stocks. So first and foremost, our boy Dan asked me to talk about the funded accounts yesterday. So what I'm going to do really quick is give you all some really cool insight that you may not know. So we actually have a way for you to win a totally free funded account. That's cool. It's true. So Carrie Bartels won a $200,000 funded account opportunity today just for going to a particular website that we created called, you ready for this? guesstheclosingprice.com. So guessclosingprice.com, or you can go to reallifetrading.com/guess. Either one works. All you have to do is literally just go there and just guess the closing price. And if you win, you get a $200,000 funded account. Like, I'm trying to give away millions of dollars here, and people don't believe that this is true. This is a real website. This is actually legit. I built it. It's available. It's on my domain. We've given away, like, I think $2 million already from this web. It's totally free. I don't know. Type in a 9 if you think that's cool. I think that's cool. So just go here and make a guess every day if you want to, and you'll probably win an account. So that's one way that I'm doing my absolute best to save you a bunch of money and help enrich your life as much as I can. So the funded account, let's talk about what that is, since Dan was asking. So we do have a product that's available right now that I do use as well, just to understand more about it, and really, really cool stuff. But first and foremost, we have a $50,000, $100,000, and $200,000. These are the ones that are available on the website. The way this works, Dan, since you asked and since you're here, and thank you for being here, is very simple. You purchase or win or get access to or gifted or whatever, you get one of these accounts. And to not muddy the waters at all, if you make a 10% return in any time frame without breaking this rule or this rule, the account becomes real. That's it. That's the way it works. So the account becomes real, and then you have the capability to either day trade, swing trade. You can go short futures, long crypto, short crypto, stocks. There's a limited amount of stocks that you can trade. We focus on just the best and the highest and the most liquid. But long story short, the account is real. And then the 75-25 split, obviously 75% to you. So when you make money and you withdraw, which you can withdraw once a month, we'll pay you however you want. Coinbase, check, PayPal, Venmo, a wire. That's it. Kristen says, do you need to make 10% within 30 days? No, my dear, you actually have any amount of time. It can be 30 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes, 3 years, 3 months. Satara says, does it include options? No, because they're already leveraged. So you have to trade the actual instrument itself, no options. Lynn says that's a no-brainer. Yeah, it's really, really, really cool. And we have right now over 100 million US dollars flowing through this as well. So this is a big deal. So it's very, very cool. And I would love more of you to get into it. If you have a little bit of a heavier bank account, you have there's also a $500,000 account option out there as well. But if and once you get funded and make some money and do really well, I can go up to $2 million. So all kinds of cool stuff. Shane says, what are MetaTrader 5 and WebTrader? So these are the platforms that you'll be trading under. So it's not like that I'm not giving you $100,000 on like Thinkorswim or whatever. This is a brokered space that we're able to control the back end and all that kind of good stuff. Does that answer your question, Shane? Carl says, this is truly awesome. It is. It's pretty sweet. So that being said, and now that that's available to you and you all know it, I would also love to extend the opportunity for anyone to come to Las Vegas in February and come hang out with us and trade with us. So I'll make you all a deal for anyone who signs up and come to Vegas. Let me know. And if you want one of these accounts, I'll figure out a way to hook you up. So Vegas is February 26th through, let me scroll down to the very bottom, 26th through March 2nd. So I'm going to pop over here to our website, and here's the Vegas retreat. Now, the Vegas retreat is mostly options. I will say that. So this is going to be a little bit more of an advanced options retreat. So just FYI, if you're an options day trader, credit spread enthusiast, Maloney's going to be there. So you just met Maloney. So she'll be there. I'm going to be there. Obviously, Matt DeLong's going to be there. Tony Pollock's going to be there. Robert Thompson III is going to be there. We're going to have, it's really good. It's going to be fantastic. Plus, if there's any gambling fans, I'm going to go, it's Vegas. So we're going to go out and gamble and have a good time. So I would love for you all to be there. If anyone can make it, it's a really, really great event. We actually have 3 spots left. Matt and Sochi just texted me earlier this morning. I reached out to Brian Reppel, who's coming. He's studying for a CMT designation. He just told me that today. And I was like, hey, I got 3 more spots. Dan says, can we fly in on the 26th? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely can fly on the 26th, brother. I would love to meet you and hang out with you. This is kind of like what the agenda looks like. So 6 p.m. we're just going to hang out and party and then trade our faces off. So yeah, Lynn's excited. Very cool. So Lynn's pumped. Dan's pumped. I would love for you all to come. I'll post this link in the chat pane again. And if you can make it, I would love for you all to be there. If you haven't been to a real life trading live event, type of 6. Zach Johnson, talking to you, by the way. You should come. So I would love for you all to come. If you haven't been to one, Bob, you should absolutely come. This is a no-brainer for you. The live events are really, really cool. That's it. They're great. Plus it's Vegas. So there we go. That's my spiel. I'm not really great with sales pitches. It's not really a sales pitch. It's me just informing you on how to hang out. I think most of you realize that my goal is just to enrich lives anyway, and live events are super, super fun. Zach, I know you're at Reno, but Reno and Vegas are two different things, dude. I meant you haven't been to a real life training retreat in Vegas with me specifically. That's what I meant to say. Lynn says, I need to take your class on options. Yes. Do that first. You definitely want to know more about options before you go there, because this is going to be pretty heavy hitting. All right, cool. That's it for me. Sweet. And it is beneficial to know, because this is earnings season. This is the time right now to really, really get a good understanding on options. This is it. Because with earnings season, doing good credit spreads, good put sales, good debit spreads, good straddles, good strangles. I'm not looking for huge alpha, but I think that it's very, very possible to make an extra 2 or 3% on your account over earnings season. And at a minimum, depending on the size of the account, obviously, but 2 to 3% just over earnings season. And there's 4 earnings seasons every year, right? So anyway, something to think about. If you want to get in on it, it would be really, really cool. And I'd love to hang out. All right. So on SPY, this is the broader markets now. Let's just go ahead and dive in. It's now or never. If we're going to have any type of rollover, it needs to happen pretty much immediately. We're at a trend line, right? We're really at the 200, but this is the 3rd consecutive close and retest of the 200. So I think it's time to take this squiggle off, because if I go to the Qs, we talked about this actually 3 or 4 days ago. Once this bull candle came in here, my analysis was, well, looks like we're good to go looking for the bull trade at this stage. And that's because 2 reasons. Reason number 1, double bottom. Reason number 2, close above the 100. Reason number 2, that's it. Reason number 3, you still have room to go into the 200 simple, which is a target. Reason number 4, the weekly 200 simple, if I hide this, we're bouncing off of that 200 area, right? So there's certainly some support there also, just to kind of factor in on the Qs. And I think that's about it. Oh yeah, sure. Momo, right? The trend indicator also has been bullish since this day here. Amanda, what concept are you referring to, Rockstar? When you say, does this concept apply to all their stocks? What concept do you mean? All right, so that's the Qs. That's kind of where we're at. Amanda says those 4 things you observed about the trend. Yes, I do that process with everything I look at for eternity. Moving averages, different time frames, daily, weekly, looking at chart patterns. Yeah, of course. Forex, anything, everything. All very, very important to know where things are at. So yeah, this was a pretty cute little move on the Qs. And again, the moving averages, right? We, just to hide some of my drawings for a second, we did pull into those, and we kind of got a little bit of a bounce today. And again, you had the 200 simple on a weekly chart acting as a support. So I'm not saying that we can't roll over. I'm just simply saying if we do, it needs to happen like tomorrow, very soon. We need to start having some bear movement if you're going to be strongly bearish. I do have a bear trade on the Dow Jones ETF, DIA. And that's really my only bear trade right now, other than Ross, which we're going to look at later today, and we haven't gotten triggered into Yum. So we're going to go look at those in just a moment. Those are some swing trades from previous days that we kind of set up. So we'll go look at those. So I don't have a huge bear exposure out there at all presently. Now, day trading, we can do whatever. We can day trade bearish, bullish. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Game for you, whatever. But I do have short shares on the Dow. And based on those shares, I did sell some 331 puts that expire Friday. I sold those today and got 51 cents. So we're going to keep an eye out and see what the Dow Jones ETF does. But I did short those shares up here. And so selling the put down here, if that happens, if I get put away and have to buy the shares, that would be a profitable endeavor. But this particular candlestick pattern looks pretty strong to me. If we take out the high, because these highs are almost identical, as Maloney's mentioning in the chat pane. So they're almost identical highs. 337.75, 337.72, and 337.64. So this is almost like a little bit of a flag, if you will, that's allowing the broader momentum, if we're going to continue higher, to rest. So this is an indicator I don't look at very often, but this is the RSI indicator. Relative strength index is at 54, which says, hey, I'm ready to party. And the weekly is at 56. So we have plenty of room to do anything we want, bullish or bearish. For those of you who did take my RSI class, which is free on YouTube, by the way, here is the lows. What is this called right here? There's a special name for this. This is, again, a weekly chart on the Dow Jones. Yep, this is bullish divergence. You guys are getting it. Beautiful. Bullish divergence. Super cool. So anyway, I do like the RSI. It's a really, really cool little indicator, but that we have plenty of room to go in either direction is what I'm getting at. We can go down, we can go up. If we're going to go bearish, it needs to happen pretty soon. And I don't have a massive, massive short position on the markets at all at this exact moment in time. I'm more bullish than bearish, and that's pretty much it. All right. So we did get triggered into a bear swing trade on Ross Stores. I am trying to call the top on this. And usually when I try to call the top, it doesn't work, which is fine. But this is the chart pattern that I base my trade on. And we got triggered into this today. So this to me looks a little double topish, and this looks like the neckline. Definitely giving it some room though, because when you short a stock that's in a bullish trend and you're looking for it to make money as it goes down, you're never going to feel correct when you get triggered in, right? Something for you to write down. When you're in a trade, it's never going to do this. It's never going to trigger you into the penny and then just, wow, and then it works immediately. Your brain wants that to happen because that's what happens in other aspects of life, but that's not the way the market works. So you're always going to be wrong at some point or another on your trades. Just let that sink in, let it happen. And by wrong, I mean, you could be out of a trade and it's going to keep going higher. If you bought it, it's always going to do something that you don't want it to do, always. So just plan for that, prepare for that. Shouldn't terrify you. Just know your risk of whatever's going to happen might happen. So Dan, how much risk do I have on this particular trade? What's the risk on this one? Yep, 1 R, exactly. So if I lose an R. We know that. That's baked into the price. Let's see if it occurs. We got filled today. Looks pretty bullish, but tomorrow or the next day or next week could have a really, really big down day. We'll find out. So that's Ross Stores, which is in our official trade journal, which again, all of you will have access to if you sign up for the all access pass. You'll have access to all of this. So you can see what we're in, when we're in it, and why we're in it, and all that kind of good stuff. So that's Ross Stores. The next, which has not triggered yet, is Yum Brands. And I'm going to cancel this one today. So check out, this is beautiful. Look at how close this thing got to triggering. And look at this. Super close. So anyway, we did not get triggered in short on Yum. The reason I was looking at maybe shorting it was because it again looks like a double top capability. So there's the double top. You had a bull candle closing below the 10 EMA out of support, and it just did not break through. And that's pretty much it. So pretty much got it. So that is yums. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this particular trade because we closed above the stop loss today. We did not get triggered into this. This was a no loss, no trigger, all good, happy as a clam type of situation. So we're going to cancel that one. So here goes me being another pretty awful salesperson. So Alejandra says, Jeremy, what are the rules to get the $500,000 funded account? I would like one, but I'm afraid to break the rules. They're the exact same, but for your very, very, very first account, Alejandra, I do personally suggest getting a $50,000 account. Practice with it, learn the rules, learn the buttons, learn the system, learn the platform, see how you like it. And then if you really love it and you're crushing it, then upgrade. Because the $500,000 account is also a special little link that's only on the back end. So I send that to people who are ready. They're like, they're doing great. I'm like, okay, cool. Here, go crush it. But I would say start with the smaller one first, if that's fair. You get your feet under you. Lynn says that helps a lot. Thank you, Alejandro, for the question. Yeah, which is cool because all questions do help. Helps you or helps someone else. Enphase Energy. So Enphase, I did not get triggered into this trade. I tried shorting it at 243.38. I'll show you what the chart looked like when I made that analysis. So that was this big bear candle here. So when this big bear candle came in and you had these little two high wave candles, you can kind of see that we were breaking support. You'll notice the support was right here. You'll also see that we were breaking the 200. So my thought was, yeah, baby, let's go. Huge double top on a weekly chart. Target is 202.45, which is the 100 simple on a weekly. I was like, let's get it. So anyway, that was the analysis. That's what I wanted to happen. Here was the retest, and it just did not quite retest far enough for me, and then broke down today. My boy says, how do you access Slack? Does that come with the all access pass? It does. Comes with the all access pass. Yep. It does not come with a funded account, but it does come with the all access pass. So this is the community, which again, team, it's $275 a month. I mean, it's I spend more money on worse things for sure. Dan says, great deal for great people. Great deal for great people. Yes, yes, yes. Totally. All right. So anyway, long story short, Enphase Energy, I did not get triggered into that trade. So we can kind of keep moving on. Amanda says, what's the audition for the funded account like? The audition, make 10%. That's the audition. Trade well. Trade profitably. That's it. That is it. All right, Crown Castle. It's supposed to have earnings, isn't it? It's just not gapping at all, huh? Maybe they're tomorrow morning. We'll keep waiting on this one. I mean, long story short, I just deleted those two lines. If we, on Crown Castle, if we gap below 139, it's going to get just run over by the bears. And if we gap above 154, it's going to do really, really well. Todd is asking a question about the funded account. I can pop back over to that if you guys still have questions on it. Let me just hang out here for a second because a lot of you are still having questions on the funded account, which is perfectly fine. I mean, hey, no issues. I want more people to trade with more money because the more money you trade with, the better, right? The better it is for everybody. So funded account, let me scroll down here. Let's click on more info because this is where everything's going to be, right? Everything is here. So I'm gonna hang out and just answer some questions because a lot of you guys have questions on it, which is great. Todd says, trade to make 10% of the whole account or a particular trade. You just have to make a 10% return on the account size, my man. So for example, I know you know the math, but on a $50,000 account, Todd, how much do you have to make? The answer, 5K. That's it. You make 5K, boom, the money becomes real. You get a new login, a new password, Click it, play, rock and roll, do whatever you want. Albert, I will say this once again, my dear friend, you can do it in any period of time that you want. 3 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes, 3 seconds, 3 years, 3 decades. Doesn't matter. There's no time limit at all. So I'm not rushing you. There is one rule that you have to place a trade every 45 days, but that shouldn't be that hard. Win says, can we use our own strategies or do we have to use yours? Yeah, you can trade however you want. I mean, I teach people how to trade, but just because I tell people what to do and how they do it is two totally different things. So yeah, you can trade however you want. Amanda says, what happens if there's a loss on the account? So I know your real question, Amanda, is not what if I lose on a trade, right? Because that's obviously going to happen. Your question is, what if I blow out the account? So what if I take the trade and lose, I break one of these rules. So I lose $2,000 or I lose $2,500 total. If that occurs, we pull your credit and we blacklist you from ever buying a house. I'm kidding. Literally nothing. You just go buy another one. That's it. So there's no negative. Like if you exceed the overall drawdown, which this is what most people, when they lose, they hit the overall drawdown. This is the one that gets 95% of people. So if you hit the overall drawdown and you lose 5% of the entire account, then just start over. Amanda says, do we withdraw the profit? I hope so. I mean, that'd be very smart of you to do that. Kristen says, can you explain the overall drawdown? So you just can't lose this amount of money from the beginning balance. Right. So if this is 50,000, you can't go below 2,500 from 50,000. Maloney actually has a really, really good video on drawdowns as well. So real life trading, drawdowns, if you want more videos. There's my girl. She's so pretty. What's up, Maloney? All right. So there's her video. And if you're watching this and want to just type in trailing drawdown explain and she'll walk you through the process. Amanda says, do we trade on our own platform? No, dear. We will give you the platform that you have to trade with. That's right here. So it's all, you have to trade through MetaTrader 5. Albert says, sounds too good to be true. Not really. I mean, not really. Because we're going to make money off of you if you make money, right, Albert? So don't think that, I mean, hey, I love money, right? I wrote a book called Money Grows on Trees. I'm all about money. I will do so much with this money. If you make 100K next year day trading, I'll take 25,000 of that. And technically, I mean, if we're talking just real brass tacks here, I don't have to work for that money at all. Right, Albert? So I want you to be successful in this. So just keep that in mind. These are my overall thoughts. It's not too good to be true because I do want you to make money. Oh, man. So good stuff. Good question. Raju says, how much is the monthly fee? There is no monthly fee, my brother. This is a one-time, all you pay. This is it. John says, I tried opening MetaTrader 4 through Forex.com and learned it's not for Canadians. Is that true? I'm not entirely sure, John, if that's true or not, but we don't use MetaTrader 4. We use MetaTrader 5, and we don't do it through Forex.com. We do it through reallifetrading.com. So there are numerous Canadians that use this, and I know for a fact you could download this in Canada, but I don't know Forex.com, and I don't do MT4. Neither one of those two things are me, because I just happen to be better than everyone else. Does the MetaTrader link with a broker? No, you have to do it on MetaTrader. Yep, you cannot link it through Thinkorswim. This is an entirely different broker, an entirely different account, entirely different everything. Carl says, I've never heard of MetaTrader 5. Is there a steep learning curve? No. Nope. I mean, this is, I have I have the account right here. This is it. It's very easy, guys. Don't overthink this. Dan says, "Will someone walk us through this?" Let me ask you a question, Dan. What do you think? If you had to take a guess, take a stab in the dark. You're like, wait a minute, do I just buy this and then I'm lost and I have no idea what to do? I do know why you asked. It's a valid question, but yeah, man, we will send you a login video, an email, all of that. Jeff Pierce says, do you give us guidance on trades or are we on our own? So good question, Jeff. You might remember or might know that we are a trading community, and you'll be able to see this little icon right here that says live trading. So if you click on live trading, you can join the all access pass, where literally we trade like you've been enjoying this free week. We do this all day long. So yeah. I mean, here's a trade that we took today. Dan Jansen took it on Amazon. Here was the setup. This was a 1.2R banger out the gate. So if you took this trade, you are 10% of your way to getting funded. So I guess the answer is yes. We take care of everything, man. So what I would tell you all to do, I mean, really, this is very simple. Buy a funded account, buy the 50K or the 100K account, and then join the live trading room for 2 months. 2 months. Like, you know, 2 months. Like, come on. It's a no-brainer. It's hard for me to really wrap my head around. We have 738 reviews. Guys, I'll give you my cell phone number. This is my cell phone right here. You can text me, like you can call me. This is not hard. You have money. Let me help you make more of it. Let me help you make more. It's that simple. So this is the account right here. So this is how simple it is. What do you guys want me to trade? In queue. So I come in here, right click. I go down to symbols, click symbols. And what do I want? Like, I got the indices, I got the commodities, I got crypto, I got stocks, I got currency pairs. So say I want to trade the major index. So I go to the NDX 100 right here, click on it. It's going to pull up automatically on the left-hand window. And again, we do all this. We have videos. We have everything that'll walk you through it. We have all of this. Chart window. Here's the chart window, and then do a new order. Here's the new order. So I can come in here, click on it, click new order, market execution, right? Limit, sell, volume. Oh, geez, not 25. That was another trade I was doing. But there is a contract limit size, and we'll explain all that in the rules and all that kind of good stuff. Let's say I want to do 5, right? Stop loss. My limit to get in is going to be 11,888.88. That'll be my entry. My stop loss will be 11,999.99. My take profit will be 11,555.55. 5 volumes, sell limit, 11.8, 11.9, stop loss, place order. You're going to get, oh, market's closed. This order will allow me to trade it in 27 minutes because the futures are closed right now. But this is how easy it is to place a trade. I mean, the learning curve takes 17 seconds. We'll send you videos. We have hours of videos on it. We have everything you need. And you can trade. This is a futures trade. You can trade crypto. So if I do a crypto trade, I can place that trade immediately. So I can trade Bitcoin, I can trade Dogecoin, I can trade whatever. I love all these questions though, because I get it. It does sound too good to be true, but it's really not. It's really not. I want to make money off of you all. Jeff says, is the fee for the all access pass included in the funded account? No, sir. It's a separate thing. Totally separate. Manus says, I have to go. Craig says, does this platform have different options for entering trades like a dome or only the way you showed? Yeah, you can enter from a dome and all that stuff. Albert says, can you do swing trade also? Yes, you can do day trades. You can do swing trades. Absolutely. Wynn says it's really brilliant. Yeah, super cool. I obviously did not do this trade, but if you played this breakdown here with 25 contracts, well, let's just say 20 contracts, you would have gotten funded. If you did that with 20 contracts, you would have gotten funded. So you could have gotten funded in, a day and a half. So, and I did make a little bit of money today. There's your boy. $1,400 on this account. It's not bad. 2 trades, 2 profits. That's all I've done so far. I'm not, spending a lot of time on a demo account. I got to trade. Dan says, so your gains are accumulative. Of course. Yeah. Carl says, I thought options were not doable in the funded account. They're not, Carl. These are future contracts, brother. NDX is a futures instrument. So I'm not trading options. I'm trading futures contracts. I love these questions, guys. Keep throwing me at it. I can be here a little bit longer today. This is fine. I get it. This is the free week. You guys are experiencing all this for the first time, or a lot of you are. But I will say this, if there's a promise I can give you, my goal is not to take your money and make you unhappy. That I can promise you. If you are not pleased with anything that I do, I will give you your money back. Team, I'm good. I've hit my number a long time ago. I don't need your money. I'm doing this for a much, much, much bigger reason. Type in a 6 if you want to hear the bigger reason. If I get enough 6s, I'll tell you guys. Otherwise, we'll just kind of keep going. Okay, I'm getting enough 6s. Dan says, where can we see all these rules? I'll just send you the funded account page. Here you go, Dan. There you go. All right. So the big vision, there's 2. There's 2 big visions, but I'll share them with you. Ultimate goal, there's one a little bit higher, but this particular goal is to change the educational system of America. That's the lofty goal. Now, how do you change a huge, huge country's educational system? A way, one of my visions, is to change an educational system in a smaller country or nation. Let's take, for example, British Virgin Islands. I go to the British Virgin Islands, which is also an English-speaking country. I teach them how to trade. I use the funded account program to give them the money to trade with. They learn how to trade, they make money, and they increase their economies, they increase their knowledge, they increase their infrastructure, and that smaller nation gets enriched. Once I have that on my resume, I can start going to the higher ups in other countries saying, hey, I did it here. I would like to do it for you all. And as I start adding more and more to that, my resume, then the likelihood of me being in the right place at the right time, with the right crowd source, with the right amount of people, with the right grassroots campaign, I can and I will make an impact in the educational aspect and the educational system of the United States of America. And you are all on the ground floor of that groundswell. This is how it's all going to start. It's going to start right here. Right here. Not only in this webinar, but other webinars. Because once we can go, all right, I know there's a change. We all know that the education system is the biggest challenge right now in the States. If you fix the educational system, you fix the healthcare problem, right? Because now you know how to eat better and feed your mouth better, right? And you change that, you impact so many things directly. So that's why we're here. That's why I'm doing this. And I've already had numerous both teachers and principals learn how to trade and start to create more income for themselves and their families, make more money. And through that money, they pay off their debts. And then they can, once they're liberated financially, they're able to really, really give and have a bigger impact at an immediate level. You all feeling me? This is the vision. And this funded account program will be one of the aspects that causes all of this to work. Because what's the number one challenge to having wealth is access to wealth. I will be able to give people that access. You hear me, Cliff? You're going to help me with this, brother? Right? So this is coming. This is already in the works right now. This is the big vision. This is what's cool. So I promise you, I'm not after your money. Your money will help the platform grow. But if you're unhappy, I'll just give you your money back. If you're not aligned with the vision and with the mission, the much, much larger mission than me and you and our little, puny accounts growing and making more money for our family, I'll give you your money back. It's okay. But this is what the team, right? Because Maloney's part of my team. Johnny Guarco's part of the team. They're all on the panelist list right now. We meet once a month to talk about this, on how we can do this at scale and how we can impact more and meet more people and grow our networks and really, really build an educational infrastructure that will change this country. Let's go. So that's what I'm after. That's what's coming. I'm putting the groundwork in now. I want you all to help me with it. The stock market will be a way. It doesn't have to be the way, but it's going to happen. Raju says, can you go over the Tesla trade you made? I will, definitely. All right. My boy Colster has been around forever. Says, I love this mission. I show my students your videos and try to get those seeds planted early. I know you do, bro. And you and I have been hanging out for 10 years now? It means a lot to me, you and your brother. So thank you. Thank you for being a part of the mission and the tribe and the journey. And it means the world to me. Very, 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 very much. Kristen says, I'm literally in tears. You don't even understand the change that you've made. Let's go. Yeah. I love it. I'm amped. My boy Zach says, I'm doing the same thing in the Dominican Republic as much as I can. Do you all hear that? Because my boy ZJ, Zach Johnson, let me just fill in. Let me pour into you just a second. Zach is one of the best traders I've seen. This guy is amazing. Amazing. And he sees this vision. He's a full-time trader. He quit his job, took a ginormous leap of faith, because there's a difference between a leap and a jump. A jump is I got something to catch on. I got something to fall into. I got protection. A leap, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's there for me, but I'm going. So Zach takes a leap, quits his job, and him and his wife are going to move to the Dominican Republic and do so much down there for both this program, this course, and so much more. They're building entire communities that are totally eco-friendly, energy-friendly, and there's going to be this community of education, obviously for stocks and trading and Forex. I'm telling you, if I can teach 56 people, 55 people, 60 people how to do this, and they do this professionally, legitimately you have access to internet, you have access to income. They go around the world and they build this into their communities, into their places, into their cities, into their states, into their government. We make change. It's coming. It's coming. All right. So I appreciate it. That was sorry for the quick little rant there. Let me take a deep breath because I just get so fired up. I'm going to go put Tesla on the list. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to hop into Tesla real quick. Where is it? Right here. Okay. Stocks. All right, let's go talk about stocks. Tesla. Earnings are tonight. They're like right now. And I'm going to see how this thing is going to open. Here's the 5 minute. So we're getting a lot of random bouncing pre-market, or sorry, post-market. So we're going to see how this is going to open. And right now it's not doing a lot, which is good. Me and some buddies got into a bear call spread on Tesla. My plan and approach on this was it's going to gap up small. That was my theory. So we'll see how it opens. But the plan for me is, depending on how it opens, I would really like Tesla to pull down to 133 and bounce before I get in bullish on like a swing trade. I am getting in on shares longer term. I'm definitely buying shares slowly. We do have a long Momo signal as of yesterday. So I'm absolutely able to and looking for bullish day trades as well. No fear there. Almost all of December, all I did was short Tesla. Like 99% of my trades on Tesla was short in December. But now we have a bullish signal. Momo's buying. So now I can look for bull trades. And as we pull it down, I'll kind of go a little bit more on the long side. The trade I did, and I forgot your name. I apologize about that. Nothing special. I'm pretty boring when it comes to my trading. So I just took the breakdown of this high wave bull inside candle. That was it. Nothing special. I wish I was cool like Zach Johnson because he shorted the pre-market high. So all I did was short below here, stop at the high of the day, exited there, and that was it. Alejandro says, I would like to bring your vision to my home country of Honduras. So many people could be educated and helped and lifted from poverty. That's so cool. You want to see something amazing, Alejandro? Let me show you something amazing. I'm going to scroll down here to Real Life Foundation. And we just finished completing 3 schools. Give me 1 second. Where I guess we haven't updated this yet. I wonder why we haven't quite updated that piece yet. We just built 3 schools in Honduras is the answer. And do you live there now? Dan says, part of my trading plan is make a donation on every trading gain. I love it. So Alejandro, do you currently live in Honduras? Because if you do, I was going to connect with you and see if you can go visit the on-site buildings. Because we have 3 that they're in the works right now. They're currently getting built. I don't want to search schools. I just don't want to go too far back. Honduras. I have to look for the photos. We got some photos recently of that project being happening. So anyway, just trying to track it down. But shoot a message to Xochitl, XOCHITL at reallifetrading.com, Alejandro, if you can do that for me. And connect her with your parents or your family that you mentioned, and they can, meet there on site and take pictures. That'd be the coolest thing ever. If you can do that for me, I would be very happy. I would owe you a favor. which is a good place to be. Me owing you a favor. That's the spot that you want. You want me to owe you something. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. I love it. You're the best. I love you guys. This is so fun. Let's go. All right. So anyway, a Tesla earnings, it looks like it's going to be a nothing burger. It looks like it's going to open flat. And maybe tomorrow morning it opens up a little bit. So the bear call spread should work out. If it opens above the high, we'll take some trades. And if it opens flat and trades down, I'll buy the dip. Texas Instrument. So Texas Instruments, very, very interesting candle today. This is a high wave indecision bear candle after earnings that did close above the 10 EMA. So if you're looking for a 10 EMA setup, here you go on Texas Instrument. That would be your trade right there. Entry, stop, just play this candle, target, 1.2 Rs. And let's see if it can break above. You're still battling the 100 simple on the non-adjusted for dividends chart. So that is in the way, but the adjusted for dividends chart is just kind of hanging out. So if you're looking at Texas Instrument, this one could be pretty cool. Apple. Yeah. Let me put Apple on the list. I'm already going to go over today. So I'm, just strap in. I ain't got anywhere to be. WD-40. Pressure still building. Not a lot's happening right now. So we'll see if this breaks out. Keep a close eye on it. I'll put on the list for Monday of next week and we'll come back to good old WD-40. WD. All right. Continuing this list, Microsoft. So for my option fans, I did talk about this yesterday, but for my option fans, what's this called? If I have both a bear call spread and bull put spread. Todd, you'll notice XLF is on the list right here, my brother. We're going to get there. It's right there. Yep. So Cindy, Victor, Vaughn, Bob, you're all correct. So this was an iron condor on Microsoft. And I got into that beast on this day here. Sold the bull put spread and sold the bear call spread. So that was, anyway, I'm out of that condor now. So I'm now out of that. And that's pretty much it. That's what we got. So as of this exact moment on Microsoft, what to do now? I think the exact same thing. Probably with this kind of volume, I know Tony is getting into a bear call spread, which is where you're going to get paid the most. Here's the weekly chart. And the weekly chart, you're still in between the long-term averages. So I could see why, and it makes sense to me why Tony is getting into a bear call spread today. This was a bear candle that gapped down and faded. There was a lot of 5-minute, there's a lot of movement on Microsoft post-market. So check this out. Here's why it made sense for Microsoft to look for a long today. If we're just explaining sentiment. So check this out. All of this was post and pre-market. So we went from let's just call it 255. 255 to 230 overnight. That's 25 points or a 10% sell-off overnight from the highs to the lows. So now if we zoom in, would it have made sense if you play this? I'm not saying you had to, but if you shorted this candle with a stop there, you lost on the bear trade for sure. But would it have made sense to potentially consider a long trade since, well, number one, it's Microsoft. Number two, it's a bear candle gapping down. So it's a retest gap anyway. Number three, it was down 25 points from the high. And number four, it's a perfect 10 EMA setup. Entry there, stop loss there. So you lower your stop loss from here to about 0.7, get stopped out of your bear trade if you took one, flip into the bull trade, and then boom. You take two trades, win on one, lose on one. I did not do that trade, but type in a 9 if that makes tons of sense to you. That's how you would have approached and thought of and planned Microsoft today if you played it. Keeping in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that I take two trades very, very frequently, win on one and lose on one. That's like the most daily occurrence of my life. realistically speaking. So to put that into your brain is that's a daily thing for me. All right, CRIS, curious. I see why Justin Williams is looking at this one. He's probably curious to see if this is going to move bullish at some point. It's trying to, my man. It's trying to. I see what you're looking at. For me to trade this one, I need it to get above the 200 and this volume, which is possible. That could happen. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. So give it a little bit of time, but I do anticipate that if that broke out and retested, it is definitely a penny stock, but it'd only be about $1 once I bought it. So I would just base my risk off of $1, and maybe it pops and maybe it doesn't, but most likely it doesn't. Adobe gap down today with the rest of the market, kind of hitting its head against that 200 simple moving average. So this is one that I was looking at, a bear call spread here for February. And so we're still banging our head against the 200 simple on a daily chart. So if we start taking out the high of this candle, I'm most likely going to close this bear call spread for break even. If we can start popping out of here, I'll probably just take the risk off the table and just kind of move on. That's just an update for anyone else who's currently in Adobe. Other than that, I'm going to keep watching this one, because if it does break out and really, really pop strongly, then then I'll go along. Why not? All right, Roblox, pressure still building. I still like it. I'm sure this candle will get adjusted at some point, but a break above 38, I'm really going to like. So I'm going to put that on the list for tomorrow and Monday. We're going to keep our eyes on that particular swing trade. Just a reminder, you can take swing trades in the funded account. That is pretty dope. Pretty dope-alicious. All right, next on the list is Beyond Meat, and this is looking really pretty. I'm keeping a very close eye on Beyond Meat. The longer we trade sideways, the more I do not have to wait for a close. But we are battling the 20 EMA on a weekly chart. However, you had a 10 EMA play here on a weekly time frame. This is the first bear candle closing above the 10 on a weekly. So you have the weekly 20 and the daily 100 kind of acting as the resistance. This will be my next Shopify trade. And if you played Shopify, you got relatively rewarded today, kind of. So here's the shop. Same style breakout, same style play. I may have sprinkled a little bit of additional risk on this particular trade, but it worked out really, really well. And we exited that one today for a decent win. And I think Shopify is probably going to continue higher, in fact. So some good looking moves here. So look to play Shopify bullish, buy dips, but that's a really, really nice breakout, ladies and gentlemen. Shopify is going to stay on my list. I think I do believe that Beyond Meat could have the same potential if it really starts squeezing. All right, QS. I like all these bull candles, realistically. It's just kind of cool. Quantum Space. I mean, it's gotten beat up so bad. My question is just, is it going to pop? Is it going to squeeze out some bears? And you do have a 10 EMA trade set up on a weekly chart. That's another reason why I'm looking at this. So it's on the list again for tomorrow and again for Monday. But if this continues to build pressure, I think I could set this bad boy up because it does look pretty cute, especially if we could close without triggering this week and then we break above 837. It's on like Donkey Kong. All right, XLF, which was requested. So this is the financial ETF. I'm going to start with a weekly chart. And this is a very broader market tied stock. It's very much Dow Jones, JP Morgan, essentially. And XLF is at a resistance / support zone. You're battling the 100 simple moving average from the bottom. Again, if the market's going to roll over, it really needs to do it pretty soon. My expectation is I'm going to let the market break out and I'm going to buy the retest, including XLF. So we'll see if it slowly creeps higher, but it's at a really, really pivotal spot now. And if I was in this position, which I'm not, but if I were, I would get into a collar, sell calls, buy puts. That's pretty much it. So XLF kind of chilling, doing its thing. Daily chart looks strong. Again, I'd wait for a close. I'd buy the retest of this overall move that's happening presently. Next on the list is Gilead. I think I'm just going to kind of keep waiting this one out. I'm going to keep a close eye on this. Pressure is kind of building. Support here, resistance there. It could be a triangle. It could be a double top. I need that support to break down. So I'm going to put this on the list for Monday. We did take a trade on Gilead where we shorted it below these candles, and I should have exited on that day. Didn't. Still won on the trade, but not as much as I could have. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one to see if we play it differently next week, but that's something that I'll keep a very, very close eye on. So there's still 134 people here. I hope I have already done enough on today, yesterday, and Monday to let you know that the All Access Pass is worth your $275 a month. I will post this link in the chat pane. Please join me, trade with me, just hang out with me for 2 or 3 months. I'll change your life if you let me. It's worth every penny. Caterpillar. So Caterpillar is doing its thing, bouncing. Trend is bullish. Again, very bullish, in fact. Caterpillar is. If it's going to drop again, it needs to happen extremely soon. We'll see what it does on earnings. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Strong trend. All-time high. Let's find out what happens on earnings. That's just a few days away. U.S. Steel. Now, this thing's got some legs. Earnings are around the corner. But here's what I like about U.S. Steel. If I go to a weekly chart, we bounce off the 100 simple on a weekly, and you have multiple double bottoms here. So this is a big double bottom. Right, that's a huge one. This is on a weekly chart. Here's the monthly chart. Monthly, it's not really as much of a double bottom, but you are bouncing off the 100 simple on a monthly. So we're bouncing off the 100 simple on a monthly, the 100 simple on a weekly, and we bounced off the long terms on a daily. We pulled into here. This looks good to me, and I think we're going to slowly continue higher. Since earnings are kind of around the corner, what I would probably do on this is get into a bull call spread, which is a debit spread, since it's over earnings. And I would do 29, 34 March or April. I would look into that on US Steel. DraftKings was requested yesterday. Super Bowl is right around the corner. If DraftKings is going to run, that's when it's going to be. We are building some support. We're building some resistance. This is here right now. I am very, very intrigued by this candle. Very intrigued, especially at these long-term levels. This is quite interesting. Quite interesting. I'm going to come back to this tomorrow. This could be a nice little doozy. DraftKings hasn't really popped in a while, and coming up into the Super Bowl, I mean, it has a 10 EMA on a weekly chart. And it's not bad. We'll come back to that tomorrow. If it still looks really, really, really good tomorrow, then I think we can hop in this bad boy. Maybe buy a pullback, but I'm with it. I'm with it. Align Technology, which is for people that they got those summer teeth. Some are here, some are there. I'm just kidding. It's kind of a funny joke, but that's what this is. This is braces. And yeah, it's been crushing it. So this is like Invisalign. I think it's the same thing, but it might be a different company. But it's just those clear braces that people put on their teeth. But the stock has just been absolutely monstrous. Monstrous. Now, this is the monthly chart. So you're battling the 100 simple and monthly right now. So we just need to be aware of that. But if that can reclaim as a support resistance, look how many bull candles are in a row. This is dip buyable. It is. So earnings is around the corner. What I would look to do on this one is let that explosive move happen, day trade it, really, really, really quick swing trade, and then buy the pullback after earnings has come in, because we're a little steep on this trajectory, but I would be comfortable buying a dip. Now check this out. Type in a 6 if you notice a really nice 10 EMA play over here. Because again, all I do is look back at the past and go, what could I have done so that the next time I see it, I do it. Those are some, I mean, look at this volume too. That is delightful. And you take this trade, I mean, you're entering somewhere around this green line, somewhere around there. You're taking this from, let's just call it 210 up to 240. I mean, that's a beautiful $30 a share. That's the kind of stuff that I will wait weeks and weeks and weeks for. I do not take that many trades, team. I really don't. Maybe 30 or 40 a month. It's not, I mean, that's max. That's everything. Day trades, swing trades, investments, all of it. I don't take that many. So Align is doing its thing. Dan's just being the kindest, nicest dude of all time. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. So yeah, really, really good trend, good setup, good chart. All right, here's Vermilion. Energy, oil, and gas. That's not what I thought of when I pulled up vet ticker. I was like, is this some type of vet clinic? Nope. We are trading right down to the 100. I don't think I've ever looked at this. I don't know about this one. What's interesting is it's right on the weekly 100. I don't know him. I don't know much about this company. If I liked it, if I studied it, if I wanted to be in it, this is probably where I would look to get in. The risk reward's good. So if you requested this one, I would probably go long here. Stop loss 13.43. So $2 risk, and then you're gonna have to hold it for a bit. But I think it can go up a little bit more. But I'm not going to take that trade. Just because it can't be in everything. Buy off the blue line. That's it. Peloton, they're still around. They're still around. I mean, Max Payne is here. So if Peloton's going to survive this crumble, right? Max Payne is in the building. This thing has dropped so much, but people still use their Pelotons. So if it's going to recover, it would be a really, really great story. But man, this thing was up in the $120 per share price before it just got absolutely squashbuckled. So we can keep this on the list. I mean, earnings is around the corner. This is one that you would probably want to do a straddle or strangle on for February. I'd probably do a strangle. Buy some calls here, buy some puts here, just in case it gets absolutely just wrecked. But it is having a good range. I mean, it's buying low, selling high. It's compressing. This is a very nice pennant pattern. So I could keep this on the list, and let's, keep watching it. I'll put on the list for Monday and we'll review it again, but it looks good. Looks okay. DocuSign, very sideways, not doing anything. Big double bottom on a weekly chart. Monthly, big support. I think they're going to keep range bound. If I was playing DocuSign, I'd buy it. Well, I'd buy it as low as I could and sell it as high as I could. Wynn says maybe an Iron Condor. Yeah, this would be one. If you can find good premiums, I would feel comfy sliding up into an Iron Condor on DocuSign. Salesforce has some decent strength. The price that it's bouncing off of is the 100 simple on a monthly chart. You have potentially exhaustion volume, one white soldier with the 100 simple on a monthly time frame. My analysis, my brain wanted to go short when I first saw this, and then my instincts was like, nah, I think this is bullish, dude. Once we closed above all of this bear volume, which was on that day here, I couldn't short this. So today was a great buying spot when it retested these levels. I think it's okay, truly, to probably start picking up some Salesforce anywhere between 140 and 150. If it's within that zone and you wanted to buy some, buy some. Now, again, keep this in mind, team. I'm not going to take all these trades. I'm analyzing these for you. Right? So just FYI, I'll let you all know when I'm taking a trade. But Salesforce, it's going to have to be for somebody else. There's so much out there to trade. So much. Fortinets. This thing is super interesting. Super interesting. It had a pullback, but a smaller one relative to the market. And it's hanging out okay. I mean, this is a really good close. Earnings are a few days away. You have a very interesting hammer back here on December 21st. I'd buy a pullback off of that hammer and trade this up into 56, 57. That's what I would do. If you're looking at taking this trade and something like this, stop loss probably down here somewhere, target right up there. Yeah, something like that. If you're playing or you requested or thought about playing Fortinet. Skyworks Solutions. This thing had a gap out, and this is a dividend paying stock that's pretty powerful. It's been around forever. I've traded this thing for numerous times. I don't even know if that makes grammatical sense. I've traded this for numerous times. What? Double bottom on a weekly chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bull candles in a row. Remember, everything feels easiest to buy when it's the highest. I like this looking move. I like this 10 EMA setup back over here. That was brilliant. I love the 10 EMA strategy. It's so dang good. So good. So easy. It's so easy. Anyway, I would like a pullback on this. I mean, earnings are around the corner, but we should continue to keep this on the list. It looks comfy. There's not a whole lot stopping this thing. So yeah, let's continue to put that on the list. I'm going to put that on the list for Monday, but I am down to let that slowly continue a little higher. All right, that's Skyworks. So again, we're going to go a little long today. Hope you guys don't get mad at me. But it's the free week. I normally keep everything to an hour or less, but a lot of you had questions. So, all right, EPAM. EPAM, this is a technology IT stock that a lot of people think are going to benefit from the whole chat GPT online revolution thing. Web3, whatever. I can't really disagree with that looking at this chart. I'll say that. I think you can get it lower. Has been my analysis for a bit. I'd probably sell some puts on this one if I wanted to own some shares of it, or buy very small fragments, because it's a dang pricey stock, man. $320 a share. That's up there. So I'd throw like 5 or 6 shares every down day if you wanted to own some shares of this one, or sell some puts around 250. I think you could get this a little bit lower, and that's kind of what I plan on doing, is selling some puts on EPAM. This is also this does have some Ukraine exposure, so just keep that in mind. And that's all I have to say on that. CLFD, Clearfield. Clearfield. AJ, no, that's Al. Al says, can you share your email? Guess. Take a stab. Let's see if you can guess it. It's an easy one. It's a layup. But I definitely will. Take a shot in the dark. You'll smash it, I promise. Clearfield. What's Clearfield doing? Oh, so close. So close. So just Jeremy at Real Life Trading. There's not enough Jeremy's to need to abbreviate it to Jay Newsome. You probably work in a big corporate company, Al, if I had to guess. where you have to like abbreviate it because there's so many of them. But yeah, I'm always the only one. So the cool news with me is I always get my own domain because I got those double R's. Yeah, Jeremy at reallifetraining.com. That's me, baby. Dan says, and you're the boss. Technically, Xochitl's the boss. I put her in control, but I am the owner and CEO. Yeah. But I have other people who make all the rules because I'll just give everything away all the time forever. The company makes no money and I just pay for everything. That didn't work out. So I need someone else to be like, no, Newsom, you can't do that. Charge people something, please. It's better for business that way. Anyway, here's what I like. You know what I like on this chart? I'm going to back trade this tonight. I'm going to back trade it right now. I'm going long. Who cares? Let's party. All right, Cindy, I love you, girl. Check out this sentiment. This is really, really beautiful. Amazing gap. It's a retest gap, right? We're coming into an all-time high. That's the analysis so far. Another bull candle, shaved top, warning sign. Bulls are losing some steam. New all-time high. So obviously I'm not shorting yet. I would like to. If I was really, really good at calling the top, which I'm not, I would short here. Limit sell, stop loss up here, knowing that this gap most likely is going to fill. That would be the expectation. So boom, here's your one black crow, evening star reversal. This is, let's short. The low of this candle is where I would get in. So I would short there. Stop above the one black crow candle. Still not filled, still not filled, still not filled, filled. Double top comes in. Type in a 7 if you can see it. That's really, really pretty. Target is the 100 simple. 4 bear candles in a row. Bang. Now, here's what's amazing. This is my exit. So I would have exited my short trade. So I'm out of my short trade. Now look at the volume and the location and the gap of this candle. This is fascinating stuff. Really, really, really good support there based on this volume. We got the 100 on the daily. You have a double top all-time high. Type in a 9 if this is the easiest short of all time below this candle. You better be throwing in a 9. This is the no-brainer of no-brainers. Like, you've got to go short there. You have to. And the 3 questions why, I mean, look how many buyers are trapped. You have all of these dudes and all of these dudes. Just hanging on by a thread. Next candle fills the gap. Amazing. Bear candle, pressure building, another bear candle, and then another one. Another one. And you can look at this and it's like it's trying its best to close above the 100. Type in a 3 if you're like, man, this thing is failing like Jeremy failed chemistry in high school. It cannot close above that 100. So this is the retest of this bear gap down here. This is essentially a flag pattern. And if all of that's confusing, it's a 10 EMA play. These are all bull candles closing below the 10, every single one of them. So now I'm able to put an entry below the low of both of these candles, this one and this one. Stop loss above here. Stop loss is above the 100 simple. I have not seen a cleaner trade in my life. When this gets triggered in, this obviously had to be December. Yeah, this was December. December, I made more money than ever before. Like, December was my best month, I think, of all time. It was just so easy if you were short. So really, really good breakdown. Barely missed my target by a few pennies. I'm going to lower it a little bit, go for a little bit more. Reversal, holding, lowering stop. Stop's now here. And then boom, there we go. So I just like that back trade. That's just a really, really clean sentiment to me. Really clean sentiment. Now, obviously, as always, you're never going to catch the exact bottom. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. So I would assume this is just going to retest this level and then die. So if it gets up to 87 before earnings, short the pants off of it. And if it continues down, play it bearish. And I think ultimately your target is the 100 simple on a weekly chart. That's my analysis. That's my quick little workout, my quick little back trade. Someone mentioned that Tesla just broke 150. Is it gapping down? Gapping up. Sweet. So Tesla putting in a little bit of a bull gap up makes sense. That's exactly what I was planning for. Great. Good news. Good news. I like this. So gapping up. We'll see how we interact with the 50 EMA on the daily, which is 153. Yeah, tomorrow will be a lot of fun to trade Tesla. All right, just a few left. Visa. So obviously has the weird print from the New York Stock Exchange. Really weird looking candle, but overall trends bullish. Stay long, buy the dip. I can't find anything bearish on Visa at all. So just stay long. Moelis and Company, ticker symbol MC. MC. I'd buy it off of 40 if I could. 40 is the 100 simple on a monthly chart. It's 10% lower than it is now. You're buying into long-term averages, buying into that retest gap. I would wait for it to pull back to 40 and I would buy it. Goldman Sachs looks pretty clean. Goldman Sachs just had earnings. You have 3 pretty cute little bull candles in a row. Really strong bear volume right here. This is absolutely a sensational time to get into a bull put spread on Goldman Sachs. My general thoughts are to go long above this candle. The risk reward's not spellbinding if I do that. What I would really like is to let it pop above and then buy it off of like 348. This one's going to go on my list for tomorrow and for Friday for Dan Jansen. He's going to like this one. This one's building some pressure, and I think you're going to want to keep your eyes on this. Even from a bull put spread perspective, we could make a little bit of money. Cliff says, 10 EMA bull play versus bear play. Can you explain? I don't know what you mean on that question, brother. Hit me with a reread of that question if you can. Virtue Financial. Virtue Financial. No clue. It's the same exact price it was in 2015. That's not a great sign. Possible double bottom though. Oh yeah, earnings is right around the corner. Okay, let's see what happens on earnings. If it can close above here, I would buy a dip. Cliff says, is the 10 EMA play only bearish or can you use it in bullish scenarios? Yeah, man, of course. Absolutely. We did 5 or 6 examples today of bullish examples, scenarios for a 10 EMA play. I don't care what direction. I just want it to go up or down. I'm unbiased. I'm not smart enough to know or care. I just look at the charts. Up or down. Candles are life. It's all about candles, my man. Here's a bull 10 EMA there. Here's one here. Here's one here. All of this would have worked. This would have worked. This would have worked. Yeah, baby. Price is king. Dan says you're smart enough to be a gajillionaire. I love it, man. Billionaire by 50, for sure. Not even a question. It's coming. But thanks for the vote of confidence, my brother. I appreciate it. This sounds like a cool name. W.R. Beckley. I'm W.R. Beckley. Berkeley. Next time I play golf, I'm going to play golf as W.R. Berkeley. And I'm going to win. because he always wins at golf. Buy the dip off the 100, perfect hammer. But just keep in mind the earnings is literally right around the corner. So wait until earnings and see if you can buy it a little bit lower. All right, Apple, just slowly grinding higher. It bounced off of a beautiful, beautiful trap location with a fantastic. Actually, I just forgot the name of this candlestick. Can someone remind me? What's the name of this candle? There was two of them back to back. I feel like, dang it, what are those names again? Oh yeah, a hammer. So you had two hammers out of support on the largest company in existence. Good little spot to go long. Also, you had a one white soldier on January 6th. Let's get in bullish. Bang. Making money. So that's pretty much Apple. I'm going to let Apple trade up a little bit higher into 148. And then over earnings, I'm probably going to get into a bear call spread, most likely. So I'm going to trade up into here, and then I'll probably sell some spreads up there. I don't have any position on Apple right now, but yeah, I mean, it looks cute. It does. And then last but not least is Rivian. Rivian is the swing trade setup that I set up on Friday for those who were in the afternoon swing trading room, and we are in this trade. So we're in it right now, and it's looking really good. Target $20.81 on Rivian. Wes says, what's the target on Tesla? 50 EMA on the daily, which is 153. It's going to be a good target. Win says, look at the 3-minute on Rivian. All right. 3-minute. Wow. Amazing. Just couldn't go down. That is so cool. Beautiful, beautiful chart. I love it. Kelly says, are you watching Ford? Well, tomorrow is Transportation Thursday. So I would love all of you to come back and join me tomorrow, and let's look at Ford on Transportation Thursday in the All Access Pass. I would love all of you here to sign up for me, please. It'd be great, super beneficial. Would love to work with you. Would love to circulate money, make money, grow our minds, grow our bank accounts, grow our connections, grow our network. Our network is our net worth, right? Who we are is who we hang out with. Bob, congratulations on an amazing trade on Disney, brother. That was super. Holy smokes. Dan, thanks for being so kind. My guy, you're awesome. I love your energy. I love your positive affirmations. You're the best. Thank you so much, man. I'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, which is Thursday. And this is the list. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, love life, live life, and trade it. See you guys later. Bye.